And we are live. What's up, guys? Welcome. How y'all doing? Welcome to the stream, guys. We are live. Let's see here. I think we should be getting good audio. Give me ones in the chat if you guys can hear me. Give me ones in the chat if you guys can hear me and we're good. Give me ones in the chat. I'm using a completely different audio interface now. As you guys know, my Rodecaster crapped out yesterday. So I am actually using a Focusrite. Let me see if I can pull it out here to show you guys. I'm using one of these guys. I can't get it all the way up because of the wiring, but you guys get the idea. This is what I'm using right here. A Focus. Actually, hold on. From this camera angle, maybe. Actually, no, 3. God damn it. Give me one sec, chat. You guys, the camera should come on here in a second. But yeah, so I'm using this thing now, chat. Right here, one of these. That's what I'm using now for all my audio guys out there. So I'm trying to figure out how to mute this shit, man. But there's no mute button on this. So that's kind of what I'm trying to figure out. So yeah, I think I gotta use the software or some shit like that, which I'm gonna open it up here on the side. Bear with me, guys. Because there might be times where I need to mute myself or some shit, or I'm about to sneeze or whatever. And I know you guys don't want to fucking hear that shit. But, so audio is good? Give me ones if the audio is good, guys. Give me ones if the audio is good. Let me see here. Test. Okay, that's good over here on my side. Use OBS to mute? Yeah, but bro, that I gotta click the sound and shit. It's so annoying, dude. When I gotta use OBS, that's the I try not to do that. Cause I got this fucking software right here that I'm using. Ah, man, how does this shit does not have a fucking mute button? Whatever. It is what it is. If I click save, test. Nope, that don't do nothing. Oh, okay, I know how now. Okay, wait, hold on. Test. Okay. All right, I figured out how to do it. All right. Okay, I know how to do it. All right, I'll just keep this shit over here, bro. Now I know. Bear with me 1 second, guys. I'm putting that shit up on the screen somewhere. All right, cool. Okay, guys, welcome to the stream, man. Sorry for the delay. Welcome. I apologize for that, man. We got a bunch of stuff to talk about today, man. We're going to give some updates on India, Pakistan. We're going to cover the Trump interview with NBC, okay? Very interesting interview. It's always funny watching Trump's interviews. And then we got some, what else do we got? Diddy trial day 3. I think right now as we speak, chat, there's an X space going on covering this. I think we can jump in there real quick, see what they're talking about. Because I think they're talking about the conflict. Let me see here. Let me find this. All right, hold on a second, guys. No Fresh and Fit today, guys, for the day show. We got after hours, so that's going to be a good time. We're going to be litty. Oh, shit. Here's some breaking news right now. I remember this shit. So the 5 Memphis officers, I don't know if you guys, what the fuck I followed, Dom? I don't know if you guys remember this. This was a couple years ago. 5 Memphis officers who beat Tyre Nichols to death have been acquitted on all state charges. See, I don't want to hear nobody complaining about fucking racism now. Look. You guys remember this? He was resisting arrest, and he ended up dying, I think, from this situation. Oh, look at this. Hold on. These guys are such fucking losers, bro. They really are. So he drops the N-bomb and he gets all mad at this kid. This comes from Suleiman. Funny shit, man. Okay, I can't find this shit, bro. Okay, we'll start with, let me look on my Twitter thing and join, because I literally had this shit, ready to go, bro. Video is low? Low audio? Okay, hold on. I got you right now. I turned on the volume, so it should come up next time. Because you guys were able to hear the music fine, right? So when I played the Kanye, y'all heard it fine, right? Okay, low audio? Okay, I turned on the volume on the playback then. We're fine. I turned the volume up. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay, so here's it is. This is Suleiman's space. Let's join the space and see what they're talking about, because it has to do with the conflict. We'll jump in here for a little bit, guys, and then we're gonna keep pushing. Okay, hold on. You guys are okay. So you guys can hear me, but you guys can't hear the space. Is it playing at all? Like, guys, is it playing or not playing? Test. Okay. Hold on one sec. All right, let me fix this, guys. I think I know why. Bear with me. If anything, I'm going to call Billz. All right, I got his focus right. Yep. Okay, that's good. Non-OBS. Bear with me real quick, guys. I'm figure this out. I'm going to call Billz real quick, chat. Yo, Billz, for some odd reason, the USB stuff isn't playing on the video.
You might have to go to properties and change it.
Properties on the audio mixer?
No, in OBS.
I'm on there right now. I only see. Let me show you my screen. Bear with me, chat. Billz, can you see? Or no? Like, yeah, when I play audio,
So when you play audio, what happens?
they're saying either they don't hear it or it's either they don't hear it or it's low.
Okay. I got it loud and clear. Let me see. Okay, so we have. You see how it says mic input? All right, I guess we gotta make a new one. Click plus. Yeah, you know what? No. Go to sources. Somewhere around there.
Uh-huh.
There you go. Click plus.
Oh.
No.
Right here?
There you go. Yep. Audio output capture. Yep.
Okay.
Let me see the screen. It should be add existing. Click Focusrite output.
Okay.
Yeah.
Boom.
Click OK. Let me see it real quick on OBS. Go to audio mixer now.
Yeah.
Right. There
Okay.
it goes. Yeah. Once you play a video, it should be fine.
Okay, let me try now. Let me play some now. All right. Chat, you guys should be able to hear that now, right? Chat, y'all should be able to hear that now. I think they can hear it now. Okay. Do I need to do this again? Probably with main camera, I'm assuming.
Check all scenes for me real quick, just to make sure.
Main cam, right?
Yeah, check.
Let me see.
Straight on main cam.
Yeah, let me hit audio here. Yeah, it's here on main cam. Yep.
Okay, yeah.
And then let me. You know what? Let me check because they said I don't think they heard the Kanye shit either. Let me see if the Kanye shit is on here. Audio. Yeah, it's not here either.
Okay, so add it. Go to sources.
Okay.
And then add audio output. And then go to the one that says Focusrite.
Yep. Now that should be fine now because I see audio. Well, I see the output here. Yeah, it works.
What time is it right now? What time is it?
It's 5:40.
Oh, 5:40. Thank God. I was about to say.
Yeah, no, but no regular fresh and fit, just after hours, bro.
Oh, what? I'm about to take a better fat. All right, shit.
Yeah. What's it called? I don't know. Some shit came up with the guest, so.
Okay, say less.
So I'll just go longer on MGX, and then we'll do fresh fit after hours. Yo, and then the sub thing. Is there anything I could do for that one?
Oh yeah. I could do that. You know what? You actually, yeah. Mute the mic real quick, and I'll tell you.
All right.
Mute your mic. It won't take long. It'll take me 2 seconds.
You want to just see if you're in?
Nah, it's gonna be. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. It doesn't matter. It's really 7 keys that you just gotta press like.
Okay. Chat, give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec while me and Billz do this. So, and I gotta mute with the software over here, right? Right here.
Oh yeah. You don't even need that for it stays open in the background.
Okay. Yeah,
That's nice then.
yeah, it's the only way that, bro. You can't mute it on the thing.
Oh.
Yeah, the surface itself doesn't let me mute.
You know what? Can you click that input on one? Can you click that button? That one? You know, the one knob, the first knob on the left?
No, you can't click it in. No.
Damn, that does suck.
Yeah, you can look at it when you come.
Yeah, I'll look back when it goes. All right, yeah. All right, so go on OBS and then mute it on OBS then.
It's fine, bro. There's something because I'm not even on Fresh and Fit right now on Rumble, so it's fine.
Oh, yeah.
We could fix it later.
Yeah, I'll fix it later. I'll fix it in like 20 minutes. Give me like 20 minutes.
All right, cool. All right, bro. Peace.
All right, peace.
All right, we are back. Okay, guys, I am fucking sorry. Fucking OBS shit, man. basically we had the audio there the whole time. I just had to move it to different scenes. It's some shit that's confusing. So you guys should be able to hear everything now. Let me go ahead and close this. All right, cool. All right. Welcome to the Stream Ninjas. We're back. Give me ones if everything is good. Now let me open Twitter back up, go back again. And, oh, bro, I don't even want to see this bitch. Nigga. Fucking Lily being a 304 again. Give me one sec, chat. Bruh. Look, okay. Here, I'll show y'all niggas this shit. Bro, we are doomed as a society, bro. We are doomed. Look at this shit. Look at this, bro. We are fucking doomed, chat. We're in the middle of 3 wars and you got thoughts doing this shit on the internet, bro. Holy.
Sorry, Daddy, but today I'm going to be stretched out a lot. I cannot wait to be
We are cooked.
leaving here in a wheelchair. I don't know if it's medically possible to be able to take all of these at once.
Cooked.
Sorry, Daddy.
Guys, the fall of man is here, bro. Bro. The fall is here, chat. And this came from this rant. I don't know who this guy is, but yeah, dude, cooked. We're absolutely cooked. So, whatever. Let me see here. Look at this shit. My guy Sterling Cooper, he said, Myron Gaines if racism was a sport. Bro, I truly am the champion fucking racist, bro. I truly am the champion fucking racist, bro. Oh, man. Oh, man. All right, let me get on this Twitter space. All right, let's jump back in here, guys. Pakistan update. Let's see.
You all remember during Soviet occupation in the 80s, the reason Pakistan is, I will answer that question, and she's saying that we're not. Pakistan, the only reason that they were upset, because in the 80s, they wanted all the funds from the United Nations, including America and all the Western countries, to be funneled through Pakistan. And what Pakistan was doing, and they were only allocating about 10, 20, 30%, max maybe 50% of those funds or aid into Afghanistan and keeping the rest for themselves. And during that Afghan war with the Russians, from the Afghan funds, Pakistanis paved their dirt roads and built their countries. And they all know that Pakistan was a very, very poor country. The only reason the Pakistanis were creating during Americans all these instability in Afghanistan, because they were upset that America didn't go through them and by receiving all those international aid or funds so that can be distributed to Afghanistan. And that was the only reason. So for these people to say that, I understand, I don't care about the influence or damaging power, for respect and let their neighbors to be strong. Why is this so hard for?
I turned the volume, chat.
To bear the fact that Afghanistan is trying to build its.
I just turned up the audio for you, don't worry.
So its people can all stay in the country and not leave their country, and they're not forced to leave their country because they cannot support their families and their home. People, Afghan kids who are grown up in the country, and they're between ages of 20 and 25, they don't know nothing but war. Why is this? Why that has to be like that? If anything, Pakistan should support Afghans to become a strong country. I did not say that. That lady, British lady, totally misunderstood or misconstrued what I was trying to say. It's not that America wants to make Afghanistan strong, but if honestly, and I seen that, and I would be the first Afghan to say it during the Russian occupation, Afghanistan was completely obliterated. Every resources of Afghanistan was taken out. But when American came, yes, whatever their motive was, but at least also they built Afghanistan. A lot of Afghans, became financially independent. They became more powerful. They could, provide earnings or a comfortable lifestyle for their families. But what Pakistan does, okay, they could not bear that. So all they did is train terrorists, created all these madrasa, which is religious schools, and imported them in Afghanistan to go blow themselves up, so that Americans are forced to leave Afghanistan. That is my point, and I'm sure all of you know that. But this is what was happening in Afghanistan in the past 15 or 20 years that America.
Yeah, I don't mean to be rude or whatever, but what is this guy yapping about, man? I came into the space and this guy's just yapping on fucking end, man. What's going on here?
Yeah, I appreciate it, Myron. Thanks for coming on. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I just came in and this dude was yapping. I was like, what the hell is this nigga talking about, man? But no, I figured I just started a stream. I came in. I was going to get some updates on what's going on with the conflict. Last I heard, the last I heard, and you can pick up from there, Suleiman, was that obviously there were, the attack happened on the 22nd. There was a retaliation, and then India bombed a mosque yesterday, and Pakistan basically vowed revenge. Have they struck back at India yet, or where are we at with that?
Well, yesterday what happened was India retaliated, as you said. There was basically a claimed attack in Kashmir, Pahalgam, which is basically an attack which the Indians claimed that the Pakistanis were behind. The Pakistanis say that it was a false flag. But based on that, you basically had an attack yesterday by the Indians on Pakistani sovereignty. What that resulted in is about 30 casualties. As you said, they bombed mosques as well as civilian areas. So the 30 people who were killed were civilians. And okay. In addition to that, what happened was Pakistan took out at least, Indians agreed that there was 3. The Pakistanis say 5 fighter jets as well as drones of the Indians. The Indians weren't able to take any of the Pakistani drones out. And then today there was statements that there is going to be retaliation from the Pakistan side. The reason we started the space is because we heard reports that there was retaliation, possibly in a few areas, Sialkot, but they never end up being there. We also heard that there was a possible, explosions in Amritsar, but again, that's not been confirmed that was a Pakistani attack, and it could have just been something internal. So it doesn't seem like there has been a retaliation, although we're looking for the news, but there was reports earlier that there was. So that's basically the latest on it.
So, Suleiman, actually, you're the perfect person to answer this question for me. I went over yesterday with, how we got here from a historical perspective yesterday on stream. But you're actually Pakistani yourself. And, I kind of, and I'll summarize what I told my audience, and I kind of want to get your take on this. Because, it's one thing to watch the news, but it's a completely other thing to talk to someone that actually is either involved in the conflict or has intimate ties, maybe their family, whatever, is in it, right? So what I told my audience was simply that, there's a religious disconnect, right? You got Hindus who are mostly pagans, idol worshippers, then you got obviously Muslims who are monotheistic. There's been fighting with them ever since, the Brits left in 1947 or whatever. So there's been a power struggle for this territory called Kashmir. And this attack, like you mentioned before, on April 22nd, the Indians are blaming the Pakistanis for it, but the reality is these individuals were, let's say, I guess, working on their own terrorists or militia, but they're looking at it like, okay, well, Pakistanis have armed other Muslim militias, so they probably armed these guys as well and just trying to have plausible deniability, because we know we live in a proxy warfare world nowadays. But I guess that's some of the main stuff, territory, Brits left, creative power vacuum. Obviously, religious ideology plays a role in this. There's very strong discontent between the two because of the wide difference in the religions. Did I miss anything there? What else anything else you can tell me as far and I'm on stream too, by the way, so I think it's a really good educational moment to kind of let us know what the background is here?
Yeah, for sure. So basically, to summarize it very easily for your audience, is you basically had a scenario when the Brits left in 47. They were you had India, which wasn't obviously called India at the time, but then it was split up to Pakistan, and so there was a region, as you said, called Kashmir, which essentially was almost taken by both different sides. So what happened was there were people in that area who wanted complete sovereignty. Then you've got the Azad Kashmir part, which is taken by Pakistan, and then you have the Jammu Kashmir part that was taken by India. Now, those people in the Indian side have been significantly oppressed, and largely they have been Muslim, but then there has been an attempt to like have a population shift with a lot of like Hindus being integrated into that area. Now, in terms of India itself, they do have a large Muslim population, and the thing with India is the conflict isn't actually completely religious based, it's more geopolitical based, because within India you have a large Muslim population, although that number percentage is dwindling significantly over time.
What's the percentage, Sully? What's the percentage? I was always curious about that.
It used to be, if I remember right, about 30-40%. I believe it's around 20% now, but I need to double check. It's been a while since I looked.
But it's a
into it.
huge country, so that 20% is huge. So I get what you
Yeah,
mean.
it's 1.4 billion people. So at one point, there were more Muslims in India than there was in Pakistan. But the last time I checked, there was about 230 million Muslims in India, and I believe there's about 270 million in Pakistan. So it might have shifted. But previously, historically, even up until the last 5-10 years, or like at least last 10 years, there was more Muslims in India than there was in Pakistan. So, and with India, the problem is that they've always, similar to the Zionists, there is this kind of supremacist attitude. So they oppress the Muslims in the country. They oppress the Christians in the country. So if any one of your listeners types in Google the Cookie community in India, you'll see that they basically regularly tie them up, rape them, abuse them, and so on and so forth. So, and then they do the same thing to lower caste Indians as well. So if you're not from the highest caste, which is the Brahmins, and you're from a lower class, then you're again going to be oppressed by the Indians. So Indians do have this like a caste system. In terms of India and Pakistan, obviously both are nuclear powers. They've had conflicts in the past. I mean, my personal opinion on this is that there is this conflict right now is more got to do with like geopolitical situation. It's got to do with the fact that there is a concerted effort, looks like, to weaken Pakistan and India, either to denuclearize Pakistan, because there was statements coming out from America and various other people that they wanted Pakistan to denuclearize. Remember, this is the only Muslim country that has nuclear capability. So either it's to do that, or it's to weaken India, or it's both. So it does seem like I don't believe it's like directly caused by them. I think Pakistan for a long time has been controlled by the US, and India now has a lot more better relation with the US because of their control over the US government by people like J.D. Vance and his wife, who's Indian, Tulsi Gabbard, who's Hindu, Kash Patel, who's Indian, Nimrata Haley, who's Indian, Elon Musk's wife, who's Indian. So you look at Vivek Goswami, who's Indian, and then the mass immigration that's happening to America is Indian. And same with UK, the mass immigration is Indian. Rishi Sunak came out today and said, oh, he stands with Modi, he's Indian. His grandfather was linked to Modi and was part of the RSS. Priti Patel, Swala Braverman, who were part of the Foreign Office and Foreign Home Office, Indian, and had it caused the mass immigration into the UK from India. Then there's mass immigration from India into Australia, Canada, New Zealand, all of the Western nations. So coming back to it, it's clearly a more political. I don't think it's religious based, even though that's what the claim was in terms of the Palgam attack. But it is a massive shift from a geopolitical perspective, where they're trying to realign the political boundaries.
So I got a question for you then. So you think this is a false flag, the attack that happened on the 22nd? And that's an interesting point. I did not know that Pakistan is the only Muslim majority country that has nuclear weapons. I never actually put that together. So that is important to know. And I've always kind of looked at Pakistan as Pakistan is like an ally of ours that if we're watching them or we're looking at them, they do what they're supposed to do. But as soon as we turn our back, they'll do shit on the side that might not be to U.S. interest. They're kind of like a snaky ally. Is kind of what, at least that's the vibe I've gotten, right? They obviously helped us with bin Laden. They, Pakistani intelligence were critical in that operation. But then, they won't want to take credibility for knowing he was there the whole time, right? They deny plausibility. Hey, we didn't know he was here. All this other stuff. But once we asked them, hey, is he there? We got information he's there. They're like, oh yeah, he's there. So would you say, I guess, who do you think is behind the false flag then to kind of try to get Pakistan involved in this?
So I kind of agree with what you're saying in terms of Pakistan's always been the U.S. vassal state. It's always done the bidding of the United States, and obviously we know United States is controlled by Israel, but that's always been the case. Now, what's happened is when Imran Khan was in power, he kind of was moving away from that. And if you look at it, he was in Russia a lot. There was a lot of deals that happened with China. A lot of people do believe that the reason Imran Khan was taken out was because of his moving away from American being America's under American control.
Yeah, they put him in jail,
And
didn't they? Didn't they? I
yeah,
remember
he's still
on the news. They put
yeah,
this
he's
guy
still
in jail.
in jail. He's still
Okay.
in jail. And so it seems like when that move was made, it was America recontrolling Pakistan. So Pakistan generally has been quite faithful to America, but the problem is China has now invested a lot into Pakistan as well. So there is concern, you're right, from America's side about Pakistani loyalty. India obviously doesn't have loyalty to Pakistan because it's considered like an autonomous nation on its own. Generally, it was always more loyal to its adversaries in the past. But again, because of this infiltration, and that's why I'm kind of mentioning it because it's important. I think it impacts the geopolitical change that's happening within the United States and the UK. That you look at those Indians who've been put in positions of power, they've realigned the position. So, like, I was on a Twitter space with Vivek Ramaswamy about 2 years ago, and at that time he came out and was like, "Oh, we should abandon China." And I was like, "Wait a sec, you've got..." And then I quickly checked up, and I found that he had a company in China. So I was like, "Wait a sec, you've got a company in China. You became rich with it." And then he was like fumbling. But one of the points he actually made was that he wants America to literally become more friends with India in order to basically counter China. So it looks like that has been the Indian kind of push within the White House or within Americas, and I think it is working.
Okay, so that's
Suleiman,
very
could I
interesting.
add?
So basically, they want. So it's all about kind of getting China weaker. Is what this comes down to.
From a geopolitical perspective, yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm gonna let Simon jump on this because he'll talk about the financial aspect of it, and I think that's important as well. But 100%, like the only logical thing that can come from this is either, and it could be both of these, is to denuclearize Pakistan, and that benefits India, or it's to weaken India because they're gonna, and this is what Mubashir Lukman said as well. So I agree with him, and we've said this before as well, and Simon said this as well, that it's to weaken India to give China a lot more control and significant control and power in that region because there is going to be that conflict. Now America is becoming a lot more weaker. We know with the removal of U.S. aid, with the whole dollar deficit and so on and so forth, that there is this direct attack on American control over the world. And so if America becomes weaker, who's going to become stronger? Obviously you got China, India, the Gulf states. So this could be their way of weakening India so it doesn't become the replacement superpower or one of the replacement superpowers. But
And
I'll
you're
let
saying-
Simon jump in on. Yeah,
And you're saying
sorry, go ahead.
China? You're saying China is behind that, or is it the United States, where the United States would rather India be weaker because it's better to know that devil you know versus the devil you don't know? Is it because they're trying to weaken India so at least they can deal with China, or is it China weakening India for their own purposes?
China weakening India would be the
Gotcha.
reason why. Yeah. But
No,
I'll let
they're gonna do
Simon
it
add
less.
on as well from a financial perspective because he'll
'Cause-
give a really good.
Cool. So and then
Sorry-
last
sorry,
thing
Ma-
I'll
sorry,
ask.
man.
Last thing I'll ask is, okay, so I think in the United States, our stance with India and Pakistan is like they're trade partners. We deal with both of them. We're kind of going to be in the middle here. Is that the same relationship with the United Kingdom as well, since they used to be former colonies, or is it a bit more adversarial with you guys?
No, it's the same. It's the exact same relation in that regard. And again, same issue where we've had massive Indian infiltration into the government and into the populace. So, like, our mass immigration to the UK as well is from India. And then, like, Rishi Sunak, as an example, was an Indian. Today he posted about the fact that he stands with Modi. He was never elected as a prime minister, but was never elected even within his party, but was given the position of prime minister. So, like, a lot of Indian infiltration has happened into the government as well, and hence why even the UK, same as the US, has kind of shifted more towards India. But as you said, in reality, that's why they ride more towards the middle, whereas before in the past they were always a lot more pro-Pakistan.
Okay, and it's you said Modi. Who's Modi? Is that the current prime minister or leader?
Yeah, it's the current prime minister of India. He's like nefarious for being the butcher of Gujarat, where he killed many innocent people. And he's basically had a nefarious past, but he's basically within India, he's the far right, basically anti-Hindu, but no, sorry, Hindutva, but anti anyone who isn't Hindutva movement.
Gotcha. And he's okay. I'm looking through his Wikipedia right now. Okay, so this guy is he's not a fan of the Muslims, it seems, from what I'm looking at here.
He's not a fan of Muslims or Christians. So if your chat types in cookie community, you'll see like Christian women being raped and Christians not being allowed education or churches and so on and so forth. So yeah, he's anti anyone who's minority, and they're also anti even lower caste Hindus as well. So because Hindus have a caste system, right, with Brahmins at the top, and then the ones who are below it are not respected as well.
Yeah, and this is my last question, and we'll go to this financial stuff with Simon. I appreciate you guys giving us this kind of insight, because this is obviously very, more intimate stuff because of your guys' background. What is the deal with India and the mass rapes, man? Like, why is that such a thing there? People, tourists always, talk about the horror stories. Does it have to do with them just not looking at other people outside of their class as human? Like, what is the reason for this? Why is
it's a good question. Yeah, it's a good question. I think some of it has got to do with a lack of like monotheistic religion. Some of it will have to do with culture in terms of cultural differences between them and everybody else. Some will have to do with ethics and morality, and as you said, some will have to do with this kind of supremacist attitude, which is also found in Zionism. So Hindutva and Zionists are like two peas in the same pot.
Okay, shit. All right, Simon, hit us up with the financial side of it, man, when it comes to trade and stuff, I guess.
And also, Khaleesi can also give you a bit more information in terms of the supremacist attitude, because she's been covering like spaces for a few years.
And there's no caste system in Pakistan, right? To be clear, Pakistan doesn't have this caste system that India has.
Well, in Pakistan, there are castes, but it's not like hierarchical in that regard. So, like, for example, in Pakistan, you can be like a Rai or a Jat or a Chaudhry. It just means like more in Pakistan, it's more of an occupational kind of like area. So, like, if you were a Rai, you were like a farmer, or if you were like a Jat, you were like so on and so forth. So, it's like more of a there is a caste system, but it's less got to do with a hierarchy and more got to do with people within your own community, where people used to in the past marry or deal with people within their own community for a while.
Gotcha. Okay. So it's more along the lines of a community or a neighborhood, or maybe a shared profession or shared interest. Versus
caste
we're better than you.
Caste was based on profession. So, like, for example, if you were a Ryan, you were a farmer. So generally, they'd marry each other because they'd be in the same area. They'd end up marrying people within the same kind of a caste, which would be like the same profession. So they'd do that. Which again, now that's been moved away from. Like, people find, like, if you look at the last few generations, people find that outdated. But in terms of in the past, that did happen, but it's not hierarchical. So, like, for example, in India, if you're a Brahmin, and by the way, like, one of my heritage is, like, for example, from my mother's side, they are from Jammu Kashmir, and they were used to be Hindu, and they converted, and they basically they were Brahmin. So, like, in that regard, like, if you're Brahmin, you're considered like the highest caste, and anyone beneath you is basically lower caste, and then so there is a hierarchy with the Brahmins at the top.
Gotcha. All right. No, this is great. This is like a really good crash course on, the culture of the two different countries, and because obviously culture impacts how they view conflict and war and everything. But go ahead, Simon.
Yeah, it's the other side you got to look at it as well is from the whole deep state aspect of what was set up here. So obviously you had the British Empire. Their whole strategy has always been divide and conquer. You can create religious division, or you can create caste system division. And obviously, media is used to weaponize in order to indoctrinate people and, make it a part of, manipulate culture by creating radicalism and caste systems. And by creating this divide and conquer strategy, the Brits was able to get hold of all the resources that they needed, weaken states, and essentially do its mercantile model. When it switched to the American Empire, they set up the deep state around about 47 when the CIA was created. And that became about setting up drug trafficking, human trafficking, and weapons trafficking rings so that it could have black op money that it could then use in order to fund covert wars and basically recruit different leaders that could then, recruit, well, quote
Is this
unquote,
specifically
terrorists.
for India? This these ops?
No, this is the CIA. This is when America took over. When the British Empire fell and the American Empire rose, the CIA basically created all these black op operations.
Yeah, but based out of
and
the
this
Pakistan or India is what I'm asking. Like, did they base it out of either both of them or one of them or?
Well, the idea was to create as much. So Pakistan was created, and the next day India was created through United Nations. But
Okay.
all of these, yeah. But for example, then it entered into the Cold War. You enter where the CIA was then funding, the Mujahideen, which was essentially, funding terrorists in order to create covert wars against the Soviet Union. And Afghanistan had like the poppy seeds and the opiums, and the CIA wanted to get America addicted to drugs in certain regions. So it would use these different takeover of resources to fund these black op operations that were then used in order to fund covert wars, which essentially created and grew the whole terrorism industry. Now bring it forward to where we are today. Essentially, the British Empire was taken over by the American Empire. The American Empire set up its covert black op operations, and then over time, institutions like through financialization, America lost the empire to banks and financial institutions. So what we're witnessing in the world today is governments just work for banks, and banks and financial institutions are able to engineer war through organizations like BlackRock, where they can capitalize certain regions. They can use organizations like USAID in order to funnel the funding of ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Taliban training camps. And then by using that, they can create fake narratives across the media in order to, really change the power structures of regions. So what we're witnessing right now is essentially, after the whole Russia-Ukraine war, we've now entered into BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, that then started to align with Middle Eastern regions like Iran, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Ethiopia, and now Indonesia as well. But through that new power structure, we've entered into a phase where the American empire is no longer in control. They're represented by a stateless banking class, which is creating all of the wars and being able to redeploy capital, which is essentially why America went into the tariff policy, because BlackRock is now invested with BRICS and the GCC, and the tariff policy was about completely changing where capital is flowing in the world right now. And so because some of the Middle Easterns, like the Saudis, are the new power brokers and China is the new power brokers, China started setting up its Belt and Road Initiative in order to counter IMF. So remember, when people are talking about Pakistan was creating terrorism, what that means is that the IMF managed to force debt slavery upon Pakistan and therefore set up its deep state covert operations to funnel money into these terrorist groups so that they could then use that in order to create civil unrest and gain access to resources. So essentially, the region is split between Russian interests, Chinese interests, and American interests, but America is no longer America because America has been completely taken over by banks and financial institutions. And so now you have essentially BlackRock negotiating with China all around the world because that's the new power structure, and Saudi Arabia sitting in the middle, and all of these different wars, because now America is no longer the empire and BRICS has created a new power region. You're starting to see all of these different wars and resolutions. And the power structure that you're seeing right now is that India, if it can get, so India is the third largest purchaser of weapons from the U.S. military-industrial complex. And so they're making billions and billions of money. But if you can
Israel's
push
number one,
India,
right? Israel number one, and who's number two?
Well, Israel just receives money from America, and then gets to get the money is laundered through and then sent back to America. Whereas India is actually using its own money because it's built its own economy and it's become its own power structure. So the Israel model is the Federal Reserve prints money, then it is sent through USAID over to Israel, and then Israel spends it back into the American contractors. And Netanyahu is essentially, Netanyahu works for the military-industrial complex, basically. Modi also works for the military-industrial complex. Trump mainly works for the banks, and military and banks are kind of in a bit of a warfare that we're experiencing.
Simon, real quick,
right
just so
now.
I could clarify, because you threw out a lot of things there. So basically what you're saying, so with Israel, we give them the aid, they take the aid, then they take that money that we basically gave them and they use it to buy weapons from us or technology or whatever it is. India, on the other hand, has their own economy, so they generate their own money and then they buy weapons from us, but it's not coming through U.S. aid. And then who is the second country that buys the most weapons from us? So is Israel, India, and who else?
Well, they don't buy it from US, but obviously China and Russia, they have their own they have their own nationalized military-industrial complex. So the difference between America, China, and Russia is China and Russia, they have any profits from the military-industrial complex are actually from the state. And so that they use those in their own national interest, whereas America has privatized the whole military-industrial complex. So because it's a private, they don't have allegiance to America. Their job is just to use dollars in order to agitate wars and then make sure that the private institutions end up with that money at the expense of everyday Americans. And so because they're able to privatize all the profits from war, they've now become significantly more powerful than the US government itself. So the US government is just simply a salesman, a bit like NATO, a salesman for the corporate interests that control America. And that's kind of the new power structure. America and Brit have now created a stateless force that is creating wars around the world, redeploying capital, creating violence, selling lots of weapons, taking over countries like India, where they can get them in debt slavery, just like Pakistan is. It was originally weakened by the IMF, and now it's being strengthened by China. But if you can get India and Pakistan, essentially, the BlackRock are using this as a way of controlling India, gaining more and more strategic leverage, financializing more and more of its economy, growing its dependency upon the military-industrial complex, and then being able to gain some kind of strategic negotiations in BRICS. And that's what essentially BlackRock are doing in India. Whereas in Pakistan, because it is already completely weakened, it was 100% weakened and vassalized by the IMF, it's run out of all of its dollar reserves. So China is kind of got strategic interest in the region right now for its ports. And so the longer this goes on for, India will be controlled more by BlackRock, and Pakistan, I think, will be pushed away from America and over to China. But both of them are going to lose their sovereignty. And obviously, the military want this to go on for as long as possible, because the longer it goes on for, the more that BlackRock can control, just like they control Ukraine now. BlackRock can control India, and China will essentially be the financier of Pakistan. And both of them lose their sovereignty. And the interesting thing right now is that BlackRock has been aligned with a movement away from America and over to splitting up the world into blocks, and BRICS and the GCC becoming like the recipients of capital at the moment. And so this is BlackRock's way of strategically gaining as much influence in the new multipolar world that we're entering into, because America is no longer in charge, because it essentially sold itself, its entire political process, its entire every single asset. It's all, America is 100% foreign controlled via BlackRock right now. So that's the financial side that we're experiencing.
Interesting.
Well, and Simon, real quick, and Myron, I think this might play off of it. I'd just be curious, Simon, is it safe to say that all of that is being orchestrated basically off the financing, impoverishing, inflating, and destruction of the wealth that once was the kind of average American middle class way of life? Because if you look at BlackRock, that's essentially where all those dollars ultimately originate. So I'd be curious if you could just kind of leverage that piece into it, because I think it's really why people in the West should be, furious about what you just laid out.
Yeah, it's really important to understand that the European or the Brit doesn't benefit. This is the siphoning off of the wealth of the British people, the European people, and the American people over to the large corporations that essentially control the central banks. They get to print the money that creates inflation, which redistributes wealth from the average American, the average European, and the average Brit over to the corporate interest that receives all of the money from this. So this is the confiscation of wealth. And so what you're seeing right now is that Britain was the beta test for just vassalizing, taking away your sovereignty, installing politicians to work for corporate interest, and just completely asset stripping the country and making it where it no longer invests in its people, it no longer invests in its pensions, it no longer picks up rubbish in the street, it allows crime to persist, and it also controls the media in order to perpetuate racial tension, open border policies, migration policies, in order to create civil unrest whenever it wants, so that it can weaken the state. And now it did that with Europe, with the Ukraine war, and now it's doing it with America. And so Europe is the beta test for what BlackRock wants to do for America. And tariff policy was the mechanism for changing the world order and moving over to this confiscation of wealth from the American people over to BlackRock and all the companies that it controls.
Fair enough. All right, guys, I'm going to dip out of here. But that was definitely some good stuff. Definitely learned some things on that one. But yeah, I mean, I've heard a bunch of people always say, man, most wars are banker wars. So it makes sense, though. Anyway, I'll check you guys back out. If you guys are still running the space in a bit, I'll jump back in because I'm going to periodically be looking into what's going on with Pakistan and India. Obviously, we're waiting for a strike now. I know, Pakistan vows to return fire, so we'll see what happens. But I'll be back, guys. Peace. All right, cool. So, all right, awesome. So we got some updates there. Let's get into the Trump interview, guys. We'll circle back on India later. I had this article to read. Oh, sorry about that, guys. I had this article to read, so we'll cover some stuff. I had myself muted. My bad, chat. So I'll come back on there if needed. But no, good stuff. Periodic stuff. Periodically we'll be checking into the conflict is what I meant to say. But let's get into this Trump interview, chat. Some of y'all, that's boring. See, it sounds like I can tell some of you guys are just low IQ. And then also Diddy, day 3.
Trump, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. President Trump, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here to mark your first 100 days in office. It has been an incredibly busy 100 days. You've signed more than 140.
Guys, give me ones if the audio is good.
Executive orders. You've been focused on the border, the economy, foreign policy. What is your biggest goal in the next 100 days?
Well, I think we're going to see a lot of results. We've already seen them on the border. We have the best border in the history of our country. It was 99.999, and nobody ever thought that was possible. In fact, Biden, if you remember, said he has to get legislation. And I said, no, you just need a new president. And I guess I was right. We have the best border we've ever had. We're doing great on illegal immigration. We are being hit hard by judges that I think they're trying to take away the power of the presidency. I was elected in a massive landslide and a big vote.
Here we go. He's bragging about, you know, how we beat everybody. I love how he always brags about that, man. It's funny. We won on a landslide.
We won the swing state.
The Democrats suck.
We won the popular vote. We won the
We
district
won all the swing states. They can't stop us. Too big to rig, guys. Too big to rig.
votes by tremendous numbers. We won everything. And one of the primary reasons I was elected was to get people out of our country that were allowed. We have prisoners, we have murderers, we have terrorists in our country, we have people from mental institutions that are seriously insane.
All right, I put the speed at 1.25, chat. 1.25.
All came in through Biden's open border policy, and I was elected to get them out and to seal the border, but to get them out. And
oh, actually, let me hit some chats here as well. Okay, I did not forget you guys. So we got here 48 minutes ago. Okay, Bobby Trauma says, hey, Myron, I DM'd you on X with your full 15-minute RP monologue. Bro, what is your username? I don't know what your username is. I export in the highest quality possible, so it should be sent straight to your clip. Feel free to let me know what you think. Bobby Trauma, you got to give me your username, bro. I literally get hundreds of messages a day, man. So you got to message me your X username. PW says, W. Myron in the stream, seeing you roast Mark Lamont Hill on Pierce Morgan's epic. What are your thoughts on Lily Gaddis? Oh, no, she's cool. Yeah, I didn't even know who Mark Lamont was, but then I saw that he works for BET, and then I was like, oh, no wonder. Myron, Fresh pulled a bait and switch Monday. Are you going to be there for after hours? It's not the same without you. No, Fresh didn't pull a bait and switch. I decided not to go on for the Monday show because guys, I don't want to fuck things up. You guys understand if I go on there on the after hours when it's supposed to be regular guys versus regular girls, it's like not. You get what I'm saying? It's not really fair. So that's why I don't want to like influence the show too much because I want you guys to actually see normal dudes talk to normal girls, and you guys are starting to get a taste of it a little bit. Pause. Mary, so it's not fresh with a bait switch. That's me. I decided that. He actually wanted me to come on, and I said, nah, man, I think it's better just have the guys. And there was only 3 girls, so I didn't want to have it too many guys. Mary says, hey, did you hear that the Mexican president refused American troops entry into Mexico to fight the cartel? What do you think it would take for her to change her mind? No, she's never going to allow that, bro. That's like a crazy invasion of sovereignty. It shows weakness. Pierre says, pulling up to Portnoy's bar with F the J sign will break the internet fresher for history. I'd pull up like Secret Service shades on, ready to get banned and go viral the same night. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Pierre, I'm not gonna lie. That's a really good fucking idea, bro. That's actually a really fucking good idea, bro. Wow. Go up to that bar and order a fuck the Jews sign there. Wow. That's funny. That's actually funny. Or get 2 of them, say F the J's and fuck Portnoy for cancel culture, some shit like that. That would be actually funny. Oh, man. Okay. Oy vey, I got my bagel. Okay. W. Myron, my sand nigga, play the monkey sound. Please. I got you, bro. All right, let's get back to it. We got here. Okay, Carterman says, yo, Myron, from the college debates, Tim Pool Pod, and your recent appearance on Piers Morgan, you're killing it right now. That clip with the pistol went super viral. Any updates on the next college debate? We probably won't be able to do a college debate, guys, until school starts again in August. But I am planning to do something in New York City with Uncensored America. Vincent says, there's evidence of CIA involvement in the India-Pakistan conflict. A declassified CIA report from September 1948 discusses the strategic importance of India and Pakistan. Okay, interesting. That's from Vincent. Denarius Smith says, how can I use FNF after hours clips so I can monetize on YouTube? Just put the clips and make a channel, bro. Jacob, that's fucking scary. I'm trying to see what Suleiman meant about BlackRock during America, like the Brits and turning the world into blocks. Yeah, I mean, bro, everything is a banker's war, my friend. Everything is a banker's war. All right, let's get back into this interview.
We'll have judges, they're activist judges. They're saying, well, you know, you don't have the right to take out murderers and people that you don't even want to talk about. These are really some really bad criminal people, and they're here illegally. So, you know, they talk about your next question will be due process, but they talk about due process, but do you get due process when you're here illegally?
We're going to talk about all of that. We are going to talk about deportation, but I want to start on the economy, sir, which obviously the biggest issue for voters. We got new numbers today.
Oh, so guys, we got 3,000 plus you guys in here on YouTube alone, and then another 1,500 on Rumble. We got almost 5,000 you guys in here. Do me a favor, guys. Like the video, okay? Really appreciate that if you could like the video. and go from there. Oh, I got your X handle. All right, cool, Bobby Trauma. Appreciate it.
Better than expected job numbers.
Much better.
At the same time, the economy shrank in the first quarter. You've been arguing all week that this is President Biden's economy. Is this now your economy, sir?
Well, I think certain aspects of it are. Costs.
Okay, that's fucking funny. Yeah, well, certain aspects are. You know, and I'll tell you guys this because I've seen a couple of liberals already react to this interview and they're going nuts. Like, when Trump says shit like this, like, he just opens himself up to, like, haters coming in and just go roast them. Oh, parts of it are? What do you mean? Though we all understand what he's saying, right? Like, look, I've been in office for, barely over 100 days. You know, some of the stuff that's in his mind, some of the stuff is, is Biden's or the prior administration. But it just comes off so poorly when he says it that way. Some of it is mine, the good parts.
Are, I was able to get down the cost, but even that, it takes a while to get them down. Aspects of it are. Costs are, I was able to get down the cost, but even that, it takes a while to get them down, but we got them down good. We lost $5 to $6 billion a day with Biden. $5 to $6 billion. And I've got that down to a great number right now in a record time. We're talking about 100 days. But just think of what that is. $5 billion a day we're losing on trade. And we were very tough with China, as you know. We put 145% tariff on. Nobody's ever heard of such a thing. And we've essentially cut off trade relationships by putting that much of a tariff on. And that's okay. We've gone cold turkey. That means that we're not losing. We lost.
Yo, Bobby Trauma, I can't find your DM here, bro. You must have sent it to the wrong account. You got to send it to Myron Gaines X. I do not see a DM here from you at all. Mark Lamont Hill is with the Joe Budden podcast. Oh, bro, Joe Budden is fucking trash, bro. No wonder he's such a fucking sensitive bitch.
It's $1 trillion to China. $1 trillion.
Bro, these like pro-black hip-hop niggas, bro, are literally the worst, man. They're literally insufferable.
Welcome, punch!
Like, yo, these are the same guys that will sit there and cry about systemic racism and how the white man controls everything, but then they'll be sitting there reviewing music that literally pushes gang violence and degeneracy, saying it's good or not. Like, the black community is so fucking ass backwards, bro. Like, I don't even... It's like, I say the things that I say, but like it only gets to like 10% of them, bro. The other 90% just want to sit there and say you're not one of us and just like disqualify everything that I say, even though it's factual. Like they're the most hard-headed group of people ever. Niggas are ignorant as fuck, bro. You got idiots like this guy on BET talking about pro-black power, all this other shit, but they're promoting music that kills other black men, right? It's fucking wild, man. Oh, she can't say, nigga, you're not gonna let I'm not gonna let you say that about me. Nigga, you say it every day. Shut the fuck up, bro. Damn, man, these self-righteous blacks are the worst, man. They're literally the worst, bro. Like, these niggas like Tariq Nasheed and Dr. Umar and people like him, bro, they're all insufferable, bro. They're basically black supremacists, bro. That's what they are. They are no different than the KKK, bro. No fucking different, bro. They're even worse, if I'm going to be all the way 1,000 with y'all. Because they're able to be platformed. People like Tariq Nasheed and Dr. Umar and Lamont Hill and all these other pro-black niggas, they are worse than the KKK because they have platforms and they don't get banned. Now, with that said, let me be explicitly clear about this. I don't want them to get banned. I actually want them to have YouTube channels and make as much money as possible. I don't want them to get banned. But I find it interesting how they're able to push the exact same rhetoric that they constantly criticize every fucking day about white supremacy. Meanwhile, these white supremacists that they're criticizing cannot do that. It's almost like an ironic situation. It's literally like incredible. They'll get on there and talk about the white man, ripping off the black man and stealing their culture and all this other bullshit, when we know in reality it's not the white man. It's the J man. But I digress. They'll sit there and talk about this shit, say anti-white things all day. They'll use pejorative terms towards whites like crackers. They'll insult white culture. They'll call them racist. They'll say, we need to keep the community black. We need to have black businesses, all this other shit, right? Fair. You want to be a black nationalist? Awesome. But then the people that they criticize for having all the power, the white people, they can't say a fraction of what they say on the black supremacy side. Because if they do, they get banned. But you want to know something? The people that they criticize and cry about all the time and say, oh, this is white supremacy, it's actually Jewish supremacy. But they'll never tell you that because they're too fucking stupid. It's one of two things. It's either they're too dumb to know that this guy is really one of them boys, or B, which is even worse, people like Tariq Nasheed and Dr. Umar know this, it's the Jays. But they don't want to say that because they know that they'll get canceled. So they go right up into the line, stop there, white supremacy, end it here. But what they don't realize, this person that they're criticizing, let's say a Clive Davis, for example, who's a music mogul. He looks like a white guy at first glance. Hell, even his last name is white. But they won't take it to the next step and check that early life. They'll just say he's white and leave it there because them boys are able to shapeshift. Look at Dave Portnoy. A lot of y'all didn't even know that he was Jewish until this whole bullshit broke out with this Khan guy. He literally cosplayed as a white dude for the better part of the last 15 years. People are just finding out now that he's actually Jewish. They had no idea. And that's what I'm trying to explain to you guys. The white supremacy that they complain about is actually Jewish supremacy. And that's the God-honest truth. And you got two groups. There's the blacks that know this and call it out or don't. Right? Like Nation of Islam niggas, they at least call it out. People like Tariq Nasheed, they'll never call it out. So I'll give Nation of Islam guys, Brother Farrakhan, etc., I'll give them way more credit because they call it out. They call it out. They go at the ADL right away. Right? So they're black nationalists, but they're black nationalists with nuts. Then you got the other ones, like Umar and Tariq Nasheed, who just say it's white people and just use that blanket term. Umar will flirt a little bit with the Jays, but he won't go all the way. Because he understands you can't cross that line if you want to be platform. Because the Nation of Islam niggas are banned everywhere. Because they went at them boys. So you guys see what I'm talking about here? And the thing is that, like, what these guys don't understand, the reason why I'm so, like, you guys are probably wondering, Myron, why are you so good at debating these pro-black niggas? Like, how do you disassemble them so systematically? Because I know where they stand. I know their talking points, right? I know their arguments. I know their worldviews. I know what they're going to say 9 out of 10 times before they even say it. And I know where they stand. There's different categories of these dudes. You got Nation of Islam niggas who basically are black nationalists that call it out for real. They talk about them boys. They talk about them boys' power. They don't give a fuck. Banned everywhere, right? Then you got Nation of Islam light. The Umars, the Tariq Nasheeds, the O'Shea's, all these bitch ass niggas that are like super, super pro-black, right? They'll talk about whites, but they will never, ever get into the whole J conversation. They know better. They want to keep their YouTube channels because the Farrakhan niggas lost all their shit. They're actually banned. So they'll go right up into the white people. And they know better. They know who it really is, but they won't say it because they want to get banned. Then you got the stupid niggas, right? Then you got the stupid niggas like fucking, what's the nigga from FaZe? That looks like Future. Who's the nigga from FaZe that's a retard? Looks like Future, bro. Help me out, niggas. I forget his name. With the braids or whatever. Not FaZe. AMP. I'm sorry. Not FaZe. AMP. Yeah, Duke Dennis. There you go. Thank you so much. So let me go through this one more time. Bobby Charma, go ahead and clip this part. All right. So when it comes to systemic organized niggatry, aka SUN, a coin that I termed, you got 3 distinct groups for the purpose of this conversation. All right? First, you got the black nationalists, Nation of Islam niggas, right? Brother Farrakhan, etc. They criticize white supremacy, but they also acknowledge Jewish supremacy. Okay? They connect the dots. They figure out who owns the companies, etc. They criticize both parties. They're on the ADL hit list, and pretty much they're all banned off all platforms, right? They acknowledge both whites and Jews, but they go pretty hard on Jewish supremacy. That's the black nationalist Nation of Islam niggas, right? Then you got the more mainstream guys that aren't banned. Your Tariq Nasheeds, your Dr. Umar Johnsons, Mark Lamont Hill, etc. Now, with these guys, they're aware of them boys' control of America, but they refuse to publicly acknowledge it because they understand going down that road will get them banned. Okay? Like the Nation of Islam guys. So they go right up until that line, call it white supremacy, and end it there. And then if you try to tell them, try to have a conversation with them and them boys, like I did with Tariq, they immediately shut it down. I'll never forget when I debated Tariq. This is when I knew he lost. I said, Tariq, because I said, it's not white supremacy, it's them boy supremacy. He said, no, it's not. I said, really? He was like, yeah, no, it's not. Because they're the same. And I said, oh, really, they're the same? Okay. They're not distinct? Because he tried to lump, because he doesn't want to have to acknowledge this truth, so he had to lump them together. I said, all right, if they're the same, as you claim, go and talk about them boys tomorrow. Go and talk about them boys tomorrow on your YouTube channel. See what happens. He's like, oh, I'm not about to crash out. I'm not about to crash out. I got to find that clip. I'll play it for y'all. That was the moment he lost the debate. For all the idiots that said he won, he actually lost. Because I realized how much of a coward he is and how much of a grifter he is. Right? So, people like him know that Jewish power is real, but they refuse to acknowledge it for purposes of staying on the platform and making money. Fair enough. Then, you got the retards, okay? These are guys like Duke Dennis, low IQ streamer that just says, oh, it's racist. Doesn't know the difference between them boys and regular white niggas, doesn't know anything about how America is run by them boys. He just sees a white person and assumes they're all the same, right? So these are the three different tiers you have of black noticing of them boys. Now, this is a very nuanced conversation, obviously. But again, one, you got the black nationalist niggas, Nation of Islam. They're banned everywhere. Two, you got the white supremacy is the devil niggas like Tariq Nasheed and Dr. Umar, where they will never talk about them boys. Then third, you got the dumb niggas like Duke Dennis and other people that are way more mainstream. These are like your big streamers, your Kai Cenats, your Duke Dennises, your agents, your phase niggas. These are the guys that are like big, that are black. They don't know any of this shit. They just think Rosa Parks, racism. Ugh. They believe like the MLK narratives and shit like that, right? So those are your three different classes of what I call systemic organized niggatry, okay? And it's an entire victim complex based around white people holding them back from success. Give me ones in the chat that makes sense. That is how it works. That's how black victimhood works in the United States. You're welcome, ninjas. I don't think I've ever had anyone break that shit down like that. And this is the shit that everyone else is terrified to talk about, by the way, chat. This is the shit that everybody's terrified to talk about. This is a conversation, like when I'm on another person's platform, niggas will cut this part of the conversation out. So, that is what I call organized systemic niggatry. You know, I'll give you another example. Like RDC World, look, them niggas are funny, but they're propagandists. They're nigga propagandists. Right? Like I remember they did a video and they tried to put some like thing like, hands up, don't shoot. You know what I mean? Like dumb shit like that. So, that's what it is, man.
That means we're not losing $1 trillion when we go cold turkey because we're not doing business with them right now. And they want to make a deal. They want to make a deal very badly. We'll see how that all turns out, but it's got to be a fair deal. But think of it, we were losing $1 trillion. And that was a big part of the $5 million a day.
And I want to talk about China, but just staying on this idea of the economy. On the eve of your inauguration, the stock market spiked. You called it the Trump effect. Are
It
you?
spiked because I was elected president.
Well,
It spiked because of anybody else. It spiked because they see what I'm going to do. They know what I'm going to do with the tariffs and everything else. And I think it's actually working out better than we anticipated. Did you see oil prices? Did you see gasoline is now below, in many cases, in many states, below $2 a gallon, $1.98, $1.99, $1.97?
Well, my question, sir, is when the stock market spiked, you said this is the Trump effect. When the numbers weren't so good earlier this week, you said it's the Biden effect. Are you only taking ownership of the good numbers and not the bad numbers?
I think he did a lot of very bad things, and despite some of the bad things, we're overcoming them. But he was bad on the border. He was bad on the economy. We had the worst inflation in the history of our country. Look, Biden gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. People, it didn't matter what they made because they were losing their shirt because of costs. Now take a look at what happened. Oil is down, gasoline is down, groceries are down, eggs. You were the one that asked me. You asked me about eggs. It was the first week. I didn't even know anything about what were you talking about. Egg prices were so high you couldn't buy eggs. They didn't have any eggs. And they said Easter is going to be a disaster. Well, we had Easter at the White House, and we had thousands of eggs, and they were down 87%.
Yeah, a lot of that, of course, spike was because of bird flu. But when does it become the Trump economy?
Why do you say that?
Well, tell me,
we had the same bird flu as he had.
When does it become the Trump economy?
It partially is right now, and I really mean this. I think the good parts are the Trump economy, and the bad parts are the Biden economy, because he's done a terrible job. He did a terrible job on everything, from his auto pen, which I'm sure he knew nothing about some of the things he was supposedly signing, to immigration. You look at what happened with immigration, how bad it was. Think of it. We have murderers, 11,888 murderers, many of them murdered more than one person. Think of that. And they're in our country. Now, we've gotten a lot of them out, and we know who many of them are, and we're on the hunt. But why would anybody do that? Why would anybody, who could do such a thing where they'd allow hundreds of thousands and even millions of people into our country who are criminals and murderers at the highest level? Who would do this?
But, sir, you acknowledge when you announced your tariffs, for example, the stock market dropped. It's been volatile. It has since gone up.
Do
you take responsibility for that? Yeah. Do you take responsibility when it drops?
Ultimately, I take responsibility for everything, but I've only just been here for a little more than 3 months. But the stock market, look at what's happened in the last short period of time. Didn't it have 9 or 10 days in a row or 11 days where it's gone up? And
all right, let me give you guys an example of what I'm here. So here's the debate between me and Tariq with these other guys. Let me show you guys how much of a coward this nigga is, right?
No. I don't do that. No.
That just proved my point.
So that you can,
So it's
so
about
you can
money.
join.
How do you
so
crash
that
out?
you
They
can
don't have
join.
Watch this.
What the fuck? You white supremacist
Oh, my
lie.
God.
He was that dude.
Tariq.
No, he's not.
Bernie Sanders is a Jew.
He's not Jewish?
Yeah, Bernie Sanders is Jewish too. So look,
Lord.
Tariq, look.
All right, so watch me. This is how I destroy this nigga. And this is the part he never plays.
If you think that white supremacy is the same as Jewish supremacy, how about this? How about you do an episode on your YouTube channel, specifically YouTube channel, and you talk about the Jews that are white supremacists and you criticize them.
No.
And let's see what happens.
Because I don't break white supremacy. No, because that's the trick y'all won't. No, because what y'all try to do, y'all try to get folks to kind of crash out with that garbage, so that you can,
So it's
so you
about
can
money.
join.
How do you
so
crash
that
out
you
if they don't
can
have
join.
supremacy?
So no,
Exactly.
because what you do,
That proves my
what the white
point.
supremacists, what the Anglo white supremacists do, they will try to use certain Jewish people to crash out black folks, and then you join hands with the Jewish white
So
supremacists.
who's the real
So you
supremacist,
join
then,
forces
Tariq, if
with
you don't
them
want to
anyway.
criticize those people?
No. I don't do that. No.
That just proved my
I don't
point.
do that. No,
I
I
rest
don't
my
fall
case.
for that banana tailpipe. I don't break y'all up in different groups. I'm never doing
I
that.
rest
It's
my
all
case.
You'll
white
break up
people.
you'll break up the
we know the
Sudanese.
You're right.
You'll break up the
damn right I'm not.
Nigerians.
You damn right
You'll
I'm
say
not falling
you're
for
foundational
that.
black
You're right.
Americans.
I ain't falling for that.
You bring
damn
up
right.
everybody
All
else,
right?
but when it
Are
comes
now.
to the
I ain't falling for that.
the hypocrisy is
nice
so clear
try.
here.
Nice try. We ain't
No, you
falling
just
for
For every single idiot that says this dumbass won the debate, I destroyed him off that question alone. If white supremacy is real, how are you able to talk shit about them every day? But then I told him, and he tried to conflate the two, and he said, no. Jewish power and white power are one and the same. I said, really? Talk about them boys then and see what happens. Oh, I ain't about to crash out. Cooked. I don't ever want to hear somebody say that Tariq beat me in this debate, bro. Because after this discussion, you know what happened? I told him we could do a real debate. You know what that nigga said? He need like 20, 30K or some shit like that. And I started laughing. Because in my head, I'm like, Tariq, I am at least 5 to 10 times bigger than you. Because your audience is just niggas that blame whites all day. I have an international audience of people from multiple continents that watch this shit because I'm a way more diverse creator. For you to sit there and say, niggas got to pay you to do a debate, that's just a cop-out. That's just a huge cop-out. He told some other dude $60K, which is hilarious to me because I'm like, bro, nigga, you should be paying me. What the fuck? You should be paying me. I think it's irrefutable that I am far more relevant and bigger than he is. Okay? So when he said that shit, I was like, all right, niggas just don't want to do nothing. Because this is the part of the debate that they don't show. Bro, just off that alone, his whole worldview is destroyed. He's constantly talking about undercover white supremacists, white supremacy, white supremacy, white supremacy. Now tell him, all right, talk about them boy supremacy. Oh, yeah, you ain't gonna do that. His fear of criticizing Jewish power shows who actually has power. I rest my case. So play that part of the debate. They never play that part of the debate, do they? So for any idiot that ever fucking tells you guys that I lost this debate against Tariq Nasheed, just play this clip right here. 1 hour, 57 minutes in, roughly.
Prove my point with your answer. Thank you.
You're right. I ain't falling for that trick.
Everybody in the space
y'all try to
has
pull on
heard
us.
you go and separate Nigerians and Sudan.
I am fucking vindicated, Jack. Honestly, you know what? Somebody should clip that shit for me, along with the other explanation I gave of these 3 different, idiots. And Son, aka systemic organized niggatry. And maybe I could put it up on Twitter, some shit like that. But yeah, bro, I'm telling you, nigga, like these guys, bro, niggas think they're smart, but they're not. This is why Tariq is scared to debate me saying he needs 60,000, bro. That is why right there.
The tariffs have just started kicking in, and we're doing really well psychologically. I mean, the fake news.
I am undefeated against these FBAs. And then Dr. Umar Johnson said no. So I'm not the one that's scared here. Dr. Umar Johnson said no. And Tariq Nasheed says he wants 60K, which is basically a cop-out. Because when you're saying you need that kind of money and to debate somebody who's significantly more popping than you are, then that just tells you what you need to know. He's scared. And the reason why he's scared is because the clip I just showed you guys. That's buried, by the way, chat. That clip of it's very hard to find that clip I just showed y'all. That was towards the end of the debate. And that's when I knew I cooked him. That was at the end.
Was giving me such press on the tariffs. The tariffs are going to make us rich. We're going to be a very rich country.
So let's talk about the tariffs. And I want to ask you about something you said this week. Got a lot.
The OSS cannot be stopped, chat. We cannot and will not be stopped. Somebody clip that part for me so I can post that shit. If you guys don't mind. Because it's really annoying how people to this day tell me that Tariq won the debate. And I'm like, nigga, what the fuck are you talking about? I air fried that nigga, bro. Air fried him. His worldview is cooked. He cries about whites all day having supremacy. And I was like, really? Now, you think the whites have all the power? Okay, let's do a test. Diss these niggas and see what happens. Oh, I ain't about to crash out. Oh, it gets even funnier. His wife is Jewish. You can't make this shit up, man. That's why this nigga's absolutely terrified of me, bro. That's why this nigga's terrified of me, bro. Him, Dr. Umar Johnson, running like scaldly dogs, bro. I'm like Jim Ross, 1995 WWF, bro. I wouldn't debate me either. Nigga want to sit there, oh, you a tether. Okay, I'm not an FBA. But guess what? This tether is about to tether you to a fucking loss, nigga. That's why you don't want to fucking do nothing. Nigga want to sit there and call me names. You a tether. All right, fair. But your whole worldview is cooked. There's white supremacy as a myth, chat. I'm going to say that again. White supremacy in the United States in 2025 is a fucking myth. 9 out of 10 times, the people that hold the power that look white aren't white. They're Jewish. People like fucking Dave Portnoy. People like Robert Kraft. that you look at them at first glance like, oh yeah, he's a white guy. Then you check that early life. But nobody wants to have that discussion.
Out of attention. You were at your cabinet meeting. You said, quote, I'm going to quote what you said, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30.
Yep.
Some stupid ass nigga in the chest said his wife is black. Hey, go look at where who his wife's mom is, dumbass. His wife's mom is white. And not only is she white, so his wife is literally Jewish, bro. You guys don't understand that Jewish ethnicity gets passed from the matriarchal side. It comes through the mother. So in other words, his mother-in-law is Jewish, which by definition means his wife is Jewish. So shut the fuck up. Dumbass nigga, you dude said his wife is black. Yeah, she's a black Jew. You happy? Dumb fuck? Holy shit, man, niggas are dumb. You not know that, bro? That's literally how you got the birthright. If your mom is Jewish, then you are Jewish. That's how it goes. Oh, these niggas are retard.
Yeah.
And maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. Are you saying that your tariffs will cause some prices to go up?
No, I think the tariffs are going to be great for us because it's going to make us rich.
But you said some dolls are going to cost more. Isn't that an acknowledgement that some prices will go up?
I don't think a beautiful baby girl that's 11 years old needs to have $30. I think they can have $3 or $4 because what we were doing with China was just unbelievable. We had a trade deficit of hundreds of billions of dollars with China.
When you say they could have $3 instead of $30, are you saying Americans could see empty store shelves?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they don't need to have $30. They can have $3. They don't need to have 250 pencils. They can have 5.
But you're basically saying there could be some supply shortages because of the tariff.
We don't have to waste money on a trade deficit with China for things we don't need, for junk that we don't need.
Well, prices are already going up on some popular items, tires, strollers.
This is such a dishonest interview already. Prices are down on groceries.
This is such a dishonest interview already.
Prices are down for oil. Prices are down for all energy. Prices are down at tremendous numbers for gasoline. And let me tell you, when you have the big thing, what he did, he spent like a stupid person, which he was, but he spent like a very stupid.
It looks like we got some FBAs in the chat talking shit. Okay, bro, I don't even know why you niggas are here. Aren't you guys foundationally black American? Why don't y'all niggas go back to your foundation and go get some fucking cotton? The fuck out of here. Go make some Hanes t-shirts, nigga. Us tethers are gonna sit here on the internet while you motherfuckers go over there and continue to build America like the Kangs you was. How about that? Bitch ass niggas. You guys are literally insufferable, man, you bitch ass niggas. We built this country. You ain't built nothing.
Stupid person. And that was bad for inflation. But what really killed us with inflation was the price of energy. It went up to $3.90, even $4. And in California.
I got a bunch of FBAs in my chat right now crashing out. Hey, last I checked, this ain't the Bronx Zoo, niggas. The fuck out of here, man. I literally air fry you niggas. I'm the top op for the FBAs. And I'll continue to keep my fucking foot on y'all neck, bro. I'll continue to embarrass your co-leader, Tariq Nichols, and his wife, Shanika Baum. Shanika Stein, his wife. You stupid ass niggas think you invented the pyramids? I'll continue to fucking air y'all niggas out, bro. You guys are an embarrassment. I'm ashamed to share the same skin color as you stupid ass niggas. We built this country, bro. White supremacy. They brought us over from Africa on ships. Hey, stupid ass niggas. Are you guys aware of the fact of who brought you here on those slave ships? Hey, all you FBAs, y'all want to know something? Look at this. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, shit. Hey, man. Facts are facts. Look, even Frank came in. He saw me roasting y'all niggas. Now he wants to come in. Come here, Frank. Come here, nigga. Oh. Look, he's like, hey, fuck these FBA niggas, bro. Fuck these FBA niggas, man. He saw me cooking y'all and he just literally came over. Even my dog hates y'all niggas, bro. Hey, Frank, what you got to say to these niggas, bro? What do you got to say? Okay, fuck them, huh? All right, buddy. Niggas are so mad in the chat, bro. Niggas are so mad in the chat, bro. The Kool-Aid assassins are going crazy. The Kool-Aid assassins are going crazy. Niggas are punching the air. These niggas are fucking Cuba Gooding Jr. Cuba Gooding Jr. fucking Boys in the Hood. You niggas sitting there in your Section 8 apartment in some inner city somewhere in America. Trying to figure out how you're going to pay for internet and light for the next month because you spent it all on Jordans like a fucking dumbass.
Welcome, punch!
You open up your fridge. You got some old ass grits in there. Stupid nigga with the spoon still in the fucking porridge. Shit's all slimy. That's your dinner for tonight, motherfucker.
Welcome, punch!
Meanwhile, you got a Malcolm X poster in your fucking room with roaches crawling all around it and shit. Tariq Nasheed is your fucking savior. Nigga talking about, I built this country. But you can't even assemble furniture in your shitty ass apartment. You have to go to IKEA, nigga. Hey, can you help me assemble this, man? Well, sir, it's gonna be an extra $100. We'll deliver it as well. Oh, nah, I'm good. You take that shit back to your house. You try to assemble that fucking coffee table, you stupid ass nigga, but you can't read. You look at the instructions like this. You reading it upside down and shit. Your one white friend shows up. Hey, Tariq, I think it's assembled this way. You're like, I knew that. Nigga has to build a table for you. And then your dumbass go ahead and take the credit. You bring some bitch over. Yeah, I built that table myself. I'm a king. Bitch walk into your roach-infested apartment. Her weave stink. You open up your dusty-ass fridge. You got that dirty-ass porridge still there, nigga. Hey, you want something to eat? Yeah, I'm kind of hungry. Bitch weighs 187 pounds. I got this grits. I can heat it up for you. I'm not that hungry. Your dumb ass tries to smash, take her to your shitty-ass bed that you also had to get someone to help you build because you're too poor to fucking get the niggas to assemble it for you. You gotta do that shit yourself so it just fucking squeaks every time you do some shit. Bitch walks into your roach-infested room, sees that Malcolm X poster. He's like, well, it's getting late. I'll see you later. Bitch leaves, turns into Goku. And then your dumbass just sitting there punching the air again. You ain't got pussy in 7 months, bitch ass nigga. You can't read the instructions on how to build a fucking coffee table, but you can name 7 ways about how whites hold you back from success? The fuck out of here, man. All right, let me stop air frying these niggas, man. Now you guys see why these dudes hate me so much, bro. These FBAs, man. Honestly, I don't even know. You niggas better enjoy the chat right now while you're in here. Your internet's gonna cut off in like 48 hours. It's early in the month, and I know y'all niggas didn't pay May 1st. You niggas are the type of ones, you dumbass niggas, you don't pay your bill until your shit turns off. Your shit, you the type of nigga, bro. You niggas, you FBA niggas, you go buy the newest Jordans. Now you can't afford your fucking light and internet bill. Oh man, I just need a week. That shit turn off. Your dumb ass call the internet company. Hey, I need some help. Fucking Pajit's on the other side. Hello, sir, I'm looking at the records and I see that you did not pay for 2 months. Nah, man, that ain't right. I definitely paid for 2 months. Well, sir, according to this, I'm looking at... Yes, it looks like you cannot, it's past due. Nah, that can't be right. My girl Shaniqua paid. Meanwhile, you know the whole time, you ain't paid that shit in months, you light ass nigga. You trying to get a courtesy turn on? Courtesy extension? Hey man, I get paid next week, bro. Just turn that shit back off for a nigga. Fucking Pajit feels sorry for you. Okay, sir, I understand. In my country, power's out. Whatever. Nigga turns your shit on. First thing you do, you dumbass nigga, you turn on YouTube. You come in my chat talking shit. First thing you fucking do. When you get your internet back. Talking shit in my chat. You better enjoy it, nigga. Because I'll tell you this. Patel only gave you about 24 to 48 hours. And I know you're dumbass, you gotta go cash that check because you don't even know what direct deposit is. Matter of fact, lie to you FBA niggas. You niggas are the type to go into your job a day early and be like, hey, I'm here for the check. Sorry, Tariq, payday is until tomorrow. You don't fucking, you don't do direct deposit because you can't keep a job long enough to get your account details. You gotta go from job to job to job to job, dumbass. You the nigga still cash your checks in 2025. You finally get your check from your fucking Mexican boss, Jose. Here you go, Tariq. Oh, hey, Holmes. Good job this week. Here you go. You take that check, you run the fucking checks cash. Nigga, spread. You ain't run that fast since they released the Jordan 11s. You get there. It's fucking 5:05. Store closed at 4:30. You're there 40 minutes late. Typical nigga fashion. You see a fucking bitch in there. Obviously, this checks cash place is in the fucking hood. It's an Asian lady. You knocking on the window. Hey! 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 I need to cash my check. No, weak loss, black man. Hey! Come on! Come on, let me in! Let me in! No, black man, weak loss. I go home now. You stand out there. You better open this shit. Or I'm gonna come in. Finally, after knocking, her Asian son comes out. Nigga name is Ling Ling. What's his problem? Hey man, I need to cash this check, man. My power gonna get turned off. Patel let me go fucking get 24 hours. Sorry, son, weak loss. Hey, nigga. I need to cash this check right now. You crash out. You fucking hit the Chinese nigga because you showed up 40 minutes late. Hey, get the fuck out of here, Ling Ling. Niggas call the cops on you. Your dumb ass go back to jail. Now you sitting there in the fucking jail cell. There's a bunch of other fucking Tyrones in there. Hey, what you went for? Robbery? Shit. There's another one. Yo, what you in for? Robbery? Shit. Hey, what you in for? Burglary? Shit. Yo, what you in for? Attempted murder? Shit. All right, man. All right. I'm going to stop cooking these niggas, bro.
You're $5 and $6, right? Okay. I have it down to $1.98 in many states right now. When you go that much lower on energy, which is ahead of my prediction because I really thought I could get it down into the 250s. We have it down at $1.98 in numerous places. But when you say costs are going up, even mortgage rates are going down.
Well, but let me give you some examples. These are actual examples. So you're saying the prices that are going down, some prices are going up. Tires, strollers, some clothing in the wake of your tariffs.
Excuse me, that's peanuts compared to energy. Energy is 60% of the cost.
But sir, you
campaigned
on a promise to bring prices down on day
Well, I don't know. When you say strollers are going up, what kind of a thing? I'm saying that gasoline is going down. Gasoline is thousands of times more important than a stroller someplace.
But what do you say to Americans?
And I'll tell you guys this. If we go to war with Iran, that gas price is going to go up. And I think that's a big reason why Trump doesn't want to do anything, guys, with Iran. Because if gas prices go up, it's going to make him look really bad. You know, like there's certain things when it comes to a president being in power, guys, that like people look at if the presidency was prosperous. Cost of food, price of gas, etc. These are like very common things that the president always uses to kind of like bolster their standing as to like, you know, how good their presidency was the cost of living on average goods. So that's another big reason, guys, why Trump is reluctant to go to war with Iran, because he knows that if he goes to war with Iran, gas prices are going to skyrocket. Absolutely skyrocket.
Who say they voted for you because they want and they need relief right now.
And they're getting it.
Right now? What about those
even mortgage rates?
different items I just
Mortgage rates are going down despite the fact that we have a stubborn Fed.
But you said dollars.
Chat, it's not that the oil prices are going to go up from Iran. Rather, what Iran is going to do is they're going to close down the Strait of Hormuz. If they close down the Strait of Hormuz, 30% of the world's oil goes through that area. It's that passage. So that's why the gas prices will go up. Because Iran, though they can't fight us militarily, they would really hurt us economically. And that is what's keeping Trump. It's not the only reason, but that is a big reason why Trump is not attacking Iran. Even though them boys want us to so bad.
Could cost a couple bucks more.
Maybe they might, but you don't need to have, as I said, $35. You can have 2, 3, 4 and save a lot of money. We don't need to feed the beast.
I guess you're talking about this transition cost. How long should people expect that transition to last, Mr. President?
I can't tell you that. I can tell you that we're making a lot of.
Also, guys, let's make sure we get to 2,000 likes, man. We got 3,300 of you guys in here. I'm frying these FBA niggas, bro. So, like the guy in that video.
Money, we're doing great. Again, we're losing more than $5 billion a day. $5 billion a day. You don't talk about that. And right now, we're going to be at a
$5 billion is crazy, bro.
Point very soon where we're making money every day. Look,
how soon?
We were losing hundreds of billions of dollars with China. Now we're essentially not doing business with China. Therefore, we're saving hundreds of billions of dollars. Very simple.
You take me to my next question, which is about China. They've been making a number of public statements.
Very positive statements the last 24 hours.
Well, and most recently, they said before talks could happen, the U.S. would need to remove unilateral tariffs. Would you consider dropping the tariffs to get China to the negotiating table?
No. First of all, you're giving me a statement that was said a week ago. You're not giving the statement that was said today.
I have May 2nd Chinese Commerce Ministry.
Do you know what they said today?
The U.S. wants to negotiate. It should show sincerity by preparing to take actions in correcting its mistakes and canceling the unilateral tariffs.
They made, first of all, they made numerous statements.
Yes, they've made numerous statements.
How many people speak for China? It's like 50
They've made numerous
statements. I can give you a statement for any occasion.
Yes.
But they said today they want to talk. Look, China, and I don't like this. I'm not happy about this. China's getting killed right now. They're getting absolutely destroyed. Their factories are closing. Their unemployment is going through the roof. I'm not looking to do that to China. Now, at the same time, I'm not looking to have China make hundreds of billions of dollars and build more ships and more army tanks and more airplanes.
So you're not, just to be very clear, you're not dropping the tariffs against China to get them to the negotiating table. Those tariffs are staying on.
Why would I do that?
Would you lower them?
At some point, I'm going to lower them because otherwise you could never do business with them.
Yeah.
And they want to do business very much. Look, their economy is really doing badly. Their economy is collapsing.
So small businesses say they are being hurt by the Chinese tariffs, and some could be forced to shut down.
And many businesses are being helped.
Are you considering tariff relief for small businesses?
Why do you always mention that, you pick up a couple of little businesses? What about the car business? They're going to make a fortune because of the tariffs. Do you know that the union, the head of the union, who was no fan of mine, Sean Fain, I guess his name is, right? He didn't endorse me. The Teamsters did. A lot of people did. A lot of unions did. But he didn't. He couldn't stand me. Now he's saying, wow, what Trump's done for the automobile, I can't believe it. I assume he's going to probably now say the next thing he can say, is I endorse this guy. He's the greatest I've ever seen. He can't believe it's happened. He said, we've been waiting 40 years for somebody to do what Trump is doing. So why don't you mention the big car industry instead of mentioning somebody that's doing strollers?
Well, I'm just asking you about small businesses. Are there any discussions about giving any relief to small businesses?
They're not going to need it.
Okay.
They're going to make so much money.
Are these tariffs?
If you build your product here. Remember, there are no tariffs if you build your product here. It's very easy. It's very simple.
Are these tariffs permanent, Mr. President?
Depends on what you...
Definitely not. He's using them to he's using them to put pressure on countries. And the other thing too also that's important to realize, guys, I talked about this before, the Triffin effect. If you guys want me to explain it again, give me ones in the chat, but I explained it a couple days ago how we're never going to stop our trade deficit. So if you guys want me to cover it, let me know. But yeah. Ones if you guys want me to cover it, twos if you guys want me to just keep going.
What you're talking about. One of the things that is going to bring and has brought... So I think we probably have close to $9 trillion of investments coming into this country. If you look at other presidents, there's never been anything like that. This is over a period of 2 months. You got to give me a little break on the 1 month because we're 3 months. But, you know, let's say we had to get started. We had a lot of fake news at the beginning, so we had to beat that down. But so let's say in 2 months. So in just a short period of time, a matter of a couple of months, we have the largest number ever in history invested in the United States and committed. We have between guaranteed spoken for and people that are going to make a decision and announce it pretty soon, close to $9 trillion. We've never had anything close. Now, that's Apple building $500 billion worth of plants. They always built their plants in China. Now they're building their plants over here. That's the biggest computer company, the biggest chip company in the world. You know, the chip company from Taiwan, which is the biggest in the world, is committed for $500 billion. Another one's committed for $300 billion. We have companies, nobody's ever seen anything like it. Let me tell you the other thing, very importantly, automobile companies, plant after plant after plant. Toyota.
All right, I'll see a lot of you guys say it, so I'm going to quickly go over this one more time. So here's the reality. The Triffin dilemma identified by economist Robert Triffin, Triffin dilemma, highlights the inherent conflict faced by countries whose currency serves as a global reserve currency that arises because such a country must run balance of payment deficits to supply the global economy with needed liquidity, which can undermine the confidence in its currency and the global system. So in other words, guys, the United States, we are the world's reserve currency, which means that people use our money to buy things, okay? If China wants to buy oil from Saudi Arabia, they need to take their, Chinese dollars and turn them to U.S. dollars so that they can buy the oil. This creates a demand for U.S. dollars. When there's a demand for U.S. dollars, it makes the currency very strong. But the problem is that since it serves as a reserve currency to conduct transactions, that puts us in a paradox, right? The country must continuously provide liquidity to the global economy, but doing so in the long term can undermine the value of its currency and the stability of the global financial system, okay? So that's basically the issue here. You're always going to have that trade deficit when you are the world's reserve currency. England used to be the world's reserve currency before we became the world's reserve currency, and this is the problem that you deal with. This is why we're able to print so much money and not necessarily deal with the negative ramifications of inflation as bad. Of course, we still get inflation, but other countries get it way worse than we do, and a big part of a big part of the reason why is because we are the world's reserve currency, so there's always going to be a demand for U.S. dollars. Cool?
Honda, Ford, General Motors, Stellantis. I mean, nobody's ever seen anything like it.
Guys, people are complaining and saying my audio is low. I'm going to look at the Caste Club niggas. Caste Club guys, how is my mic audio? Is it low? Or are these guys just fucking trolling here? Give me ones if the audio is low. I trust the Caste Club niggas. You niggas on YouTube, a lot of y'all are FBAs. So I'm looking at the Caste Club chat. Give me ones if the audio is fine on the mic. Okay. All right, 2. So what? It needs to be louder because I do see some of you guys saying 2 on Caste Club. All right, tell me what I need to do then on Caste Club.
And I don't like this, but it happens to be. They're stopping work in Mexico and they're stopping work in Canada and they're all moving here.
This is important, though. You're not taking the possibility that these...
All right, so turn myself up. Caste Club guys, don't spam. You guys are saying turn myself up or the audio? Well, I'm maxed out here. Let me... All right, I just turned it up. That should be louder. I hope that doesn't peak or anything like that.
These tariffs could be permanent off the table. Some of them.
Oh, I wouldn't do that, because if somebody thought they were going to come off the table, why would they build in the United States?
Let me ask you
You
about,
understand that, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's why I'm asking, because
Yeah, I just turned it up a hair. I literally just turned it up a hair.
there's a lot of, I think, uncertainty for CEOs, for business owners. They want to know,
See, I don't
are
think
these
there is
tariffs permanent?
I think there's only uncertainty in the fake news. I don't think there's uncertainty. I mean, I've been very rigid, very strong on it, but I will say I'm flexible. Like with respect to parts made outside of the country, I gave the automobile companies a little extra time. You know, you're talking about 15% and then 10% of the parts put in a car. I gave them a little extra time without penalizing them. And I did that only to help, companies. We're looking to help companies. We want them to thrive and to hire a lot of people, and that's what's happening.
Let me ask you about some of what Wall Street has said. Some people on Wall Street have expressed concerns that the possibility of a recession is increasing. And I want to know what you think about that. Are you comfortable with the country potentially dipping into a recession for a period of time if you are able to achieve your long-term goals?
Well, you say some people on Wall Street say, well, I have to tell you something else. Some people on Wall Street say that we're going to have the greatest economy in history. Why don't you talk about them? Because some people on Wall Street say this is
well, that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at, though. It's the same question.
Yeah, there are many people on Wall Street say this is going to be the greatest windfall ever happened.
And that's my question.
Remember
the
this.
long term. Yeah. Is it okay in the short term to have a recession?
This. Look, everything's okay. What we are, I said, this is a transition period. I think we're going to do fantastically. One of your colleagues on another fake news station, ABC, said, do you guarantee 100% that a certain person is going to do a fantastic job as, let's say, Secretary of Defense, okay?
Yeah, we're going to talk about the Houthis as well, because I think that there was a ceasefire proposed with the Houthis today as well, so we're going to cover that too. Yeah, so there's a ceasefire deal here. We'll cover that as well with these guys. And that just breaking news as of today. All right, so audio is good, guys? All right. So, because I'm trying to make this shit perfect damn near. Okay, let me read chats here. Because Casa Club is telling me it's fine. That my mic is fine and that the USB is fine. The goal, though, is I want my voice to be louder than the audio that's coming from the video. Does that make sense, chat? So, I'm going to play this real quick, and I want you guys to tell me, and this is me with 100 volume here, am I louder than this shit?
Deal between Yemen's Houthi rebels and the U.S. does not include Israel. A spokesperson for the Houthis
are you guys still able to hear me
suggesting that shipping
over
attacks
the video
that have disrupted global
and am I
trade
overpowering the
will not
audio?
come to us?
Because obviously we want the mic to be louder than the USB. So Casa Club guys, I'm looking at y'all. Casa Club guys, I'm looking at y'all. Is my audio louder than the computer? I'm louder than the video I see on YouTube there. Okay. $50-50. Yes, you're overpowering. Okay, cool. That's the goal. Now, with that said, how does the audio sound from the computer? This is at me using 100. Remember when I had the Roadcaster, I had to always bump it up to 200. How's this right now?
Was stopped. President Trump announced Tuesday that the U.S. will stop bombing the Iran-linked group in Yemen, saying that the Houthis agreed to stop interrupting important shipping lanes in the Middle East. This morning, the Times of Israel reporting that Israel was not made aware of the deal ahead of the announcement that the U.S. and the Houthis had reached.
So how is this? This is good too, chat? Okay. It's 55-45? Good. That's exactly what I want. I want myself to be slightly louder than the USB stuff. So this is good then. So I don't even have to use this fucking master audio thing anymore. Because I had to use this shit a lot with the Roadcaster chat. So now with this new interface. Okay. Perfect. All right. I don't want to hear no fucking bitching then. This is the one and first and last time I'm going to take audio suggestions. That's why I really want to make sure I get this shit straight. The goal here, like I said before, my mic is louder than the audio mic like this.
A ceasefire deal.
So if I'm giving commentary, you guys can hear me overpowering
a ballistic missile
the video. That is the goal.
Outside.
We need like maybe a 60-40 thing where I am louder than the video.
Ben Gurion
As
International
long as you
Airport
guys
in
can hear me
Israel
over
over
the
the
video
weekend.
like
We brought
this,
that
and
to
they're
you
both
as
clear,
breaking news, and that
I'm
led
good.
Israel to launch retaliatory strikes.
Then I'm happy.
A lot
This
to
is my
discuss
regular
here,
voice
so I
here.
do want to bring in Jonathan Shan's.
All right, awesome. All right, I'm seeing goods here. Now let's do the sound effects real quick. How are the sound effects?
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
How are the sound effects? All right, 60-40 now. All right, I'll turn the sound effects down a little bit. All right, let me keep going with the interview then.
Because that was the question. I said, what kind of a question is that? Do I guarantee 100%? Nobody guarantees 100%. But I will say this. I think we're going to have an economy the likes of which we've never had before. You know, my 4 years were phenomenal, as you know, the stock market. In fact, even though we had to go through the COVID thing, that horrible situation with COVID, we did numbers. And when I gave it over, when I handed it over, the election was rigged. And because of that, we have a lot of problems, by the way. But when I handed it over, what happened? The market was higher than it was just previous to COVID coming in. Yeah. Nobody could believe it. The stock market I'm talking about.
I don't want to look back, but you did take your case to court about that.
Back.
You took your case to court about your allegations against the election. Let me ask you,
There's
sir.
no question about it. The election was rigged. The facts are in, and it's still being litigated. Let's go.
You did take your case to court more than 60 times and didn't win those cases.
I won a lot of court
Just
cases.
to button that up, though, sir. Just to button that up.
What are you talking about?
How
the election
worried are you?
Are we talking about the election
Let's
of
talk about
2020?
here and now. Let's talk about
the
here and
election
now.
of 2020?
Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about here and now. Are you worried about a recession?
No.
Okay.
No, I think we're going to have the greatest economic...
I mean, are you worried it could happen? Do you think it could happen?
Anything can happen, but I think we're going to have the greatest economy in the history of our country. I think we're going to have the greatest economic boom in history.
Let me ask you about this call to Amazon founder Jeff Bezos this week in response to a report that Amazon was going to display tariff costs next to product prices. Are you going to punish CEOs who increase their prices because of tariffs?
I think what is a great misnomer is the word tariff in many cases, it's not, to me, I don't view it as a tax. I view it as an incentive for people to come into the United States and build plants.
The only problem with that is that it's going to take time for people to come over and move, bro. Like, and who knows if they come over and start building the infrastructure of, building American factories, whatever. This is going to take years. Like, Trump will be way out of office by then. So, yeah, man. Okay, let me read some of these chats real fast from you guys. Real fast. We got here. Myron, the video volume is too loud. You kind of have to speak very loudly to overpower it, okay? Audio is perfectly fine for your... Okay, I appreciate that. King Rich, the video is fine. Turn your mic up, okay? Rob is saying it's low. Okay, Johnny Ohm. Also, Charlemagne the God promotes SON. He partners with Mark Hill and Andrew Schultz. Thinks he's holier than thou, but secretly covering up an alleged essay of a minor in his hometown in South Carolina. Yeah, I know Charlemagne be on some bullshit. Bobby Trauma. I just sent Josie that clip of SON. Okay. Chimping out. Yep, they always are. EMAC James says, I'm an FBI and stand with you and Nick Myron. I appreciate that, EMAC James. Yeah, you guys are the logically sound guys, get it. New series, two couples say they trust each other, then swap phones. Bro finds sneaky links. Thirst traps at cash outs from food guy. Myron red pills him live while he says it's not what it looks like. Bro, niggas would never do that, bro. That sounds great on TV, but niggas would never do that. Aqua 1917, great job. Okay, Bobby Trauma just sent us to Josie as well. Cool. Your boy Len Myron, you're gonna like this one. Charleston White crashing out on blacks on black people, and it's hella funny. If we have time, bro. Jethro Raffro, hey man, I know Donovan and you are friends, but he definitely showing you the most respect today on this pod. I appreciate you so much. When I found Donovan with you and Fresh, guys, you already know Donovan Sharp is the fucking homie. Donovan Sharp. And if you guys don't know, you guys should go watch him. Here's his YouTube channel. This is his YouTube channel right now. He's actually live.
That was hard to watch.
Go check him out, guys. This dude is red pilled a lot of people right here. Donovan Sharp, man, he's the homie. I'm going to drop this video in the chat for you guys. Go subscribe to him. Good friend of mine. Helped put me onto the game. Always show my respects to Donovan Sharp. He was here in the beginning, one of the first people to give me a chance, and I'll never fucking forget that shit. Good friend of mine. Please go check him out. Guys, go subscribe to his channel. Let's see here. Okay, I got that one out the way. Okay, I got the chat out there. But yeah, guys, go check out Donovan. This is his channel right here, Donovan Sharp. Let's see here. I'm currently in the hospital, and thank you for making me laugh. I got diagnosed with type 2 diabetes at 26 and feel a little down. Any advice? Well, BZE, what I'll tell you is this, bro. You know, I know it's easy to, feel down when you're in the hospital and you feel like shit, but remember, bro, at the end of the day, you got 2 eyes, you got 2 ears, you live in the best country in the world. Diabetes is something that's absolutely something that can be dealt with, right? Yeah, it sucks. You're going to have to inject yourself and, deal with that. But just eat healthier, go to the gym, mitigate the problems from it, and you're fine, dude. My mom has diabetes, so I totally understand. It's genetic on my mom's side, on my family side, on the female side. It's genetic. My mom's not even fat. She never was fat. But she gets it because it's just passed in the family. So it's totally a doable disease, bro. Something that you can absolutely deal with. So count the blessings you have versus the ones you don't have. Diabetes is not the end of the world. It's a completely manageable problem. So don't let that shit get you down, bro. Jordan says, hey, Myron, I'm a CC member and a CP. I just got offered the job for $96,000. I live in California, and the job is in California. Also, other potential opportunities. Let me know what you think. What are certain things that I need to think about to make this decision? Well, woke culture, high taxes, but you already live in California, so you know this shit. So 100% take the job, bro. Take the job and try to move your way up. Because honestly, I would only tell you, think about it twice if you weren't from California. But since you're already from California, you already know what time it is. Just take the job. Absolutely take the job. Jethro Raffro says, nope, we got that one before. All right, cool. All right. All right, we're back to it. And guys, go check out Donovan.
Factories, offices, a lot of things. I think it's an incentive, but the thing that's not known is if you look back and see, oftentimes like China or Vietnam or other countries, not just China, because China's an abuser, but there are other abusers. Many of them are friends, the so-called, I say friend and foe, and friend is oftentimes worse than foe. But what people don't understand is, and this is a lot, the country eats the tariff, the company eats the tariff, and it's not passed along at all.
Well, some CEOs are saying they're going to have to pass it on. So how do you deal with those CEOs?
But the company,
how do you deal with those CEOs?
China is eating the tariffs right now.
What do you say to those CEOs who are saying, we might have to pass this on to the consumer?
Well, they say that because maybe it's to their advantage to say it.
Will
Maybe
you punish them?
No, because you know what? I want them to build plants in the United States. That way they don't have any tariffs. See, tariffs will, and not only will, look at what's happened. In 2 months, we're close to $9 trillion of investment. We've never been anywhere near that.
What did you say to Jeff Bezos?
He's just a very nice guy. We have a relationship. I asked him about it. He said, well, I don't want to do that. And he took it off immediately.
So he changed course. And will you take that same tactic with other CEOs if you
I'll
feel
always
like...
call people if I disagree with them. If I think that somebody's doing something that's incorrect, wrong, or maybe hurtful to the country, I'll call, absolutely. Wouldn't you want me to call? Biden wouldn't call because he didn't know what was happening, but I do.
Takes me to my next question. Today's strong jobs report likely means, not clear, but likely means the Fed is less likely to lower interest rates.
Well, he should lower them, and at some point he will. He'd rather not because he's not a fan of mine. He just doesn't like me because I think he's a total stiff. And, it's just one of those things. He should lower them. And I wish the people that are on that board would get him to lower because we are at a perfect time. It's already late, but he should lower interest rates.
Do you rule out removing Fed Chair Jerome Powell?
I'm not, I get to change him very quickly anyway. It's in a very short period of time.
In 2026. You're not going to remove, you don't have plans to remove him before 2026 when his time's up?
That was a total, why would I do that? I get to replace the person in another short period of time.
Okay. This week, you reshuffled your national security team.
Yeah.
You moved National Security Advisor Mike Waltz to UN ambassador. Just to remind...
Translation, he got fired and demoted.
And our viewers, Waltz, of course, started that unsecure text chain where sensitive information was shared. Mr. President, was that move a punishment?
No, I just think he'll do a nice job.
No, he's being nice about it. 100% was a punishment, bro. You go from National Security Advisor to that, nah, that's definitely a punishment.
In the new position, Marco's doing an outstanding job. No, Marco won't keep. Marco's very busy doing other things, so he's not going to keep it long term. We're going to put somebody else in. But I think Mike was, as you know, he's a fine guy, and I think he'll do a very good job. Knows the countries, knows leadership, and I think he'll do a very good job at the United Nations. And in the meantime, Marco's really doing something special, and it's going to work out very well.
We're hearing some potential names. Stephen Miller's name, one of your longtime, most loyal aides. His name has been talked about as a potential national security advisor. Is he someone you're looking at?
Well, I'd love to have Stephen there, but that would be a downgrade. Stephen is much higher in the totem pole than that, in my opinion.
Can you tell us who the front runner is right now?
I have a lot of people that want it. I will tell you, I have everybody calling. Everybody wants to be a part of this administration. So at some point, we'll, probably do that. There's a theory. Henry Kissinger did both. There's a theory that you don't need two people, but
Henry Kissinger, the guy that bombed the fuck out of Southeast Asia during the Nixon administration and killed tens of thousands of innocent Vietnamese, Laos, Thai people all over the place, man.
I think I have some really great people that could do a good job.
So Secretary Rubio could continue to have both jobs indefinitely?
He could, yeah, he could. But I think he even would like to probably see, because it is a little bit different. But in the meantime, he'll handle it. And I think Mike, if that goes forward, he still has to get approved. But I think Mike will do a very good job at the United Nations.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, obviously also on that unsecure text chain, he was sharing sensitive information. Are you looking for a new Secretary of Defense? Mr.
No,
President?
not even a little bit, no. Pete's going to be great.
His job is safe right now?
We're doing a fantastic job against the Houthis, who like blowing ships up and watching them sink in the ocean. We're hitting them very hard. No, he's doing a very good job.
His job is safe right now?
Totally safe.
Okay. Let's talk about the border. Okay. Let's talk about deportations. Border crossings are at their lowest level ever recorded. Is the border,
Is that good?
Is the border now secure?
Yeah, it's really secure.
It's
Isn't
absolutely
that good
secure.
that when you say that, doesn't it just...
This is actually something that's irrefutable. Like, the numbers don't lie. Border crossings are down like 90%.
Sound good.
But where Trump is fucking up is that he's not deporting the right people. He did a good job in stopping the bleeding, but he's not doing an effective job in actually stopping the bleeding for good with getting rid of the illegal aliens, because he's wasting time and resources going after college students that are legally here when we have a finite amount of resources to actually get people deported. So it's stupid.
After being abused for years by an incompetent president that allowed people to pour through an open border, criminals from all over the world, murderers and insane people from mental institutions and insane asylums, isn't it a beautiful thing when you say it's the most secure it's ever been in the history of our country? Isn't that a nice statement?
Well, I'm curious to know what it means. You declared a national emergency on the southern border. The order is still in place,
By the way,
even though
it means
you're saying
exactly
the border's
what you
secure.
said. It means we have the most secure border we've ever had.
Well, and I guess the question
complicated.
becomes, when will you know that the emergency is over? Are you planning to lift it at some point? Is it necessary? Because obviously the military is involved. Will you lift that emergency?
Well, the biggest emergency is the courts aren't allowing us to take really
We're going
bad
to talk
people
about
out.
that, but talk to me first about
That's
this.
to me the emergency.
Talk to me
because
first about this
The border
emergency.
now is not the emergency. The border.
Guys, we only got 1,500 likes. We got 3,200 of you guys in here, man. Like the goddamn video. Also, by the way, I really appreciate you guys showing so much love. The YouTube channel is getting growing incredibly fast, which is pretty awesome. It's great. I appreciate all the love. We're already at 241,000. I feel like we flew past 240. Didn't even notice it. The channel's growing. We're taking over. I told you guys before. I'm gonna say it again. This is gonna be one of the best political commentary channels on the internet, because we keep it real over here and we don't have to fucking bend the knee to them boys, and we keep it real, right? So it's really an honor and a blessing that you guys trust me to, watch me and get your news from me. I really, a couple weeks ago, I took like a poll of how many of you guys get your news through me, and a ridiculous amount of you guys said you don't watch the news, you watch me. So I was like, holy shit, like, now I have a duty to you guys to report and be as accurate as I can be when it comes to this stuff, or at least present what is, the most accurate at the given time. Of course, things don't always end up being 100% correct after 2020 hindsight, but, as long as I can be as accurate as possible and then correct anything I do mess up, I'm going to do that. So I do take this very seriously as a responsibility, where a lot of you guys are getting your news through me. James O'Keefe. Yeah, I saw that. Something with Epstein, right? Yeah, okay, we could put this in the queue with this Epstein thing. All right, I got it in the queue, guys. So, that means a lot for me. So, someone said, show would be 10 times better if you dropped the racism. Never happening, motherfucker. Go watch somebody else, nigga. This is Nigga Wars, not InfoWars. All right? Someone said, but no monetization, though. Yeah, that's fine. That should show you guys how much I love y'all. I'm over here doing this shit while being demonetized. You think anybody would sit here and stream for 10 hours a day on a YouTube channel when they're fucking demonetized? Come on, dude. Real nigga time over here. So anyway, do me a favor, guys. If this is the first time that you guys have tuned in to watch me live, give me a 1 in the chat. Give me a 1 in the chat if this is the first time you've tuned in to watch me live. Shout out to Sora Vodka, 1 subscription. Appreciate that, bro. Give me ones if this is the first time that you guys tuned in live. All right. Oh wow, I see a lot of ones. Welcome, guys. Welcome to the stream. Myron Gaines, one quick criticism: your show on Day of Portnoy kept talking about how much about making money in the bar. Portnoy and his network have so much money that money isn't the point; it's power. Of course. But I'm saying it's setting a bad precedent. You get what I'm saying? Like, it shows that he doesn't give a fuck about his patrons or his customers. You get what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying it's not about the money. It's the principle that he literally did that to a customer that was helping his business. Okay, I see a good amount of ones. Welcome to the OSS Army, niggas. All right, let's go ahead and move over to the Houthi stuff. I'll come back to this interview after. Let's come to this Houthi stuff because this is kind of breaking news here. As you guys know, quick little update. So, again, because I know a lot of you guys might not know what's going on in the Middle East, so to give almost a quick little primer here. So, guys, since the Trump administration got into power, okay, they have began bombing Yemen and the Houthis, okay? And what they're focusing on is this area right here in Western Yemen. And the reason why they're attacking this area of the United States is because the Houthis have been doing two things. They've been cutting off ships and boarding ships as pirates, right, that are coming through here, which obviously is affecting global trade. And they've also been shooting missiles into Israel, okay? And recently, I think like 2 or 3 days ago, they sent a missile and it hit right outside the Ben Gurion airport, okay, in Israel. So not only has the United States been bombing Yemen and the Houthis, but Israel has just started as well. And the purpose here is to basically have the Houthis disrupted and dismantled because they're affecting world trade. Unlike other members of the Axis of Resistance, your Iran, Iraq, Lebanon, etc., the Houthis are doing quite a bit of damage to the world economically because of them boarding these ships. Now, what they're doing is they're purposely boarding ships that have affiliations or connections to Israel. So if it's like, let's say, a shipper who is based out of Israel or an Israeli citizen, etc., they will board the ship and disrupt commerce. And they're doing this because it is a way that they are waging economic warfare against the Israeli government. Okay? They actually bankrupted one of Israel's main ports by doing this. So it's absolutely being effective. And if it wasn't effective, the United States wouldn't be doing the bombing campaign that it's been doing. And this is precisely what led to Signalgate, which is the scandal where Mike Waltz accidentally lets a reporter in, like an idiot, into a chat that was literally, discussing classified information on how they were attacking the Houthis. Pete Hegseth was in there, Marco Rubio, a bunch of people in the Trump cabinet were in there talking about and planning the attacks on the Houthis, and there was a lot of sensitive information out there. Pete Hegseth was talking about planes that were going to be used, weapons that were going to be used, times of attacks, targets of the attacks, etc. Obviously, very classified wartime type shit, and this reporter had access to it. And that obviously put an egg on the face of the Trump administration, made Pete Hegseth look incompetent, made Mike Waltz look like a retard as a national security advisor, and that is the reason why he's pretty much been demoted to being a UN ambassador, which is like a joke of a position, by the way. From national security advisor to UN ambassador is a fucking joke. So, huge demotion. Obviously, didn't want to fire him from optics perspective because he is a Trump loyalist, but they absolutely, attacked him and Pete Hegseth a lot. So, basically, this has been going on now for, I think Trump started bombing the Houthis right around March. right? Because there was a ceasefire that came into play when Trump took office on January 20th. The ceasefire ended in early March, and when the ceasefire ended, the Houthis started bombing Israel again because they started attacking Gaza again, and the United States in response has been bombing the Houthis since March, okay? Give me ones in the chat if that little summarization makes sense. Now we're going to get into where we are now with this potential ceasefire. But give me ones if that makes sense, and now you guys understand how we got here in the first place. Give me ones. Now we're going to move on. I have to be sensitive to the fact that since we're constantly getting new viewers all the time, I almost have to kind of repeat certain things. And I apologize to my listeners that, listen all the time. But, since we have so many new people coming in all the time, I can't assume that they know everything. So I have to kind of here's a quick little primer, and then bam, get into it. Awesome. Appreciate that, guys. Okay, let's get into it now.
A ceasefire deal between Yemen's Houthi rebels and the U.S. does not include Israel. A spokesperson for the Houthis made the statement earlier today, suggesting that shipping attacks that have disrupted global trade will not come to a stop. President Trump announced Tuesday that the U.S. will stop bombing the Iran-linked group in Yemen, saying that the Houthis agreed to stop interrupting important shipping lanes in the Middle East. This morning...
Yeah, and they've been the most disruptive by far, guys, of all the acts of resistance. And the reason why they're so disruptive is because they're not just hitting Israel militarily, they're hitting the whole world financially and economically. Okay? Understand, guys, that modern warfare isn't just about hurting people from a military standpoint. It's about hurting infrastructure, and it's about hurting economics. Okay? You guys got to understand that post-World War II, we've become a globalized world, right? And since we've become a globalized world, thanks to, technology innovations, the internet, computers, what we've effectively been able to do is really leverage open market trade. And with open market trade, what ends up happening is any disruption that comes into open market trade hurts everybody, okay? So, and actually in the signal leaks, even Pete Hegseth said, hey, we're bombing this target here because it's affecting these countries. And those countries weren't even the United States. They were our allies. So the Houthis are absolutely causing quite a bit of disruption when it comes to trade. And this is why the Trump administration has been going after them very hard, trying to send a message.
The Times of Israel reporting that Israel was not made aware of the deal ahead of the announcement that the U.S. and the Houthis had reached a ceasefire deal. We know that 6 people were injured when the Houthi rebels fired a ballistic missile that impacted just outside of Ben Gurion International Airport in Israel over the weekend. We brought that to you as breaking news, and that led Israel to launch retaliatory strikes. A lot to discuss here.
So not just the United States, but obviously Israel hit them back as well, because obviously them attacking the Ben Gurion Airport is a major escalation.
I do want to bring in Jonathan Schanzer, the executive director at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Pleasure. Good to be with you.
All right. Well, first off, I do have to ask you, because over the weekend, we did see that ballistic missile that hit right near the airport there, a very busy one over in Israel. So what does that say overall about the Houthi capabilities?
Well, we've actually been watching these Houthi capabilities now since, I guess it was November of 2023. That's when they began firing at Israel. They have ballistic missiles. They've got the capability of firing at, I think it's about 1,000 miles away. And to be able to hit with some accuracy. This is all thanks to the Iranian regime, which has provided the Houthis with the missiles that they've been firing at Israel. What I think we can say about the attack the other day that was a near miss at Ben Gurion is that no air defense system is hermetic. And so the Israelis have this, it's called Arrow 3. It's been very good in terms of shooting down ballistic missiles. We have the THAAD system that the United States has deployed to the region. That's also been quite good at shooting down some of these missiles. However, there is no such thing as a hermetic seal. Every system has its flaws. We're going to see that these systems are fallible at the end of the day. So that is what's happened.
All right. So what he's referring to, guys, is since Israel is surrounded by enemies, Israel has they call it the Iron Dome. They have multiple air defense systems in place. And basically the job of these air defense,
a ceasefire deal.
Of these air defense apparatuses is to ensure that Israel is able to shoot down missiles that constantly come in from their adversaries. Hezbollah shoots rockets at them, Yemen shoots rockets at them, Iran shoots rockets at them, so Hamas shoots rockets at them. So they do everything in their power to kind of prevent them from getting hit by these missiles with these Iron Domes. So actually, you know what? Let me see here. AI Tele Israel Air Defense. Because they actually have one of the best ones in the world, chat. It still has its problems, but it's pretty good. It can't stop everything, but it does stop a majority. They got to have something on this. Okay, boom. So we'll go over this real quick because I do think that this is important from an educational standpoint, so you guys know how their air defense works. So let's go ahead.
Own missile defense system first detects and tracks incoming threats within a 100 kilometers range using radar. It then transfers this data to the battle management control system and the launcher, which relay it to the interceptor.
Let's go from the beginning.
The Iron Dome missile defense system first detects and tracks incoming threats within a 100 kilometers range using radar. It then transfers this data to the battle management control system and the launcher, which relay it to the interceptor. When a specific threat is confirmed, an interceptor missile is launched to destroy the incoming rocket before it reaches the predicted impact area. The interceptor missile uses its electro-optical sensor to track and target the incoming rockets, aiming to get as close as possible to intercept them effectively. We will also look at...
So, and what you'll see sometimes, guys, is when there's like missiles going into Israel, there's a big alarm. It's like, right? And you'll see explosions in the sky. And the explosions in the sky basically are those rockets coming in and exploding and detonating by these missiles to destroy them before they can hit their target in Israel.
At the basic parts of the Tahir and how it works in step-by-step formats, and not to forget a short comparison with the Qassam and the Iranian-built Grad rockets, all in the videos ahead, so stay tuned and don't miss a beat.
And yes, this is a very expensive system to utilize, chat. Very expensive. It's not cheap. Israel spends billions upon billions of dollars on this defense because they are constantly getting hit from everywhere. And again, from a geographic perspective, let's look at this, right? So here is Israel right here, okay? Here's Israel, okay? Tel Aviv is right here. So here's the problem with Israel. They are surrounded by enemies. You have Lebanon to the north, okay? You have Syria to the northeast. Then you have Iraq next door. Then you have Iran. Then you have, obviously, Yemen. These are all hostile Arab countries. Now, when it comes to Jordan, their neighbor to the east, they're an ally, and so is Egypt. Well, at least the governments. Don't get it twisted. Egyptians and Jordanians still hate Israelis. But the governments are friendly with Israel, and they basically share intelligence a lot of the times. And also, Jordan does assist with shooting down missiles that come into Israel as well in their airspace. So they have all these things in place to kind of help. And if they know an attack is imminent, the United States will also assist and put warships, in positions to shoot down missiles as well. Because the Iron Dome can only handle a certain amount of missiles coming in. And, all these different countries have thousands upon thousands of missiles that they can shoot into Israel to basically deplete their Iron Dome. And then at that point, they are, susceptible to being hit by missiles. Okay, because Iran has a very good and refined drone program where these drones are very cheap. They'll come into Israel. Israel will spend, think of it as like you're spending $100 to destroy something that's $1. That's basically what ends up happening. Israel spends a significant amount of money to get these missiles to shoot and destroy these drones, but those drones are cheap, and Iran has a lot of them. So what'll happen is Iran will shoot those drones, let the Iron Dome, bust its load, pause, for lack of a better term. And then they'll shoot the real missiles in, the ballistic missiles, okay, that can actually do real damage. If we were to be in wartime, I mean. So this is that's how the Iron Dome works, and why it's so imperative for Israel to have it, because they're literally surrounded by enemies, okay? Let's keep going.
The Iron Dome system comprises of 3 central components. Number 1, battle management and weapon control. Number 2, missile firing unit. Number 3, detection and tracking radar. While a typical Iron Dome battery includes 3 to 4 launchers, each capable of holding up to 20 interceptor missiles.
Chat, how's the audio on this? Is this good? Chat, audio on this video, is it good?
Missile firing unit. In this unit, there are 20 Tamir interceptor missiles. A single launcher protects the area of a medium-sized city for strategic installations. It has been reported that each battery is capable of protecting an area of approximately 150 square kilometers, that is approximately 12 by 12 kilometers. Battle Management and Weapon Control, BMC. The control center for the Iron Dome system is responsible for managing the system's operations and coordinating the interception of threats. The system estimates the track threat points of impact and selects to...
Okay, good. I'm glad that the audio is good on your end. Fair. All right.
Intercept only those that will fall
I'm trying to
within the
perfect it,
protected
chat.
area.
I got a new sound system, so that's why I'm kind of asking these questions. I want to make sure, because I want to get this shit done one time and never have to ask this question ever again. So I apologize for constantly checking in, but you guys know I try to keep the quality high on this show.
This prevents unnecessary launches against non-threatening targets and makes Iron Dome a very cost-effective defense systems. Detection and tracking radar. It can detect artillery weapon location.
I wouldn't say it's cost effective because a lot of the times when people shoot like these shitty ass missiles in, they're significantly more expensive. Those missiles they shoot in are way cheaper than the missiles that Israel needs to purchase to shoot those missiles down. Does that make sense, chat?
Up to 100 kilometers in air defense operational missions. While in air surveillance mode, it can evaluate up to 1,100 targets at once. The Iron Dome Tyre interceptor missile by Rafael can be divided into 4 distinct sections. The first section encompasses the navigation or guidance system, which plays a critical role in ensuring the missile's accuracy and precision. Moving along the missile, we come to the warhead section. Positioned at the rear of the missile is the solid propellant motor. Lastly, we have the final section, which includes the nozzle and the rear fins. Let's break down the components of this interceptor missile. Starting from the front, we have the radome sections, which play a crucial role in protecting the sensitive components within. Moving further back, the missile is equipped with a multi-seeker mode, featuring electro-optical sensors that control the steering fins at the rear. These sensors enhance the missile's accuracy and targeting capabilities. Just behind it is one of the key features is the proximity fuse, designed to intercept short-range threats. This laser-controlled fuse activates when the missile approaches within 10 meters of the target, ensuring precise and timely detonation. The missile is armed with a fragmentation warhead that delivers a powerful punch capable of destroying enemy missiles effectively. All this formidable power is harnessed using a solid fuel propellant, propelling the missile at speeds of around Mach 2, making it incredibly swift and responsive. What's truly intriguing about this small interceptor missile is its impressive range, covering approximately 4 to 70 kilometers, which translates to roughly 43 miles. This extensive range allows it to engage and neutralize threats at various distances, further enhancing its versatility and effectiveness. The Tyre missile boasts a length of approximately 9.3 feet, with a diameter measuring 166 millimeters or 6.3 inches, and it carries a weight of around 198 pounds or 90 kilograms. To provide some perspective and help us grasp its dimensions, let's consider a size comparison with a human being. As you can observe, the missile does not appear excessively large when placed next to a person. Furthermore, this is the Patriot air defense missile, which has been featured in our recent videos, and the formidable S-400 missile system. It is here that the Tyre missile's relative dimension becomes even more apparent. The correct comparison in this case would be with missiles like the locally produced Qassam missile, and not to be overlooked, the Iranian Grad missiles, which have a range of approximately 50 to 70 miles. Since these missiles are locally manufactured, the Qassam comes in various shapes and sizes, reflecting the adaptability and versatility of their production. In this animations, multiple Qassam or Fajr 5 rockets are launched from the opposition side, intentionally designed to overwhelm the Iron Dome missile defense systems. For this scenario, let's take a look how the Iron Dome missile defense system works in basic step-by-step formats. Step 1. Radar detects and tracks the threat from a 100 kilometers radius. Step 2. The data is transferred from the radar to the battle management control system to the launcher and from the launcher to the interceptor. The system estimates the track threat points of impact.
And just so you guys know, we pay for this, by the way, and Israel doesn't want to share this technology with us. Isn't that fucking crazy? We pay for this shit, and they have like certain technology that, you know, like there's an algorithm that they use for this shit, and they don't want to give it to us, bro.
And selects to intercept only those that will fall within the protected area. Step 3. Only when that threat is determined, an interceptor missile is fired to destroy the incoming rocket before it reaches the predicted impact area. Step 4. The missile will track and target the rockets with its electro-optical sensor and get as close to the incoming threat as possible. Consider 3 scenarios. Scenario 1. The Iron Dome missile is designed to strike its target head-on from the front. When it reaches the assigned target, its advanced sensors and laser system are activated. This activation triggers the proximity fuse warhead, loaded with fragmentation rounds within a range of just 10 meters from the target, ensuring maximum damage upon impact. Scenario 2. While in motion, the missile can intercept incoming threats at a 60-degree angle. Onboard sensors trigger the fragmentation warhead, allowing it to effectively intercept off-center threats. Scenario 3. However, intercepting a target at a 90-degree angle leads to a higher failure rate. This occurs because the fragmentation from the warhead scatters away from the incoming rockets, compromising interception effectiveness. In short, it has its pros and cons for comparison. The HIMARS Qassam missile costs a mere $80, while the Iranian Grad missile costs around $1,000. On the other hand, the Iron Dome interceptor missile costs a staggering $50,000, and one single battery.
Okay, so this is important.
Iron Dome interceptor missile costs a staggering $50,000.
So remember how I told you guys that they spend quite a bit of money just to shoot down shitty ass missiles? So $50K to knock down an $80 or a $1,000 Iranian Grad missile.
And one single battery in the Iron Dome costs around $150 million.
So you guys see now why they can't necessarily shoot everything down and they need so much help.
But with a reported 90% success rate, I guess some things are just priceless. In our next video,
they're very accurate. Like their Iron Dome is good, but the weakness with the Iron Dome is it's incredibly expensive to replenish.
we are going to look at how the Qassam missile and the Iranian missile works.
Which we end up paying for that shit.
We make original animation videos.
Boom. So now you guys know how the Iron Dome works, which I think is super important. So when I talk about the Iron Dome, now you guys know what's going on. So let's go back to the Fox article here.
In terms of exactly what the technical reasons were for the failure to shoot down those missiles, we're not sure yet. And I think at some point there should be some kind of a report from the U.S. or from the Israelis, perhaps both. But in the meantime, interesting to see how the Israelis responded. It took about a day, but they really unloaded on the Houthis. And then we saw that announcement just shortly after that they had arrived at some kind of an agreement with Donald Trump. Although, as you, I think, indicated, Josh, we're still trying to figure out exactly what the Houthis agreed to. In fact, just a few minutes ago, they fired a missile. It was apparently shot down in or around Saudi Arabia, or maybe it fell short. We're still getting some information about it, but the Houthis are not done with the war that they launched back in November of 23.
And I do have to ask, because we always say the Iran-backed group. We say it about the Houthis. We say
guys, Trump said he didn't want to get. Trump has alluded to the fact, even though we don't really need an Iron Dome, I agree. Geographically, we're hard to reach. Trump has expressed that America needs an Iron Dome as well, and Israel doesn't want to share the technology.
Say it about Hezbollah and Hamas. Can you explain Iran's role in the Houthis and really the terror group in general?
They fund them, they back them, and get them the weapons that they need. Because Yemen is one of the poorest countries in the Middle East, chat. So the fact that they're able to launch a lot of these attacks and do the things that they do, they're funded and backed 100% by Iran.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Houthis actually existed before Iran began to provide its support. I mean, the Houthis truly emerged during the civil war that has erupted in Yemen.
Yeah, they overtook the, going back to the map, they overtook this area of Yemen, the east area, or sorry, I'm sorry, the west, excuse me. They took Western Yemen. They overthrew the government that was there, which is common in the Arab world, actually.
That really began in the aftermath of the Arab Spring some 10 years ago. But the Houthis were...
And the Arab Spring, just so you guys know, was basically like a worldwide, think of it as like it was an uprising from the Arab world, right? All the Arab countries basically started going after and challenging the authority of their Arab dictators. As you guys know, in the Arab world, there is no democracy. It's all either monarchies or dictatorships. So the Arab Spring, which occurred, I think, somewhere around 2010, 2011-ish, happened, and it created an enormous amount of destabilization across the entire area.
Disaffected group existed for their own reasons within Yemen, but the Iranians are quite good at this, right? They find co-religionists who are eager to fight, whether that is a local fight against their own government, which is certainly what happened when the civil war erupted, but then also attacks against Israel, against the Saudis, against the Emiratis. We've seen this now play out in multiple theaters.
And the reason why the Saudis and the Iranians don't get along, guys, is because so you got two different types of Muslims. You got your Shiite Muslims and you got your Sunni Muslims. Now, the majority of the world is Sunni Muslim, like 90%, bro. Shiites are a minority. However, there are some differences. Basically, the main difference between Sunni and Shiite Muslims is who kind of came after Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, to kind of lead things. So that's really where the main disagreement is like who kind of came after the fact. It's a minor difference, but it does lead to some, arguments. And obviously, Saudi Arabia as a Sunni state and Iran being a Shia state, that is one of the foundations as to why they have the beef that they have. Because Iran is the biggest Shia majority country. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia is the biggest Sunni majority country. So that's what's led to the problems that they've had. But what I will say is Saudi Arabia and Iran have normalized relations as of 2023, okay? And they've been having talks since 2024. So as of up until like now in 2024. This is why when I went on the Tim Cass show, Tim Cass IRL, because I made the argument, I said, hey, you know, Iran, okay, we have beef with Iran because of Israel. And Tim responded and said, no, that's not why. We have beef because of Saudi Arabia. And I said, no, that's not true. And I didn't get a chance to say this because he wanted to move on to subjects. I was like, fine, no big deal. But the long story short is that that's not true. Though it was true in the past, the main reason why we're trying to go to war with Iran now, or why we are fighting to, you know, some people in the Trump administration want to go to war, whatever. The main reason why is because Israel's pushing for the war, okay? Israel's pushing for that war. Now Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia since 2023 has basically normalized relations with Iran and recognized it. So that's kind of what it is.
The Houthi violence. We see that the Iranians have been providing guidance. They've got advisors on the ground. They're providing weapons to the group. In other words, this is just like Hezbollah, just like Hamas, just like Islamic Jihad, just like some of those Shiite militias that we see in Iraq and Syria. It's part of a strategy that the Iranian regime has. We call it the Ring of Fire. And the idea is to have multiple proxies be able to threaten or even do damage to countries like Israel, American assets in the region. Certainly, we've been hit a number of times. And again, you know, some of the other pragmatic states in the region have also been targeted. So this is the strategy of the regime, and it's been working well for them up until it hasn't. And what I mean by that is that, of course, Hamas is now significantly weaker. Hezbollah is significantly weaker. I think the Houthis certainly have taken their lumps over the last couple of months, and certainly over the last couple of days. So the question really, in my mind right now, is how strong is this network of proxies that Iran has deployed? Right now, it doesn't look good for them, but they still have capabilities.
When we talk about this potential ceasefire that appears to have been reached, the deal between the U.S. and the Houthis, as I mentioned, the Times of Israel saying that Israel is not involved and actually didn't even know about this when it was happening. They knew about it when the announcement came from President Trump. What does that say for the war there in Gaza? Does it have any sort of implications, especially as we know the Houthis have been not just attacking Israel, but also causing issues there for shipping?
Yeah, from what we can tell, this was a deal that was really only designed to open up the shipping lanes in the Red Sea, which is significant. I mean, let's just start with that. We're talking about probably 10 or 12% of global trade goes through this shipping channel. The Suez Canal, I mean, the traffic and the taxes derived from that traffic, I mean, it's dropped significantly. I think the Egyptians have been in bad shape. Some of the countries in the Horn of Africa have also suffered economically from this. Prices have gone up for things that would be typically shipped.
All right, guys, I got a good video here that I think we're going to react to. This dropped 2 hours ago from Charlie Kirk. Hitler wasn't wrong. Dude gets a swift lesson on morals. So I know you guys are going to want me to react to this, which I will. Because I can already tell from the title this is about to be crazy. But I need us to get 3,000 likes, ninjas. 3,000 fucking likes, and we'll react to this. Okay? I'm going to keep playing this. Let's get those fucking likes up. I got to take a quick piss. I'll be right back. I'm going to get some water as well. I'll let this play out for like the next minute or so. Like the goddamn video, niggas.
By way of the Far East or the Middle East to Europe, that has been significantly disrupted. So I think there was some benefit there. The problem is that if the deal that was struck does not actually include the missiles that the Houthis have been firing at Israel, what we have is an inherently unstable Middle East that is going to remain inherently unstable. In other words, we're not tackling all of these problems. Now, it doesn't mean that the U.S. has the responsibility to bomb the Houthis because of what's been happening, but I do think that making side deals is potentially problematic. I think we have to understand that this is happening amidst conversations that the Trump administration is having. There'll be another round of nuclear talks with the Iranians, indirect talks out of Oman. That's coming up on May 11th. And so the understanding, at least in part, as we piece all this together from the region, is that the administration is trying to line up a few things as possible external concessions to the Iranians in exchange for maybe concessions that the Iranians are going to make at the negotiating table. That's if things go well. If they don't go well, then what we're going to see is just more of the same with just a side deal for the U.S. to get out of the Red Sea region. So again, a lot of things happening here. We're watching it all unfold in real time.
All right, Jonathan Schanzer, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and help discuss all this. There's obviously a lot to discuss, so anything you want to add before I let you go?
Oh, I think, we're all just waiting right now for this announcement from Donald Trump. Apparently a big announcement coming, rumors of aid distribution to Gaza that will be, direct assistance from the United States, possible hostage releases, but we obviously don't know. Again, a lot of things happening right now, not fully disclosed. So we're waiting to see what this all means for American foreign policy in the Middle East.
All right, Jonathan Shanzer there at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Thank you so much.
All right. What are we at? We're at 2,000. We need another 1,000, niggas. Another 1,000. Another 1,000, chat. All right, so we got this done. Iron Dome. Yeah, I mean, look at Diddy Day Trial 3. So now sexual MTR underway in New York City. Judges assembled 35 total jurors. Goals to have 45 jurors. New opening statements are scheduled. God damn. 2 months? Bruh. 2 months. So guys, just so you know, next week I am going to be in New York City. I am going to go to New York City for the Diddy trial. I'll probably be there for a couple of days. I doubt I'm going to be there though for fucking 2 months. That's wild. But I will absolutely be there for opening statements, and I'll absolutely be there for everything that needs to be done. So I am going to go to New York City probably Sunday and cover this trial for the first few days. So, so that's what it is. Look, we got niggas crying in the chat about saying when I say like the video. Niggas are such fucking bitches in the chat, bro. And it's always the YouTube chat too. You niggas in the YouTube chat, I ain't gonna lie. A lot of you guys in there are fucking bitches. The Rumble niggas are real. You guys be in here crying, "Ooh, bro, why you gotta like the video, bro?" Bitch ass niggas like the video. It's free content, you fucking loser. I'm fucking demonetized. All right, let's see what the hell's going on here.
Diddy had a swing hotel rooms for the freak off with a false narrative of events in an effort to conceal Combs' crimes. Combs caused these calls to be recorded on at least 2 different occasions. We are continuing to read from the indictment against Sean Diddy Combs. We are now getting into the racketeering conspiracy charge. It goes on to say, from at least in or about 2008 through on or about the date of the filing of this indictment in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Sean Combs, a.k.a. Puff Daddy, a.k.a. P. Diddy, and other aliases, the defendant and others, known and unknown, being persons employed by and associated with the Combs enterprise, described in paragraph 6.
All right, Lonzo says, James O'Keefe dropped a nuke on his ex pertaining to the Epstein case. Would love your take. OSS for life. Okay. Jacoby says, it looks like the song of the year, HH by Ye, is dropping in 5 hours. Let's go. Okay. Cheeseburger Man. Hey, Myron, saw a clip of you and first talking about white women, how they are the easiest and biggest to go for as a ninja. What's the best way to get white women? Be successful. And refrain from niggatry. Cool. I have to caught up there. Let's see. Emac James says, 2 questions for you, Myron. Could we have Jay Waller and Donovan on for Red Pill Wednesdays, Wednesdays or Fridays to talk about the Red Pill? And 2, does your mom have type 1 or type 2? I think my mom, the one where you got to inject yourself. And that one was that recently she got older. Myron, the video volume is too loud. You kind of have to speak very loud or overpower it. Oh, no, that was 45 minutes ago. That was way before. Okay. Let's see here. I think we're caught up on chats. Yeah, guys, we're at 2,100. So I'll wait till we hit 3,000. We hit 3,000. We will cover Charlie Kirk and Top H.
Through 12 of the indictment.
And we'll cover James O'Keefe. I got the James O'Keefe shit right here, too. We'll cover that as well, chat.
And
enterprise engaged in and the activities of which affected interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly combined, conspired, confederated, and agreed together.
All right, this nigga whack. All right, let's see here. Day 3.
At 5:09, now to Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking and racketeering trial in Lower Manhattan. A jury is expected to be seated today after we've seen 2 days of questioning of potential jurors. Let's get to Eyewitness News reporter Phil Tate joining us live in the newsroom with the very latest. Good morning, Phil.
Pedro, good morning. In just hours, lawyers hope to be able to seat a jury in the case against Sean Diddy Combs. This follows day 2 of jury selection, which came with some frustration. Lawyers struggling to reach a pool of 45 qualified prospective jurors, prompting the judge to warn both sides that
they're overshooting jurors, guys, because they obviously anticipate that a lot of the jurors might drop out or whatever, so they're getting a bunch of them.
They are running out of time. Now, lawyers say they currently have 35 prospective jurors. Now, the judge hopes to add 10 more today to get to the pool of 45 and then select a jury from there. The possibility.
Still waiting, guys. We're at 2,100. We need to get to 3,000, and we will cover Hitler Wasn't Wrong by Charlie Kirk here. Apparently, he got he basically, this kid debated him or some shit like that about top 8. Let's see what happens. Oh, shit. My bad.
Ability is sinking in. Prospective jurors in the Sean Combs racketeering and sex trafficking trial are having some difficulty saying if they can truly be impartial, separating Diddy's high profile as a media mogul and watching this video of the 55-year-old assaulting his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, and possible other videos like it.
Bruh, this nigga crazy for that, bro. I'll tell you this, when they released that video, cooked.
Now, possible jurors have been already excused due to this. And
bro, this is why, bro, alcohol chat is the devil, bro. Just so you guys know, when Diddy did all these like fucking freak offs and all the dumb shit, bro, he was always on drugs or drunk, bro. This is what I'm telling you, man. Drugs and alcohol will ruin your fucking life, man. It really will. He probably doesn't even remember half this shit. I guarantee y'all, he probably don't even remember kicking this chick.
Including a male real estate broker.
And dragging her like this. Bro, I don't even remember. Nigga was probably high or drunk off his mind. Nigga ran out in a towel.
Confirming he'd seen it and struggling to give a firm answer about his opinion.
Fucking crazy.
Now, Combs has pled not guilty to the multiple charges he faces from racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. He also rejected a plea deal from prosecutors, which makes the stakes that much greater for him. Now, if convicted, Combs could spend the rest of his life behind bars. Jury selection resumes this morning at 9:30, and opening statements are expected on Monday.
Yeah.
Of this and get some legal analyst on to help break it all down for us on what is going to be happening. Not only.
Let's see what their legal defense is going to say. Well, I think before he even says it, what I anticipate his legal defense is going to do, chat, is they're going to use, there's going to be 2 things that they're going to do, right? His defense. They're going to, number one, they're going to say that these victims have an axe to grind. They're not credible, right? Whether they want money, revenge, personal vendetta, whatever it is. That's what the team is going to allege, that they have personal and financial motives to make these accusations. Next, what they're going to do is they're more than likely going to attack them and say that this was all consensual. They're going to attack Cassie, say that she's promiscuous and she wanted to, bang these male hookers that Diddy would provide for her. They're going to show that she, has some 304 tendencies, etc. And I guarantee you guys, Cassie's going to be probably one of the main witnesses for the government in this situation, okay? So they're going to do their best to attack her. Okay, because I anticipate she's going to be one of the government's star witnesses, and typically, the government star witness or the main witness, that's the person you got to take down the most. You got to destroy their credibility. You got to make the jury question them. Because remember, guys, defense isn't about proving that you're innocent. Let me make that very clear. When it comes to America, right, and how we have our due process, it's you got to get found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. What that basically means, Chad, is all the defense needs to do is create doubt, reasonable doubt, that you might have not done it, okay? So they don't have to sit there and prove Diddy's innocent. They just got to prove that the government doesn't have a strong case to prove that he's not innocent. Does that make sense? Much different, okay? So since their goal is to show that Diddy might not be responsible, all they have to do is attack the prosecution's witnesses, create doubt, and that will get him off the hook. So it's on the government to present the witnesses and to present the case. The defense could sit there all day and not do shit, chat. They could literally sit there, call 0 witnesses, and just do cross-examinations all day. All the government witnesses come on and they just cross-examine them. They present none of their own witnesses. So since the burden of performance is on the government, they need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, and all the defense needs to do is shit on their witnesses and attack the evidence. That's how the O.J. Simpson case happened. Despite an enormous amount of evidence, O.J. was able to walk. Why? Because they created reasonable doubt. They attacked the evidence and the witnesses. Okay? For those of you that are not familiar, the O.J. case is one of the biggest cases in America that created a fucking racial war here in the 1990s. Okay? I did a whole episode on the O.J. case if you guys want to watch it. But the bottom line is, one of the key things that the defense did, and they did a fantastic job of doing this, is they went after one of the lead detectives on the case, a guy named Mark Furman. Okay? Now, Mark Furman, there was issues with chain of custody and there was issues with his racism, right? And basically what they were able to successfully do was they got recordings of Mark Furman using the N-word, okay? Now, when he was using the N-word, it was during auditions for a movie role or some shit like that, okay? But here's the problem. Mark Furman told the court that he had never used the N-word before, okay? So when he told the court under oath, I've never used the N-word and I'm not racist, the defense was able to get their hands on tapes where he was dropping the N-bomb, right? So they brought him back on a stand and said, is it true that your testimony before that you're not a racist, you haven't used the N-word? You know what Mark Furman did? He took the Fifth Amendment. He said, I'm going to stay silent. Once he did that, that was one of the monumental moments of the trial. Obviously, and also, the other thing was the glove. We all remember famously, Johnny Cochran had O.J. try on the glove. One of the biggest mistakes the prosecution did, because O.J. has bad arthritis in his hand, so his hand was swelled up. And he had latex gloves on. So he tried to put the glove on and it didn't fit. And what did Johnny Cochran famously say? If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. Cooked. To this day, the prosecutors of the O.J. Simpson case regret having O.J. try on those gloves. So two things killed the O.J. case. Mark Furman, basically, because he didn't really lie. I think the context was the problem. Like when they said, are you a racist and you ever use the N-word? He said no. But then they find these tapes of him auditioning. So technically he did say yeah, but it was an acting situation. But regardless, it looks bad. So he just took the Fifth Amendment. That made him look terrible. As a police officer, you're supposed to have the highest level of integrity. So he took the Fifth. And then O.J. Simpson putting on the glove and it didn't fit. Destroyed. Now here's the reality. All of us know O.J. killed Nicole Simpson. All of us know that he killed her. Everybody. Okay? Hell, he even wrote a book called If I Did It. Okay? The problem is that though we all know he did it, the defense was able to create reasonable doubt that he might have not did it. And that, my friends, is how O.J. Simpson walked. He didn't walk because he was innocent. He walked because the prosecution couldn't convince the jury. So, in other words, it's up to the prosecution to lose the case. It's all on them. All right? So what I predict the strategy is, like I said before, they're going to attack the witnesses. They're going to say that it was consensual sex. They're going to prove that Cassie's promiscuous. They're going to show how the people had financial incentives to go after him and testify against him. And they're going to just completely attack the credibility of the witnesses and say everything was consensual. That is going to be the majority of Diddy's case. Diddy's defense's case is what I predict. But let's see what this guy is going to say.
On Friday, but
give me ones in the chat if the OJ stuff made sense. I really sped through it, but give me ones if that makes sense, because I truly do want to make sure that you guys understand this stuff and you guys are learning. Give me ones if that makes sense and you learn something. Give me ones. Someone said, why did OJ go to jail? He went to jail because of a robbery. He stole memorabilia. That's what put him in jail. Completely different case. That was like in 2007 or 8 or 9 or some shit like that. Completely different case, chat, when he went to jail. And in the video, by the way, too, if you guys like the O.J. Simpson case, let me show you guys real fast. This video right here, I do a fucking awesome deep dive on it. One of my favorite videos that I did, guys. It's 3.5 hours, but this is something that you can listen to. It's really good. Next time you're at work or something like that, I'm going to drop the link for you guys in here. Okay? And I give you guys a prediction of who I actually think killed O.J. Simpson. Or sorry, who killed Nicole Simpson on that day. So I cover it in detail. 3 hours, timestamps are here. Right? I go over all the evidence, everything, bro. One of my best breakdowns I've ever done. I honestly think this breakdown is the best on the internet. So, go check it out, guys. And at the end, I gave my prediction on who I think killed Nicole Simpson and how it was done. This is the video. You search it. It's called Former Fed Explains O.J. Simpson Murder Case. Real Killer Exposed. It's not O.J. And also, this was 2 years ago. And the other thing, too, I want you guys to know is that this video is super fucking shadow banned because it's age restricted. So, it's hard to find. I'll drop the link in here one more time for you guys. Yeah, I'm still waiting for you niggas to hit 3,000. We're at 2,200, by the way. I'm giving y'all all this sauce, man. All right.
But we're more looking at opening statements on Monday and just how big this could be. So I want to bring in our next guest here, criminal defense attorney Keith Johnson, legal analyst as well. Thanks so much for being here, Keith. We appreciate it. And I mean, this is about of a high-profile case as you can get.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is going to be the most high-profile hip-hop case that I could think of, chat. I think this is going to smash Tory Lanez. Yeah, I think this is going to be the most, this is by far going to be the most high-profile hip-hop case of all time. By far. By far.
Absolutely. This is a case that combines pop culture, it combines law, it combines politics. So it's going to be a fascinating 2 months that we're going to see unfold in federal court in New York.
And let's talk a little bit about what the moment is going to be like, and tell us a little bit about how opening statements could go. My first question to you is, how will the prosecution really take what we all know of Diddy and
Denarius Smith, what program do your edit use for I don't edit any of the videos, bro. I got clippers that do all that stuff. I never touch editing.
what we've known about him in the past 35 years, entertainer, a rap mogul, entrepreneur, but how do they get away?
We're at 2,300 likes, guys. Still waiting. 700 more likes so we get to 3,000. We'll cover the Charlie Kirk and Top 8 stuff. Let's go, chat.
Away from that thinking for the jury and get them more into what they want to have Sean John look like, and that is a defendant, a criminal. That is how they want to picture them. So how do they paint Sean Combs like that?
Well, so the ironic part is that both sides are going to be trying to tell their own story about the events of the trial. The prosecution is going to try to walk a fine line. They don't want jurors to idolize him as the music mogul that he's been over the past 30 plus years. But they also are going to try to say that because of his wealth and his influence, that was the coercion that took away the consent for these adults to participate in these sexual acts. So they're going to try to use his celebrity status against him in a prejudicial way. And so essentially it's going to be up.
Yeah, that's a good point, because they don't want the jury to fangirl or fanboy over him, but they are going to have to relate to his status in the music industry and relate to his success as to why he was able to do the things that he was doing. So it is a very fine line that they have to dance with. And that's why the jury trial, they're making sure that they don't get like Diddy fans on there that like fuck with his music and shit.
The defense.
It's gonna be super hard to do though.
To humanize Mr. Combs.
Because the thing is that you guys got to remember, the people that are going to be on this jury more than likely, they're going to be older individuals, and these older individuals are going to be very familiar with Diddy. A lot of you young guys now, a lot of y'all kind of just know who Diddy is by knowing him, but you guys didn't grow up in the era when his music was all over the place. In the 90s and the early 2000s, you couldn't avoid Diddy, bro. Like, this nigga was in every music video. He was involved in almost every fucking big project. He was on every rapper's shit. He brought rappers from everywhere. Like, Diddy was, you couldn't avoid seeing Diddy in the early 2000s. In the 90s, so the mid 90s started to take off with Biggie. After Biggie passed away, Diddy almost like kind of rebranded his own artist and rebranded Bad Boy, and he took more of a he went more behind the scenes, but he also took a an active role behind the scenes. Like, he was like considered not just an artist but like a music mogul, where I find the talent, I put the talent on you. I remember he came out with an album called like We Invented the Remix. You know what I'm saying? So he went from like being a music artist and like a hype man with Biggie to we are innovators in hip hop. Does that make sense? So by the time it was 2001, 2002, 2003, like, not only was he putting out music, but he was putting other artists on. And due to his influence and his power, everyone in the industry fuck with him. Like, he really didn't have beefs like that, chat. You know, he was rubbing elbows with Kanye West, with 50 Cent, with everybody. Right? I remember, I'll never forget, he had a TV show called Making a Band. Now I'm really showing my age on this one. In the early 2000s, he had a show called Making a Band. Right? And on that show, he had a bunch of rappers and singers, etc., that kind of like lived in a house that was like the real world, but nigga version. Right? And this was back when reality TV was huge. Huge. The Real World, Jersey Shore, etc. You know, the early 2000s, the early 2000s was the year of reality TV. So not only was Diddy killing on the music scene, he also was dominating on MTV when it comes to reality television. You couldn't avoid this motherfucker. I'm serious. He was everywhere. And not only that, not only was he running the music industry, right? He had Sean John clothing. So he was also a fashion guy. Now, nobody wears Sean John anymore, but in the early 2000s, bro, everybody was wearing Sean John velour suits. Everybody. Sean John was considered like top tier hip hop wear. Rockaware, Sean John, all this shit. So he was dominating on the fashion line. He had reality television shows. He was behind a lot of the acts of some of the biggest artists. And then he was doing remixes. He was involved in other music projects. And on top of that, he was rubbing elbows with all the top A-list celebrities back then. Like it wouldn't be weird for you to turn on MTV, right? Literally, I kid you guys not. Let's go back in time to fucking 2003. 2003, so, you know, somewhere between the year 2000 and like 2005. You turn on MTV, right? Making the Band is on. Okay. You watch Making the Band. And then TRL comes on. Diddy is in one of the top 10 songs in the country. Whether he's in the music video, he produced it, he was involved in the project, or he's in it himself. He's on TRL. Then, you watch like an award show or some shit like that, and he's there. He's at the Grammys, he's at the Academy Awards. He's there, right? Then on top of that, you watch a show like, let's say, Punk'd, with Ashton Kutcher. He's there as a guest. Okay? So, Diddy was literally everywhere. He was rubbing elbows with like white celebrities, like Ashton Kutcher and shit like that, Russell Brand. He was with them niggas. But then he was also making music for hood niggas like 50 Cent and like working with him. But then again, he was cool with people like Jay-Z, working with them. So he was everywhere, bro. You couldn't avoid this guy. It's like you know, and I don't expect the younger people to know this stuff. I'm really showing my fucking age here. But anyone in here that's like that grew up in the 90s and the 2000s, you guys are my witnesses. Give me ones in the chat if you guys agree with me on this. The older guys, you young niggas are not gonna know. Like you have to live through that era to really understand how much power this guy has. You really have to live through that era. And then, like in the 2010s, as he started to kind of phase out, what did he do? Puts himself in touch with Khaled. He's still in music videos. He's still behind the scenes with talent. And he launches Ciroc. So this dude was able to always innovate and be involved. Yeah, I see all ones in the chat. Boom. So you guys know I'm not lying. People in here would have been like, Cap, get the fuck out of here. Shut the hell up. Like, if you're under the age of 25, you're not going to know how much power Diddy really had. Because it's not just music, bro. That's what I'm trying to explain to y'all. This nigga was everywhere. And the thing about Diddy is that I'll give him credit for is that he transcended race. He worked with everybody, bro. The white A-list celebrities, the rocker niggas, loved him. Bro, here. I'll give you guys an example of what the fuck I'm talking about. See, so this is like an old ass music video. Right, this shit, when was this? Like 2002 or some shit? So here he is, right? Look what he got. Look at this. Like, this is what I'm trying to talk about. Like, this nigga bridged everybody. Look, he's here with some rock star niggas. Like, this is what I'm trying to say. Right? Like, and he's wearing like fucking X Games gear type shit. Right? Like, I think this is like a motocross shirt. Like, little shit like this is what I'm trying to explain to you guys. Like, this dude was blending different cultures in the 2000s. He was one of the few niggas that could do shit like this. Bro had Ben Still in the music video. Yes, bro. Yes. 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 I'm bringing y'all back in time right now. How y'all feel? We're in a fucking time machine. We're in a fucking time machine, chat. All you young niggas don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but the people in here that are in their 30s, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about right now. And this is one thing that I always give Diddy credit for. He literally blended that urban black culture with the rock culture. And guess what happened? Niggas started biting his style. Y'all don't believe me? Look at this. Here, I'm about to really bring y'all fucking I'm really about to take y'all niggas back in time. Because Diddy was the first to do this shit. One of the first, right? And then guess what? What did I say? Copying is the best, imitation is the best form of flattery? Y'all niggas remember this? Diddy did that, right? And then guess who copied? Guess who copied, nigga? Oh. Yeah. Y'all remember this? How y'all niggas feel going back in the time machine with me? Remember this? How y'all niggas feel in the fucking time machine with me right now? But that's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Like, I'm really trying to bring you guys back in time and remind you guys. Like, Diddy was an innovator, bro. Like, he wasn't really a rapper. He was like a trendsetter. He was like a dude that brought in different communities. Like, that's why I'm kind of surprised that like nobody has like stepped up and like defended him. Like, that's a big red flag to me. The amount of celebrities that this nigga knew and who he was rubbing elbows with, I've always been shocked at like why nobody's come out and publicly defended him. Always been shocked by that shit. By the way, we're at 2,400 likes, by the way, guys. Let's get to 3,000. We'll cover the Ken O'Keefe shit and obviously the debate stuff. Somebody said Lil Wayne ruined it. No, Lil Wayne just kind of hopped on the Lil Wayne kind of took that and ran with it more. Skateboarding, all this shit, truck fit. But what I'm trying to explain is that Diddy was one of the first to do that. So, anyway. Kador says, it's been a minute. I hope you're well. My parents were on vacation to Lahore when there was an airstrike in their city. Everyone's fine. I worked out a flight to bring them back to the U.S. I hope peace is facilitated in due time. Yeah, bro. Shit's crazy, man. I'm glad your family's okay.
Combs in a way that his celebrity.
Anyway, yeah. So, sorry, I didn't mean to go on that tangent there, but this is what the prosecution is trying to avoid, by the way, chat. The prosecution wants them to know how powerful Diddy was, but they don't want them to be fans. Does that make sense? So that's why I had to show y'all that shit, to show you guys like the real impact that Diddy had over the past 30 years. Like, I'll say from like 2015 on, like he kind of fell off. Like became more of a businessman in 2015. He focused way more on Ciroc, way more on investing on shit. He made money, don't get it twisted. Like he still was making billions, but he got out of the public limelight, right? The music really kind of fell off from there. So, you know, he had that love shit. Nobody listens to that. So he was more focused on like behind the scenes stuff. Justin Bieber, all these guys, Usher, he put all these dudes on. Obviously at a cost, unfortunately, right? Falcon punch. But you guys get what I'm saying at here. So the prosecution has to walk a fine line where it's like, all right, this nigga was famous and he was popping, but I don't want you guys to be fans of him. Does that make sense? So they have to show his influence without making them fanboys, because their case is heavily contingent upon Diddy's power. Because what they're going to argue is it wasn't consent, it was forced because of his power. It was duress. And let's get back to it. Does that make sense, chat? I know I kind of went on a rant there, like kind of showing you guys why the prosecutors got to be sensitive with this shit, but give me ones in the chat. I know y'all like that we went in the time machine, but give me ones if that all makes sense, and we'll keep going. What about Run DMC and Gun Roses? Yeah, you can make that argument too, bro. But like, bro, you remember, man, like niggas didn't take Run DMC seriously. Bro, niggas didn't think hip hop was real in the 80s, bro. Let's just keep it all the way a buck. Like, nobody took hip hop serious in the 80s. They didn't even think it was real music. All right, cool. For all you guys that are saying about the Ken O'Keefe, just like the video. We'll get to 3,000. I don't like it, nigga. Now, I'm not going to play the songs too much, guys, because I'm going to get hit with copyright, bro. You already know.
Status does not hinder him from having a defense like each and every person in this country is entitled to. So if I'm the defense attorney, I will ask the rhetorical question. If his name was Sean Johnson and not Sean Combs, would we be here today? Would we be here when you have adults, no one is alleged to be underage, who are involved in swinger parties and these sexual acts that the defense is going to say were totally consensual and are only being brought to light several years later for monetary gain. So it's going to be up to both sides to try to frame this in the way that benefits their respective arguments.
And all it takes, I mean, they just have to poke some holes, and really they just have to try to get one juror on their side when it's all said and done.
Yeah, so in order for there to be a verdict, it has to be unanimous, but you can have a hung jury on one person who is not totally convinced either way. And then the jury would be instructed to continue to talk about the case and deliberate. But ultimately, if they are deadlocked, one juror can hang up a jury. So if you are the defense, you want to make sure that you have people on the jury who are maybe a little skeptical of law enforcement, who may really hold the government to the standard of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And if you're the prosecution, you want jurors who are going to care about this case, not in a way where it's salacious, but look at Mr. Combs as a sexual deviant. And that may be a difficult proposition once you get into the facts of the case, the credibility of the witnesses. For example, if these were former lovers and former girlfriends of Mr. Combs, and he is making you engage in these acts, well, why are you staying around?
Yeah, they're going to absolutely hit him with that. Guys, we're at 2,400, 500 more likes, man. 500 more likes, and we will cover the James O'Keefe Epstein stuff and the other stuff.
Why didn't you go to the police? Why are you filing a lawsuit instead of going straight to the police station first? Why are you continuing to be in his shadow, which may have lifted up your career or your social circle when you're engaging in these coercive acts? And so that's going to be where the fight is waged, in my opinion.
That's such a good insight there. And Keith, a lot of people also wanting to know just how the defense team is going to navigate once the video of the hallway video from the hotel with Cassie and really the abuse that was caught there on camera. How is the defense team really going to navigate that and talk to the jury about that video in question?
Well, you have to get the air out of the room with that video, meaning you have to own up to it. The fact that this was not a moment that he's proud of. It's a moment that he has issued a public apology about. But you have to put that in the context of he's not here for a domestic violence charge against her at the hotel. He's here for being a sexual trafficker. And you have to also make the argument that she never reported this to the police. And she continued to engage in a relationship with this man for quite some time after this.
Yeah, and that's what they're going to do. I'm surprised. I know his defense team is working really hard to make sure that video doesn't come into evidence, chat. Because they're going to say, his defense is going to try to say it's not relevant. But obviously the prosecution is going to say it's relevant because it shows a pattern. But the defense is going to say, oh, really? If it shows a pattern, why'd you stay with him? So I know the defense is fighting really hard to keep that video out, but we'll see what happens.
And so those are actually things that are very important to put in context to the event. You have to own the event. You have to tell the jury that we're not here because you agree with him morally and how he has conducted himself at each and every stage of his life. We're here to determine whether he was committing these sexual violent acts that are that you're here to judge his actions by. And so you have to make sure that the jury is not looking at this as what would I have done in this situation, but they're looking at it, what is an illegal act, and do these people have a motive to lie for whatever personal vendetta that they may have.
And is it also, would it be beneficial for Diddy and his team for if the jurors, would it be more beneficial if they all saw the video ahead of time, like, you know, in the media reports that they described that they've seen it in? Would that be more beneficial for them to see it in their own way instead of it being like a shock if they haven't seen it?
Yeah, so the reality is most people probably have seen it, but as a defense attorney and a former prosecutor, I would assume that they have some knowledge of the video, and I do believe that the more times that you see the video, the less that of the shock value that you would have from seeing it. Once again, you have to prepare the jury for the video that they're about to see. And I think that the defense attorneys, who are just excellent attorneys, by the way, are going to set it up in their opening statement. I'm sure they've already set it up in their voir dire questions, which are the questions that they are asking to the jury in order to get a fair jury panel assembled. And so as many times as you can minimize and let the jury know the proper context that they should put the video in is really the most important strategy that the defense will have. And so if I'm a defense attorney, I'm going to say, that's the video that started this whole thing. And it was based in a money pursuit that was settled by my client without any wrongdoing. Why did she not go to the police? Why did she run to a lawyer and try to get millions of dollars? Why did she continue to have a relationship with this man if he was so abusive? And why hasn't he been charged with assaulting her in any way from that specific incident? That's the context that I believe the defense is going to have to present, because it's a bad video. There's no way around.
Yeah, they're going to either have to face it head on or try to get it out. Because I ain't gonna lie, it looks bad optically. No matter what you say or do, it looks really bad optically for Diddy.
But if it's a bad video, you don't want to insult the intelligence of the jury by just glossing over it.
Yeah, that's so.
Yeah, you have to take it head on.
So true. And also, I want to get your take on what are, as a defense attorney, what are some of the things that you are looking at for the jury when you're looking at them?
500 more likes, guys. We'll be at 3,000. Come on, ninjas. We're 3,200. 3,200 live viewers. So, or almost 3,300. So let's get to 3K, man.
When you're talking about
We're going to give y'all niggas a fresh fit after hours too, man. I barely slept last night, but we're still cooking.
a specific case, are you looking for facial reactions? Are you looking for eye contact? What are some of the big things that you really gear into to see, hey, maybe we have somebody on our side here?
You're definitely looking at eye contact. You're looking at, are they taking notes when you're talking versus when the prosecutor is talking? You're looking at how they are looking at your client. And so I always tell clients, you have to have a poker face. You have to remember that you're not just being judged by the man or the woman on the bench. You're being judged by the jury. They're looking at how you dress, your posture, your facial expressions, especially when certain items of evidence are coming in. What is Mr. Combs going to do when they show the video? Is he going to have any reaction to it? Is he going to shake his head? Those are all things that jurors who are human are looking at. And in a case of this magnitude, there's going to be the star quality, the celebrity quality that's going on. And so you want to make sure that you never lose track of the fact that you are being watched each and every way, especially as the attorney, the way you interact with your client when you're passing notes or when you're whispering something to them. Those things are very important. And so a good defense attorney is going to try to touch his client on the back. He's going to shake his hand in front of the jury to humanize your client, to make sure that the jury understands the stakes. And the stakes in this case are life-changing. Mr. Combs could receive a life sentence for sex trafficking. He's already...
Or effectively what would be a life sentence. You know, he could easily get 20, 30 years for this, which is cooked, bro. Like, he's already 50, man.
55 years old. So this is a very important trial, and it's one where the defense has to humanize Mr. Combs if they have any shot of winning this case.
Yeah, those are such great points there. And I wonder, too, lastly here, Keith, with the longer trial that it's expected to go, some 8 weeks, they're saying maybe even longer than that, depending on just how long some of the witnesses are on the stand. But I wonder, you know, they usually say with longer trials, they worry that the jury might not be into it as much. But I feel like with this one, of course, you already have the celebrity impact here of this case, where you have Sean Combs as the defendant. But also, this case is so sexually charged. I mean, it seems like it is not going to be boring by any means.
Yeah, it is definitely not going to be a boring case because it's very salacious, as I stated. I mean, we're going to be talking about sex acts, recording, baby oil, just, you know, things that people don't discuss.
Baby oil, bro. This shit about to be crazy, man. The U.S. government versus baby oil.
Social settings, especially in a courtroom. And so you have jurors who probably have never gone through this process at all.
Guys, we're going to get a very deep insight into Diddy's life, bro, throughout this thing.
So you have to prepare the jury for what they're about to hear. You have to tell them that at the end of this trial, if I'm Mr. Combs' attorney, you may not like my client. You may think he's a sexual deviant. You may think that he needs God. You may think that he got a little bit too big for his britches. But you're not here to make a moral judgment on him. You're here to determine whether he committed these heinous offenses in violation of federal statute. And you have to really, really hone in on that, because they are the jury's going to hear that he was a bully. They're going to hear that he was abusive. And so you have to make sure that you put context into what they are going to observe. But I think that the jury will be locked in. One last point is that they are selecting 6 alternates. That's a lot of extra jurors for a trial. So you're going to have them mixed in with the real jury in the event that someone has an emergency and you have to fill in a slot. And so they are admonished not to talk about the case with each other or with their family. But unless you are totally sequestered, it's just impossible. When people find out that you're on this jury, I'm sorry. The spouse is going to ask about it. The kids are going to say, Mom, you got on the...
It's going to be really tough to, like, that's why I think they're getting so many jurors, chat, is because it's just going to be, just because of the high profile of this case, it's going to be impossible for them to not be familiar with this to some degree, bro.
The jury, what was it like? What does he look like, right? So how do you buffer that? And as an attorney, how do you figure out how to use that to your advantage? Because, you know, we have so much coming in with our phones and our social media and our email. How do you just stay locked in for 2 months on a very high profile case? That's going to be the fascinating part.
Yeah, you really, really will be. And doesn't it seem like because this is so high profile and because it just seems the temptation just to pick up your phone seems to be the hardest part probably for people to do, wouldn't it be easier to sequester them? I know it'd be very difficult on the jury themselves because they'd be away from their families, but how does that thinking go in, and when is that even decided if it is sequestered?
Yeah, so a motion would be made prior to the trial and prior to the start of the evidence in the case. And so it doesn't look like it's going to go that way. I believe that the jury should be sequestered because everybody has an opinion on these kind of things, especially when you have someone who has the celebrity status of Mr. Combs. And so, you know, it appears that it will not be a sequestered jury, but that's really dangerous. That's really dangerous, especially when you have media that's going to be talking about it day in and day out, which is what we're supposed to do, right?
Yeah, right. I mean, it'll definitely be talked about, and boy, will there be stuff to talk about. It seems like each day will be new information starting on Monday there. But Keith Johnson, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. It was a great time to speak with you, get your insight. And I know this won't be the last time that we speak. I know we'll be speaking during this trial as well.
All right. Thank you for having me. Sounds good.
No problem. You take care. Bye-bye.
Yes, sir.
All right, everyone. So thanks again.
All right. So, guys, we're at 2590. We need 400 more, chat. 400 more, and we will continue. The show will go on. Let me read some chats while we wait here. Kadora, my parents are on vacation. Okay. Oh, yeah, from Lahore. Yep. I'm glad that your family's back, bro. Who's the greatest rapper in the games? Is Dylan. Yep, that's the legendary from then. What else do we got here? Dion will subscribe. Shout out to you, bro. Welcome to Castle Club. Hamza Roku says, bro, took me back to early 2000s when you had every rapper make a rock single with some random rock band. We had Diddy dancing in the background all the way back since Biggie. Yep. What about Run DMC and Guns N' Roses? Yeah, I mentioned that before. Demetrius, we have to do a red pill, blue pill song on Friday after the after hours with you, Mo and Billz. Last week, Sabaton was low to see the sun with that. Yeah, that might happen. Your mind. You know what I noticed? This comes from Demetrius Raps. You know what I noticed about the podcast that you went on recently, like Alex Jones, Simple, and Pierce Morgan? They have a terrible problem with interrupting while people speak, and when they're speaking, everybody waits until they're done. That shit pisses me off. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Like, the thing is like what, like Alex Jones, Simple, and Pierce Morgan, they don't bring you on to really interview you, bro. They bring you on to like contribute here and there, and then they do the majority of the talking, which, you know, I've always thought was kind of weird, but that's how they run their shows. They bring you on more to contribute, and then they still run their shit. Versus me, when I get a guest on, I let the guest do most of the talking, right? Or I always try to get the guest to talk more, but, you know, it's one of the criticisms that people actually have for, I know Tim Pool, people complain a lot and say that he likes the sound of his voice when he has guests. I know people complain about that. But you guys got to remember that he's not bringing you on as a guest to interview. They're bringing you on as guests to contribute. So I know people get frustrated by that, but it's a completely different frame when you do it that way. So, you know, you can't beat them up too bad. You know, Alex Jones and Tim Pool and Pierce Morgan, you know. Now, when Pierce Morgan brings you on for a one-on-one, yeah, that does get annoying. Like what he did with Andrew Tate, that is annoying. But for the other stuff, though, it's fine. You're there to contribute, bro. So don't be too mad at them, Demetrius. But I can see why you're frustrated. Let's see here. All right. What are we at here? We're at 2634. Still waiting for you niggas, man. Still waiting for you ninjas. We'll go back to the Trump interview until we get that 3,000.
It's all part of the same thing, though. The big emergency right now is that we have thousands of people that we want to take out, and we have some judges that want everybody to go to
Some
court.
of them you appointed. sir, including
That's all right.
3 on the
They
Supreme Court.
They change. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how that happens, but they do change.
Just to button this up, though, are you planning to lift that emergency order anytime soon? Now that the border's secure?
We have an
You say the
emergency. We
border's
have a massive emergency. Overall, it's an overall emergency on immigration. And if the courts don't allow us to take people out, if we had to have a court case, think of it, every single person, we have millions of people. We're going to have millions of court cases. Figure 2 weeks of court case, it would be 300 years.
So let's talk about this, because obviously you've had a back and forth with the Supreme Court. In a 9-0 decision, the Supreme Court directed your administration to facilitate the return. You've talked about this in the past of Kilmar Abrego Garcia from a prison in El Salvador, whose deportation your administration called an administrative error. You said in a recent interview you could bring him back, but you won't. Are you defying the Supreme Court, sir?
No, I'm relying on the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, who's very capable, doing a great job, because I'm not involved in the legality or the illegality. I have lawyers to do that, and that's why I have a great DOJ. We have a great one. We had a very corrupt one before. Now we have a great one. And they're...
I ain't gonna lie, guys. Pam Bondi is very incompetent, man. The whole, she's been fucking up with the Epstein thing. She's more concerned with doing fucking interviews on Fox News and declassifying Epstein shit. That's why this James O'Keefe thing with Epstein is going so crazy right now, is because she's been doing a shitty ass job. So, you know, it is what it is.
Not viewing the decision the way you said it. They don't view it that way at all.
All right, guys, around 300 to go, man. 300 more likes, and we'll get this shit popping, man. Let's go. Let's get 3,000 ninjas.
Oh, they think it's a totally different decision.
Well, you say you have the power to bring him back, though. Your attorney general says, quote, that's up to El Salvador. Just to put a fine point on this, do you have the power to bring Abrego Garcia back as the Supreme Court?
Well, I have the power to ask for him to come back if I'm instructed by the Attorney General that it's legal to do so. But the decision as to whether or not he should come back will be the head of El Salvador. He's a very capable man.
Well, you know, and your attorney general has said the issue is with that word facilitate. Will you seek clarification from the Supreme Court? Do you need to go back to the Supreme Court?
We may do that. I was asking about that. We may do that. There are some people that say, bring him back, put him in trial, and you get him out right away, because you see what happened just this morning. Tapes came out, horrible tapes from his wife. You don't get much worse than that. You don't get... I mean, he seems certainly like a very dangerous, very bad person, but even the wife, who was so afraid, she was afraid to talk, and all of a sudden tapes got released this morning that were devastating to him.
And this is the point, sir, about due process. The Constitution says every person, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Why not push to have him come back, present all of that evidence in court, let a judge decide?
Well, I'll leave that to the lawyers, and I'll leave that to the Attorney General of the United States,
but
because they're in it. You have to understand, I'm dealing with Russia and Ukraine. I'm dealing with China.
Talk about that.
I'm dealing with Iran. I'm dealing with Rwanda and Congo, who are fighting, and we're trying to get that one straightened out, and I think we have done that. Did a great job. Nobody even talks about it, but I think we're close to doing that. They're looking like they're going to maybe make a peace deal, which would be good. But I'm dealing with a lot of different things. I don't know much about this gentleman other than I hear he's an absolute not good person. And I have very capable legal people, John Sauer, as you know, and all top people. And I have to rely on that to interpret whatever's said by the Supreme Court. Now, with that being said, I have tremendous respect for the Supreme Court. Look, 3 of the people are people I appointed. Right. And I have great respect for the Supreme Court. And I would expect that the Attorney General will be doing the right thing.
Your Secretary of State says everyone who's here, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Do you agree, Mr. President?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
Well, the Fifth Amendment says
I don't know. It seems it might.
Okay, so he fucked up by saying that right there. And the liberals are actually going crazy. Like, I've already seen, like, Hassan Piker, Kyle Kulinski, Dave Packman, all of them are melting down about this, this due process comment.
I'm not a lawyer.
Which will rewind it.
Know.
I want you guys to hear this again, because the left is fucking freaking out about this shit. So let's play it back again.
Citizens deserve due process. Do you agree, Mr. President?
I don't know. Tremendous respect for the Supreme Court. Look, 3 of the people are people I appointed. Right. And I have great respect for the Supreme Court.
300 to go, ninjas. 300 to go. We hit 3,000. Let's go.
Supreme Court. And I would expect that the Attorney General will be doing the right thing.
Your Secretary of State says everyone who's here, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Do you agree, Mr. President?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
Well, the Fifth Amendment.
Okay, so him saying that is really bad. What he should have said was they are going to get the due process based on where they stand with immigration status, where they stand with the courts, etc. They are all going to get due process, but not everyone's due process is the same. That's how he should have answered it. Because the left is looking at this, because here's the thing that you guys got to understand about these fucking liberals. Their argument right now is basically one main thing. Trump's a fascist. He's a fascist. Oh, he's a dictator. That's their main, arguments. Frank, go to your bed. Go to your bed, buddy. So since that's their main argument, what ends up happening, chat, is when he says shit like this, it adds credence to their ridiculous claim that he's a fascist. But the reality is, he's not a lawyer. And a lot of the times he's going to rely heavily upon people like Pam Bondi and the people at the Department of Justice to interpret the law. Because not only is this criminal law, this is immigration law, which is even more fucking ambiguous than even regular law. So he's going to have to rely heavily upon the lawyers, in his team. So, and he's kind of alluding to that here. But obviously making a comment like this just gives more ammunition to the Democrats. Now, I know what he means by that. Right? I understand that like an illegal alien is not going to get the same level of due process as an American citizen because, immigration law comes into the play here, and immigration law is vastly different than criminal law here. But the American public doesn't understand that. So for him to say something like this, right, it could easily be misconstrued and misinterpreted as this guy's a fascist, this guy doesn't have, respect for due process, this guy doesn't have respect for rule of law, blah, blah, blah. And that's what the Democrats are basically insinuating when they play this clip, and this is why they're losing their minds. So I think it's very important for him to like be able to, and this is one thing that does, like, it's a good and a bad thing about Trump. The good thing is he's able to speak in very layman terms, so the average person like knows what he's saying. But the bad part is the people that are intelligent or manipulative, like a lot of these Democrats, because Democrats tend to be more educated. Let's just be honest here. Lefties, wokies, Democrats, progressives, they tend to be more educated than conservatives. Let's just be honest here. They just are, right? This is why the college world, academia is dominated by liberals, right? So since Trump speaks in such layman terms, regular people can understand him. But the problem is that the more intelligent people, and a lot of times the Democrats, use that language and twist it around the way that they want. This is why Trump has literally been misinterpreted so many times, right? Like the whole Charlottesville. Oh, they were fine people, right? Because he doesn't, in his effort to use language that's more appealable to a majority, what ends up happening is the more intelligent people can take that language and interpret it in a certain way and then put out some propaganda. Does that make sense, chat? Does that make sense? So they use his word simplicity to his detriment a lot of the times. And this is a perfect example of that. Because I've already seen, like I said before, a lot of people on the left run wild with this shit.
I don't know. It seems it might say that, but if you're talking about that, then we'd have to have 1 million or 2 million or 3 million trials. We have thousands of people that are
Someone said educated doesn't mean intelligent. Yeah, but you got to understand, Blackest Panther, that educated, right, still means that they're going to be able to have a better grasp on the English language and a better way to manipulate it. That's my point. You get what I'm saying? When they're educated.
murderers and some drug dealers and some of the worst people on earth, some of the worst, most dangerous people on earth. And I was elected to get them the hell out of here, and the courts are holding me from doing it.
But even given those numbers that you're talking about, don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?
I don't know. I have to respond by saying again, I have brilliant lawyers that work for me, and they are going to...
And I'll be honest, guys, I hate to admit this, but I guarantee you, man, if we took a majority of geniuses, most of them would probably swing left, bro. If I'm going to be all the way honest. If we took a majority of geniuses, most of them would probably swing left, unfortunately. It would be close. It would be like maybe 55, 45, but I would argue most of them are going to swing left.
Obviously follow what the Supreme Court said. What you said is not...
Because remember, conservatism is simply common sense, Chad. That's what conservatism is. Conservatism is simply common sense. It adheres to biological realities, it adheres to tradition, it adheres to how things have worked forever. That's the power of conservatism. Oh, thanks. So it's not. That's the situation, right?
What I heard, the Supreme Court said...
Like these dudes that do the coding and work in tech in Silicon Valley, why do you think they're all fucking raging liberals? They're high IQ, they're brilliant, but they're liberal. You know? Some of them are conservative, but a majority of... Hey. Sorry, Frank was over here crying. So a majority of geniuses, I think, are going to be, not a huge majority, but a majority are going to be left-leaning. And conservatives tend to be more just common sense.
They have a different interpretation.
Is anyone in your administration right now in contact with El Salvador about returning Abrego Garcia to the United States?
I don't know. You'd have to ask the Attorney General that question.
Okay. At least 2 Americans have been mistaken.
He should have said that from the beginning. He should have just said that from the beginning the whole time.
detained and released by your administration, immigration authorities. Mr. President, should lawful residents of this country start carrying?
Some stupid ass niggas in the chat saying, oh, that's not right. Look, there's a research paper that shows that liberals are more intelligent than conservatives. Yeah, they are, bro. Like, nigga, see, God, bro. See, like, this is what I mean when I say, like, hell, the fact that I even said that and you niggas are getting offended shows that, like, a lot of conservatives are retards. Bro, you guys understand that most of the people that vote for Trump are, like, middle America, average IQ motherfuckers, bro. Okay? The educated, the people that have higher IQs, they tend to vote Democrat, man. They tend to be more progressive. Now, is this every single time? No. But remember, conservatives value certain things. They value more nationalism. They value more pro-liberty, right? They value, but not at the cost of, obviously, you know, they value liberty, but they're not necessarily always for, like, smaller governments, like libertarians. Big difference there, right? But like your traditional conservative, they're more for, you know, nationalism, religion, God and country, families, being self-sufficient, biological realities between men and women, right? Men should be providers, women should be at home, having kids, you know, oppose homosexuality, oppose sexual degeneracy. Like, traditionalism is like the foundation of conservatism. That's why it's called conservatism, because you're conserving traditional values that tend to be based on Abrahamic religion beliefs, okay? That is why it's called that. However, okay, conservatives, a lot of the times, tend to not be as educated or come from the elite universities or from the tech world, okay? Most brilliant people, a lot of the times, end up being swinging left. Is it all the time? No. But a lot of the time, yes. Because the education and academia world is run by progressives. It's just the truth. Why do you guys think someone like Jordan Peterson is so widely respected? I'll tell you why. Because, well, before he became like the fucking, you know, sniveling crybaby that he is now. But the reason why Jordan Peterson was so popular, chat, because Jordan Peterson was the first conservative, okay, that can go into these academic worlds and debate these motherfuckers. Why do you think Ben Shapiro got so popular? Because he was another person that was able to speak the academia language, Harvard graduate, that is conservative. That is why these guys blew up. If high IQ was so common on the right, Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson would be just a run-of-the-mill, right? But it's because they have a good grasp on the English language. It's because they understand academia. It's because they're able to go ahead and dismantle left-wing talking points. So in other words, they speak academic language. They come from that world. Peterson was a former professor. Ben Shapiro is a Harvard graduate, went to law school. The reason why they stood out is because they're conservatives that can speak left-wing language. Does that make sense, chat? And again, I'm just going to be honest with y'all. Some of you guys don't understand this because you might not have come from that world, but I have. I've spent 4 years in Boston. I'm here to tell you niggas. The academic world, run by liberals. Absolutely run by liberals, and it's even worse now. Why do you guys think I got so much heckling when I went to University of South Carolina? Why do you guys think Charlie Kirk does college tours? It's not because niggas are conservatives. It's slowly changing, but the reason why he gets so many views and the reason why people love to see him go over there and talk to these college kids is because the majority of them are fucking liberals. Now, does educated necessarily mean intelligent? Not all the time. Not all the time, for sure. But most intelligent, educated people tend to lean left. Not always, but they do a lot of the times. That is why people like Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson are such anomalies. Their rise to fame and their popularity is proof as to what I'm saying is correct. Okay? I hope that makes sense. And I hope I explained myself there for you guys. But I think niggas in the chat get what I'm saying. And yeah, like I said, there's research papers out there that show that lefties tend to be more intelligent than conservatives. Because remember, guys, when you guys are looking at conservatives, you guys are going off the cream of the crop. You're thinking about people like me. You're thinking about people like Nick Fuentes. You're thinking about people like Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro, whatever. You guys are thinking of like niggas that can articulate themselves and understand this shit to a deep level. That is not most conservatives, bro. If I'm going to be honest with y'all. Let's just be very honest here. Most conservatives are stupid. They really are. You can't take like the top percentage of conservative political commentators and say, oh, like all conservatives think this way. No, nigga. The average conservative can't even tell you why they're voting for Trump, bro, if I'm going to keep it all the way 1,000. And the left preys on that. You know how many times I see clips from liberals? Kyle Kalinske, Hassan Piker, Luke Beasley, Pondering Politics, all these niggas. You know what they do? Dean Withers. They literally just post content of them stumping Trump supporters. That's all they do. So that's the reality. That's the truth, bro. Keep it 1,000 with y'all. Most Trump supporters can't effectively articulate to you why they voted for Trump. Let's just call it 1,000, bro. I told you guys before, I'm not like just a political commentator. I'm a nigga that comes from the self-improvement world, so I'm keeping it all the way 1,000 with you guys. I'm not getting paid by no fucking administrations. I'm not on Turning Point USA. I'm not a member of the DNC. I don't have fucking an affiliate program with Blaze. Like, I don't deal with no conservative media outlets whatsoever. Fresh and Fit is it. We are 1,000% independent. Nobody can tell us shit. So I'm telling you guys what it is. I don't have an incentive to lie to y'all about Trump. Most Trump supporters are retards. Sorry. If I take an average Trump supporter and I tell them, why'd you vote for Trump? They won't even be able to tell you why. They'll tell you, oh, Kamala bad. Kamala bad. Stupid. You want to know what? Most Trump supporters are like the Nelk boys. There we go. Most Trump supporters are like the Nelk boys, bro. It's a cool thing to do. Conservatism is cool again. Make America great again, right? But if I pulled Steiny to the side, or if I pull Kyle or any of these niggas, hey, why'd y'all vote for Trump? They will not be able to tell you why, bro. Woke is bad. Okay, what else? They'll tell you like some surface level shit. Bro, it's like the left is crazy, bro. Like they want 99 genders. Nigga, let's be honest. The trans shit, that's like 1% of the population, bro. Let's just keep it all the way 1,000. These like transsexual individuals, right, that are like reading novels to kids at schools and shit like that, bro, this is 1% of the problem, bro. It's like 1% of the population. Oh, yeah, these niggas, I think they got the girls in the back. I'm going to tell these niggas to turn the music down. Y'all can hear that shit in the back? I'm going to tell these niggas to turn the music down. So anyway, so yeah, bro, like I don't mean to be an asshole, but like that's the average Trump supporter. They're like Nelk boys. Like, bro, you guys want to know when I realized that these niggas are retarded? Look, bro. Bro. I need to find the clip here.
Absolute responsibility for everything all of the time. You're choosing bad apples because you ain't got any good ones.
Yo, what stamp is it, guys, where Tay said the shit about the boys?
Even if she cheats on you, every man goes, she's a hoe, she cheated, her friends made her do it, she wants important, interesting people on the planet. But no, instead of doing that, I'm going to sit there and listen to her with her opinions. And she didn't even give me a kid. What the fuck's she going to talk about? Sex in the City?
Well, I think sometimes the guys are scared of having a kid, right? Like, if I was dating a girl for a year, don't you gotta be careful, like, who you have a kid with?
Why?
Like, that girl's gonna be in your life forever then.
No, she's not. The kid is.
Well, you're still gonna have to interact with her and shit. She's gonna have to text you. You're gonna have to see her.
You haven't got to see her all the time. You know what it is? It's kind of...
What, you think I'm overthinking that?
Of course you are. Because it's...
I don't know.
Maybe I'm just more militant. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe I'm just
Well, you definitely are, but...
Well, no disrespect.
All right, I found it. Sorry, guys. Look, this is what I'm trying to say. Like, this is your average conservative, bro. This is your average conservative in America, chat.
This is actually interesting. So let's analyze this. Free speech. This is an interesting conversation because America believes that as free speech. It doesn't. But every single country in the world has things you cannot talk about. Every single country in the world has off-limit topics. In Russia, it's Putin. In the Middle East, it's Islam. In Turkey, it's Erdogan. If you talk against them, you're going to get in a lot of trouble. Do you know what the American one is?
What, speaking out against the Dems?
Speaking out against the Jews. If you speak out against the Jews in
Bro.
What, speaking out against the Dems?
You stupid. One more time for y'all niggas.
If you
so you can't talk about certain people in different countries. True.
Talk against them, you're going to get in a lot of trouble. Do you know what the American one is?
What, speaking out against the Dems?
You stupid.
Speaking out against the Jews. If you speak out against the Jews in America, you're going to get in a lot of trouble. So every single country has their...
How the fuck does Andrew Tate know this, but he doesn't live here? And then this nigga Kyle lives here and doesn't know that. I know he's Canadian, but it doesn't... They run Canada too, chat. Nigga, they run Canada too, and he's been here in the United States for literally like two decades damn near. Like this dude Kyle been here for a minute, bro. He lives here. And he's in entertainment. So he should know this. Nigga's a YouTuber and he lives in LA. He should know this shit. What the fuck? That's your average Trump supporter, bro. I'm trying to explain to you guys. Your average Trump supporter is not like me and Nick Fuentes, bro. I'm sorry. They're fucking dumb. And even Nick don't fuck with the Trump administration like that no more. Because of the control of these niggas, man. He likes Trump as a person, but he hates his policies, which I completely understand. Completely capitulated to the fucking Zionist lobby, so I understand why. But that is your average American, chat. And if you don't believe me, Nelk has a huge fucking audience. Huge audience. Frat bros drinking alcohol say, yeah, Trump. Idiots like Dave Portnoy, another dumbass nigga. Dude doesn't even know. Oh, I'm gonna send him to Auschwitz in Germany. Stupid ass nigga. That's in Poland. Dumb fuck. That's your average conservative, chat. Trying to explain this to y'all, man. Like, get it through your head. Get it through your fucking head. Most conservatives are fucking retards. They just are. This is why I say all the time, when conservatives debate liberals, you got to put the best. You have to put the best. You guys don't believe me? Let me give you another example that conservatives are fucking retards. This bitch, remember this girl? I remember watching this show, I was so fucking mad, bro.
Did you ever just think about like not being an annoying little
which is
because like people that like actually work in this industry don't speak to each other like that. I know it's different.
So she's mad because he's embarrassing her intellectually, so she has to go ahead and insult him. Nigga, like, bro, the cooked. This was a bad look when she debated him. He made her look stupid, bro. Absolutely stupid. And the reason why liberals are very selective on who they debate when it comes to conservatives is they make sure to talk to the retards like this bitch. This is why Dean Withers will take a debate with her twice. He'll talk to Steiny. He'll talk to Bradley Martin. He'll talk to these guys. He will not fucking sit across the table from someone like me or Nick Fuentes. He won't do it. Won't do it, bro. So yes, guys, like, most conservatives are retards, and most conservatives don't understand them boys. Because not being a retard is half the game. The other half is understanding who really runs this country. That's the real red pill. And though people are waking up, I truly do think that guys like me and Nick are leading a fucking revolution here of the Great Awakening. Ian Carroll, Candace Owens, etc. It's going to take years for us to reprogram people from their TradCon mindset. Because keep in mind, the Daily Wire, Turning Point USA, PragerU, Blaze Media, these guys still have a monopoly on conservative media. They still have the monopoly. And they still are pro-Israel. So it's going to take a few years. We're at 28:36, guys. Let's go. It's fucking 9:20. Shit. Yeah, Nick debated Dean, but you can't find it. You got to like go on Kick to find it and shit. And Nick made him look stupid, to be honest with you. So yeah, he won't. Actually, you know what? I think because he went on with Nick and Nick embarrassed him, he was like, I don't want to do this again. and he ran away from my shit. Actually. Someone said I would love to debunk that, Myron. That's how stupid you are, bro. Just because you could debunk it and you're a smart conservative doesn't mean that most conservatives are smart, bro. Like, holy shit, y'all niggas are acting like women. Fuck, man. Most people are stupid, let alone conservatives and liberals, bro. Most people are stupid in general. Okay, yo, Markin. Nope, this is, guys, remember, 5 and up I'm reading. Do you think most geniuses are atheists as well? I don't know if they're atheists, but they tend to not be as strong believers. Demetrius says, yo, Myron, you know what I noticed about the... Oh, no, got that one. My dog ate my copy of Why Women Deserve Less, face orange, frowning. Okay. Myron, please support Russell Brand and cover his trial that's starting soon. Wow, they already got the trial going? Bro, nigga, how is that even possible? England has some really fast trials. Should I wait till Money Monday to talk about real estate? Also, could you comment on Israel and Iran both using F-35s and airstrikes against each other? I thought only the United States could own F-35s. No, what you're referring to is India. India can't. No, Pakistan can't use F-35s on India. That's what you're referring to. Israel and other Israel, they can use whatever the fuck they want. Israel, them niggas got no rules, bro. How many like? Israel does whatever the fuck Israel wants, bro. They're like a badass little kid that's spoiled, and we keep giving them fucking candy. Despite the fact that they don't fucking listen to what we say. Anyway, what are we at? Are we at 3K? We're at 2850. Guys, we're almost there. 150 more likes, ninjas. Frank, go to your bed. Bed. All right. Where are we at here?
Paperwork with them when they leave their homes.
I don't think that'll be necessary, but what you're not saying is that many people have been killed, maimed, badly hurt by illegal immigrants that came.
You know, I should probably react to the Nick Fuentes and Dean Withers debate. I'll react to that shit. I'll react to it. I still haven't. I'm surprised. I completely forgot that they even did that, man. I should probably react to that. There'll probably be some good content.
Over that are from prisons and from jails and from mental institutions, and they're hurting our people. And if we don't get them out, we're not going to have a country for long. We need honest.
Yeah.
We need honest media, and we need walls. We need to have borders.
Wrong.
And by the way, I built a lot of walls, and if we didn't do that, we wouldn't be able to have those. You know, we would not be able to have the kind of numbers if I wasn't successful in building hundreds of miles of wall.
Very quickly, sir, the last time you and I spoke in December.
Yeah, that's kind of a, not really, but that's fine.
You said that you would consider working on getting Dreamers legal status. Dreamers, of course, those who were brought here illegally as children. Where do those efforts stand? Is that a priority for you?
Well, it's not a priority for the Democrats because every time we talk about it, they don't want to talk about it because I guess they like it as a political issue, but they're not good at political issues because they still want to have men playing women's sports.
Well, Republicans do control Congress right now, Mr. President.
But the Democrats don't.
Dreamers.
And they're gonna lose it in the midterms. Definitely gonna lose it in the midterms.
A priority?
Well, you'd need for that. You would need to have support from Democrats.
Historically speaking, the presiding party typically loses the midterms. So the Democrats are going to take the House on the next one, guys.
Democrats, and we have no support from the Democrats.
Give me ones in the chat if you guys agree. But I think the Dems are going to take it over after this shit, bro. Because they're again, this is why it's so important. Like, they're running with this fascist narrative. They're running with this totalitarian argument, authoritarianism. They're saying that Trump doesn't believe in due process, rule of law. I think he's going to lose the House in the midterms. Give me ones if you guys agree with me. But I think the Dems are gonna take it back. Right now, we got the lead, but they're definitely going to take that shit back, bro. Because the left is running with propaganda, saying that he's supporting the Israel for war. He didn't stop the conflict in Russia. The tariffs have been a big L. They're going to completely go after him and say that he's a dictator. And I think we're gonna lose the House, chat, if I'm gonna be honest. 100%. And historically speaking, the administration that's in power almost always loses the House in midterms.
Have you had any discussions about treaties?
Yeah, we've had discussions. We would do something. I'd love to put in beautiful immigration for everybody, but the Democrats don't want to approve anything.
Okay, cool. Some of you guys disagree. For those of you that disagree, that are putting twos, tell me why you guys think the Republicans are going to keep the House then. Tell me why they're going to keep the House. I see a couple of y'all putting twos. Tell me why you think a two. I don't mind. I'm not trying to argue with you. I want to genuinely see why you guys think the Republicans are going to keep the House.
All they want to do is knock out a tax bill. We're trying to get approved right now, the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. And if it doesn't get approved, it's a 68% tax increase, and that's what the Democrats want. They want a 68% tax increase. It's rather incredible.
And I do want to talk to you about your legislation, but let's talk about DOJ very quickly. DOJ has fired and then rehired thousands of federal workers, including FAA employees. And
yeah, that boy Elon gone, bro. See, that's why I hate some of y'all niggas in the chat, bro. I'm literally trying to engage with y'all and have like good discourse. And I'm telling you guys, type a 2 and tell me why the Dems are going to win. Or sorry, why the Republicans are going to keep the House. Will they win, or do you want to believe they'll win? No, I'm telling y'all that the Dems are going to win. That's what I'm telling you guys. I'm not telling you guys I want the Dems to win. I'm saying the Dems are going to win. Because Trump's approval ratings are down right now. The tariff situation made him look really bad on the economic stage. Okay? Because of the Triffin dilemma that I just told y'all about. It's not doing anything to stop the trade deficit. And realistically speaking, for us to bring those jobs back to America is going to take years and real commitment. And he literally just said in this interview, oh, well, the tariffs aren't permanent. Nigga, then no one's going to build factories here. If he can't commit to say that it's going to be permanent, niggas are not going to build factories here. Like, we just went over this economically, how it's impossible. Okay? Look, I love Trump, but this tariff plan is half-assed. Good program on paper, terrible in application. So what I'm saying is, and then, obviously the Dems going crazy, rallying, saying that he's a dictator, all this other shit, right? I think that we're going to lose the House. Do I want us to lose the House? No. But I think we are going to lose the House. So once again, niggas in the chat, you know what? Let me run a poll on YouTube. What the fuck am I doing here? Let me just run a poll on YouTube. I think the Dems are going to win the House. It's not what I want to happen, but I think the Dems are going to win. It's not about what you want. It's about what do you think will happen. All right, polls up, niggas. Let me know what you guys want, what you guys think.
In charge of aviation safety, specialists working on nuclear.
Polls up on YouTube. Vote on there. And if you vote no, like I said before, put a 2 and then tell me why. I genuinely want to know why.
Your weapon.
Why you guys think the Republicans will be able to maintain the House?
Safety. What do you say to those who believe Elon Musk's chainsaw approach has jeopardized the safety and security of Americans?
Well, he found $160 billion worth of fraud, waste, and abuse. I mean, I think she's done an amazing job. I think his people have done an incredible job. They're brilliant people. They know the computer. I actually asked him, what's their big trait? He said they're unbelievable at computers. In other words, you can't fake them out because these people are, in many cases, crook.
Yeah, Jack shared a good analysis. He says the issue is his approval is going down as we do more right-wing things. If Trump said tariffs are permanent, we definitely lose. Do I want permanent tariffs? Yes, but it can't happen, bro. Perfect. Like, I'm telling you, bro. Like, the problem is that the administration is doing half-ass shit. They're doing half-ass shit.
But it was fraud, waste, and abuse. They found your question should be asked a different way.
Yo, as you guys can tell from this interview, Trump is kind of out to lunch, bro. He lets all the people in his cabinet do all the work, bro. This nigga be chilling. He be golfing and shit. He's just chilling, man. The guy's like 80 years old, bro. He relies heavily upon his cabinet to do shit, guys.
Were certain things found? Yes. How much? $160 billion. Think of what $160 billion is. He found $160.
He said he'd find $2 trillion.
This nigga Chewy said stop sucking Trump's dick. Are you stupid, nigga? I just said that the Dems are going to take the House. You dumbass. The fuck are you talking about? I'm one of the few political commentators on the right that actually criticizes Trump. Shut the fuck up. Are you dumb? Holy shit, you're fucking retarded. This is why people like watching my shit, because they know I'm going to say what the fuck it is, bro. I'm not getting paid by any of these right-wing media companies or left-wing media companies. I'm 100%, I mean, people consider me far right, whatever. But like, I will criticize conservatives all the time. I probably dunk on conservatives more than I do on liberals, bro. Be honest with y'all. Because My problem with liberals is they're stupid. Like when it comes to common sense, they might be into academia, whatever. They're stupid when it comes to that, right? They can have higher IQs, but they're still stupid. They don't understand. They don't have common sense like conservatives do. But the problem with conservatives is that they suck Israeli dick too much. So conservatives are cucks to the Jews, and liberals are cucks to everybody else.
Well, we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet.
Do you think the work continues even though he's leaving? He said he's...
Yes, I like Trump, but I like him as a person. But I will absolutely criticize him as a president when he does dumb shit.
He's leaving behind some very brilliant people. They were on television last night. They're super high IQ people.
I am able to compartmentalize my respect and admiration for Trump as a person versus him as a president. I will 100% say when he does dumb shit as a president. And I've been super critical on him bending the knee to the fucking Zionist lobby.
I like high IQ people.
Unlike other people. Like me and Nick are the only real niggas that will call out Myron Adelson. We are the only ones that with a platform, a sizable platform. Me, Nick, Candace, I'm thinking of people that actually run podcasts. That Jake Shields. Like most conservatives will not have this conversation, bro.
Democrats don't have many of them.
Let me ask you about some news that broke. You are threatening to rescind Harvard's tax-exempt status.
Yeah.
And yet directing the IRS to investigate and rescind a university's tax-exempt status is contrary to what's in the federal law. The law.
All right, so, someone said a thing here. It says, 2, why didn't the Dems win a single swing state? Because everyone hates Kamala. Everyone hates Kamala. Look, let's break this down. You guys want to know why Kamala Harris lost? There were a couple of things that she did wrong. One of the biggest reasons that Kamala Harris lost the election. Number 1, she came in late. Okay? It was supposed to be Biden, and then Biden embarrassed himself at the debate against Trump. So what ended up happening was he dropped out the race, and then she got put in. Okay? So she didn't have enough time to properly campaign. Okay? Second, she didn't win the nomination via the DNC as typically done. This also looked bad because basically what happens is Democrats rely so heavily on race politics. If Biden didn't immediately give her the seat to run for president, it would have looked really bad because she's black and she's a woman, okay? So the Democrats had to give her the position. She didn't earn it. That looks bad, right? Number 3, she avoided real interviews and adversarial press conferences. She didn't answer any questions, okay? That looked really bad. As the vice president, who literally was under the Biden administration, you should be media trained at a point where you can handle any questions. You've been in a position of power for 4 fucking years, getting grilled. So she wouldn't do adversarial interviews and she wouldn't do press conferences asking questions, okay? All of her interviews were softball interviews until she finally woke up and decided to go on Fox and she looked stupid, okay? That's number 3. 4th, the Biden administration had a very bad rap. So her being vice president, though she did take some of Biden's constituents as people supporting her, right? Biden, speaking generally, was not liked, had a very low approval rating. So her as vice president, it hurt because she didn't do enough to distance herself from the Biden administration. For obvious reasons. It would look really bad if she's on campaign as vice president saying, oh yeah, by the way, I'm not going to be like Joe Biden. Bitch, you're a part of his administration. So she was unable to distance herself from the bad policies and decision-making of the Biden administration because she was a vice president within it. Okay? So she was stuck in a rock and a hard place. And then lastly, she didn't utilize social media the way she was supposed to. She relied way too much upon traditional media and traditional celebrities to endorse her when traditional celebrities no longer have the same pull. No one gives a fuck about what Taylor Swift says. No one gives a fuck about Beyonce saying that I'm going to support Kamala Harris. Nobody gives a shit that LeBron James says we need Kamala Harris. You know what they do give a fuck about? That that Donald Trump went on Joe Rogan and sat there for 3 hours and answered tough questions, to a degree. He might have lied about some of the stuff, but the point is that he answered questions. You know why people like Donald Trump? Why Donald Trump won? He went on CNN and he, on multiple occasions, he did the open house with them, etc., and dealt with an adversarial press. J.D. Vance did the same thing. J.D. Vance didn't run from it either. He went on Rogan and he also did adversarial interviews. So, Kamala, and then on top of that, she's a bad speaker publicly. Very bad speaker publicly. And she's incompetent. So, all of these things made it where made it where she was, niggas couldn't vote for her, bro. That's why Trump won all the swing states. But remember, when it comes to the House, it's not Kamala Harris. She's not the face of the left anymore. She's not the face of the Democratic Party. So you can't sit there and say, oh, well, we won all 7 swing states. We're not going to lose the House. Yes, you are, nigga, because it's not Kamala Harris that's the face of the left anymore. And here's the thing. I know some of you niggas in the chat might be mad, but all of you know that these are facts. This is why Kamala Harris lost in a landslide. I went through systematically. Even the Kamala fans, even the left, admits all the things I just told you guys. Remember, I watch left-wing media quite a bit. Now, I'm not just over here talking out my ass. I watch left-wing content creators, and all of them agree with the facts I just stated. Why Kamala lost. She didn't do enough to distance herself from the Biden administration, and that fucked her up. On top of all the other shit, her being incompetent, relying too much on celebrity endorsements, not doing enough social media interviews, not doing adversarial interviews until it was too late, being protected from the press, had something to hide. She didn't properly get the DNC nomination like she was supposed to. The Democrats were forced to rally around her even though they didn't want to. Because she was shoved down their throats. Pause. So, anyway.
Says you can't do this. Do you
70 away from 3,000, niggas.
You think you're following the law?
Well, I tell you, I'm going to just follow what the lawyers say. They say that we're allowed to do that, and I'm all for it. But everything I say is subject to the laws being 100% adhered to.
Are you willing to take this to court if it becomes a...
All right, so 54% of you guys think that the Democrats are going to take the House. All right, fair. Give me ones if you guys agree with me on why Kamala lost. All those reasons I listed out. If you don't agree, give me a 2 and why.
Court fight? You're gonna take it that far?
If you agree, give me ones. If you agree with why Kamala lost, those 5 or 6 or 7 reasons I listed, or give me a 2 if you disagree and tell me why I'm wrong.
All right, let's talk about some of the other actions you've taken over the past 100 days. Last month, you directed your Attorney General, Pam Bondi, to review 2 people who you perceived to be your political adversaries. And yet you told me in December that you would not direct the Justice Department to investigate your political foes. What changed?
Well, no, I just look at people, and I'm not directing anybody. They looked at these 2 people.
Someone said, too, she never won a vote. I said that, bro. I literally said that she didn't get properly put in through the DNC. I said that. 2, she was a woman. Okay, fair enough. I think that's I didn't think that needed to be even said, but she was also too far left. Interesting. I don't think she was too far left. 2, I'm FBA, Forever Banana Alliance. Okay, I don't know. Borders are, oh yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. She was looked at as the borders are, yep, that's true. And immigration was fucked. Good point. Because Trump won off immigration, so that's a good point.
They might have known it, or they might have heard it from 2 years ago.
Honestly, I don't think she was too far left, bro. I think she was just, bro, you look at Kamala, that's how most women think in America.
Person said, he knew me so well. He was, I think, on CNN or MSDNC, but they're both failing networks. You're happy to know, even though one of them, I guess, is related to you in one form or another, although they're trying to cut him loose as fast as possible. But it was well.
You guys want me to do a Ken O'Keefe shit? I told you already, 3,000 likes, and then I'll cover it.
Well known that this one person, it was almost like he was my brother. I don't even know who he is. Maybe he was there. Maybe he was in the Oval Office a few times as a surrogate for, you know, somebody in some form of government, along with 25 other people that sat in the back of the room or stood in the back of the room. I have no idea who this guy is. And he's out there. And then he did a book called Anonymous. I think that's really subversion. I think it's spying. It's something really bad.
But you passed an executive order calling for your Attorney General to investigate that.
For a long time. And the other one said that the election was so wonderful. It was such a, well, it turned out it wasn't a wonderful election. It was a corrupt election.
Let me ask it this way, sir, because when we talked in December, I asked you, what is your
15 away, niggas, from 3,000.
Message to people who didn't vote for you? Let me remind you of what you said. You said, I love you, and we're going to all work together. How does pursuing your political foes help to unify?
Did I really say I love you?
You really did. That's a direct quote.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right, but I'd like to see.
I promise I'll show it to you. I'll show you the tape.
Look.
How does that help to unify the country?
I want to treat people fairly, whether they voted for me or not. I want to have a unified country. It's very hard because the media is so fake, including, like, even the way you ask questions. Every question is asked in a negative vein. There's a toy company that took a toddler's, whatever, but you don't talk about the fact that gasoline is down at numbers that nobody believes possible. You know why they're down, by the way? Drill, baby, drill. We're drilling like crazy right now.
We try to make sure every question is fair, Mr. President.
Look, every question you ask says a very negative slant.
No, but look, I'm just curious.
And I'm fine for responding to you. I don't think you're very difficult at all to respond to be honest with you. But you know what? You should ask some positive things like, sir, it's amazing what you've done with gasoline. Because you know what? Gasoline's big business.
All right, this dude, let's see here. We got 3,000. We hit the number. Yasser71 says, yo, Myron, can a person who overstayed a tourist visa travel domestically after the Real ID Act? Could TSA check his status? Also, the left being smarter take is a rare L take. The left has a dumb ideology. Bro. All right, number one. If he overstayed his visa and he doesn't have a Real ID, yeah, that could fuck him up, dude. It could fuck him up because they're going to want a Real ID, so they probably won't let him travel. And the thing is that he probably won't be able to get a Real ID because he's not legally here. Now, could TSA check his status? No. TSA doesn't have immigration authority, but they can absolutely call the CBP officer over to check his ID because they're going to be there at the airport. TSA doesn't have Title 8 authority, but they can absolutely call a CBP officer over. And then also, left being smarter take is a rare L. Take the left has a dumb ideology. Nigga, when I say the left is smarter, I'm talking about from an IQ perspective and like a educated perspective. I'm not talking about from a common sense perspective. You gotta understand that common sense, right? There's a reason why it's called common fucking sense. It's common. Versus being a genius and high IQ is not common. I'm saying if you took people that have higher IQs, okay? And people that are brilliant, a majority of them are going to be left-leaning and liberal, bro. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Okay? Because let me just be honest with y'all. The niggas that go to Harvard, they're all higher IQ. I don't think anyone at Harvard is going to be under 100 IQ, bro. Sorry. You're just not. When it comes to Ivy League schools, you actually have to have higher IQ to get in. Okay? It is what it is. So what I'm trying to explain to you is that people that have higher IQ are more than likely going to be left politically. Okay? Now you're saying the left has dumb ideology. Yeah, you're speaking from the frame of common sense. Yes, they're stupid because they don't have common sense. I agree. But when I'm talking about IQ, most high IQ people are going to lean left, bro. And again, look at all the Ivy League schools. The majority of the students from these Ivy League schools all have over 100 IQ. I know that for a fact. And then on top of that, they all they lean left. Again, I told you like this before, bro. The thing that vindicates me on this is why the fuck do you think people like Ben Shapiro, people like Jared Taylor, people like Jordan Peterson, why are they so widely respected? Because they come from the academic field and they're conservatives, which is rare, you fucking idiots. Holy shit, bro. Jared Taylor went to Yale. Ben Shapiro went to fucking Harvard. Jordan Peterson, I don't know where he went to exactly. Like, get it through your head, guys. Common sense is not necessarily the same as high IQ. Damn. Anyway, but yeah, bro, your friend is cooked. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Nigga needs to just go back to his country, bro. Nigga over here overstaying his visa like a dumbass. Under the Trump administration, one of the worst times to be overstaying a visa, bro. Until we have a president that has balls to implement usury laws, nothing will change. As long as BlackRock can bill $600 for a bolt, nothing will change. We live in a Jew. All right, Dwight Bauer, I'm gonna keep it $1,000 with you, bro. We are never gonna get rid of. Do you realize that this country was built upon credit, right? We're never gonna get rid of usury. Like, let's be real here, bro. This is a debt-based financial system, bro. Like, this is not, bro. Even Muslim countries have usury to some degree, bro. You know that, right? So, like, the UAE still gives out loans with interest to a degree. It's obviously not as, like, common as here. But, yeah, dude. So, that's not happening. Nigga said, we need a president that has the balls to implement usury. Or usury laws. The fuck do you think this is, man? Fucking, the fucking Ottoman Empire and the fucking 1800s, nigga? What the fuck do you think this is, bro? Nigga said we need to ban usury laws. Now that's fucking funny. We got to be realistic here, bro. The banks control the world. And the banks live off usury. Someone said, tell Dave Ramsey that. Yeah, bro, Dave Ramsey gives advice for retards, man, when it comes to finances. Niggas that are not responsible. Bro literally says, make an envelope, make it light bill, and put the money in there and like hide it somewhere. Bro, that's like for lowest common denominator individuals that don't have any type of financial discipline. Dave Ramsey makes content for stupid niggas, bro. The Tariqs and the Tayshawns that go and buy Jordans and shit like that, he makes information for them. But niggas that are smart, that can live below their means and don't care about flexing, like Dave Ramsey is gonna keep you a normie. The only way to, the fastest way to build wealth is by buying real estate, bro. You buy real estate, it appreciates in property, you get tax benefits, and you're getting cash flow. There's no better asset class for creating wealth than real estate. 90% of millionaires are made by real estate, bro. Dave Ramsey gives advice for stupid niggas. Okay? That's what Dave Ramsey gives advice for. And here's the thing. Most Americans need it. Fine. But if you have discipline and you're not an idiot, real estate is the best way to go. But again, the common denominator is most Americans are fat, most Americans are lazy, most Americans want to be able to watch TV and just chill. They don't want to do another job, whatever, fine. For them niggas, yeah, watch Dave Ramsey. But for anyone that's like serious about like building wealth, you need debt to do that. You need that to do it. Smart debt though, through real estate and leverage. Someone said, Myron, real estate takes forever. No, it doesn't, bro. You can come up with creative financing strategies. Okay, it is now 9:47. Holy shit, hold on, let me see here. All right, I think Trump glazes them boys so much because at his core, he's a businessman. That's who he is and who he's always been, looking at the country economically and for himself. It makes the most sense not to blow up that relationship, valid or not. Yeah, no, absolutely. And Trump, keep in mind that Trump comes from New York real estate world. The New York real estate world is controlled by them niggas, bro. So yes, you're 100% right. It's impossible to do real estate in especially, well, in America, but it's impossible to do real estate in New York City without running into them boys. It's impossible. All right, so this is this comes from Ken O'Keefe on the Epstein shit. What do you guys want? Do you guys want the Charlie Kirk shit or do you guys want the Ken O'Keefe? Let's start with the Ken O'Keefe.
He was in the Navy. He was 250 days at sea. He never saw it.
So this is Prince Andrew was effing underage girls. Tape of the royal family advisor exposes Prince Andrew's sexual relations with minors and deep ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
I was really pissed because he lied to me. Epstein. And then I did a big thing in the Daily Mail saying that I believed Andrew. And then I found out he was lying. I was so pissed. No, that he was f***ing underage girls. That's not cool.
John Bryan has been a close confidant to the British royal family for a long time. He worked for Queen Elizabeth II, was, quote, best friends with Princess Diana, and had a long-term intimate relationship with the Duchess of York, Sarah Ferguson. According to Bryan, he practically raised Sarah Ferguson's children, the princesses Beatrice and Eugene. And Bryan said that he maintained a friendship with Ferguson's husband, the Duke of York, Prince Andrew.
Tell me, like, your story. So my story, you want to know my story? What? Like, I've been so famous at times when I was on the front page of every newspaper then, because I was working with the Queen of England. Okay. You know, she's Queen Elizabeth. I was working with all the families. Princess Diana was my best friend. And I met the Duchess of York. Okay. That's Prince Andrew's wife. They were separated. And then Sarah and sort of fell in love. And we lived together for like 7 years, 6 or 7 years, in my house in England. And I raised her 2 little children. They're so cute. They're just using and using.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie, bro. This guy, Kid O'Keefe, always gets these niggas trapped with some women. He always honeypots them, and then these niggas just want to go sit there and fucking tell everything. Idiots, man.
Those were my children. Those were my kids. I raised those kids. Day to day raised. I was father to those kids.
Prince Andrew's connection to Jeffrey Epstein emerged in 2010, when photos showed them walking together in New York's Central Park. Epstein had already been convicted in 2008 of procuring a 14-year-old girl for prostitution. In 2014, a woman named Virginia Giuffre alleged in a Florida court filing that Jeffrey Epstein...
She definitely didn't kill herself. We all know that, Chad.
...paid her to have sex with Prince Andrew when she was 17, a minor. On April 25th, a few weeks ago, Giuffre died by, quote, suicide. Prince Andrew denied Giuffre's sex abuse allegations in a now infamous 2019 BBC interview.
She said she had sex with you 3 times, once on his private island in a group of 7 or 8 other girls.
No.
No to all of it?
All of it. Absolutely no to all of it.
The interview was a public relations disaster for the royal family and prompted the Queen to strip Prince Andrew of his royal duties.
Yeah, I'm shocked to even agree to that interview, chat. I'm really shocked to even, yeah.
In the aftermath of that interview, the prince sought advice from a longtime royal family confidant, John Bryan.
Wait, so you were not friends with Prince Andrew? Oh, very good. Oh, no, we were very civilized. We'd go have dinner at his house. We'd have dinner at my house to see his kids. So then, we go on a holiday in the south of France, and I get a big property, like 10 acres, right near.
This nigga lit off his mind, bro.
Right? You know, nobody has 10 acres. I'm on the biggest property, beautiful house.
And just so you guys know, like, keep in mind, look, people do this shit all the time, bro. Dude's flirting with a girl. He's trying to show he's more important than he really is. I got this big ass house. Oh yeah, he was totally smashing girls. I got the insider info.
I rent it so that we have privacy. Right? Because there's paparazzi everywhere. There's hundreds.
Now, am I saying that he's lying? No, but I do think it's important to take this with a grain of salt.
Paparazzi, not 10, not 20, hundreds. I know.
And this is already one with Prince Andrew.
Yes, Prince Andrew. Yeah, he's out in the, he's on the, he was in the Navy. He was 250 days at sea. He never saw his kid.
2 weeks after Prince Andrew's BBC interview, John Bryan was brought to the Royal Lodge where Prince Andrew lives to offer crisis management advice. According to the Telegraph, the meeting was conducted discreetly. At the royal residence, Bryan observed that Prince Andrew was visibly distressed and struggling to focus, reportedly unable to concentrate for more than 40 minutes at a time due to the strain he was under. As reported in the Daily Mail, John Bryan constructed a 5-page document emphasizing that Prince Andrew should publicly show empathy for Epstein's victims. Back in November 2022, Bryan publicly stated that he believed Prince Andrew was innocent of the claims made against him related to the Jeffrey Epstein.
All right, real quick. This guy Z says in the chat, people like you should encourage young people to go into academia instead of saying college is a scam. Guys like Fuentes and Kirk without degrees aren't going to change the status quo. Z, here's the thing, dude. Like, bro, see, I hate when people mischaracterize my position. My position on college has always been this. You go to school with an intent in mind on what you want to do. You have a fucking plan. You don't go in undeclared, all this other bullshit and take in debt. The only time I tell people to go to college and go undecided is if you got a fucking full ride. Or it's so cheap that it makes sense, okay? That is the number one thing I say. So I say, look, if you got a full ride, go. If you don't got a full ride, you need to go in there with a plan, okay? I actually tell people all the time, college is a scam if you major in the wrong things. But if you major in the right things that are going to get you a job, you're fine. So please don't mischaracterize my position. Holy shit, bro.
In sex trafficking scheme. Now, in our exclusive hidden camera undercover footage,
I'm probably one of the few people that tells people that this whole social media shit and like entrepreneur, success porn shit, I'm like one of the few people that tells people don't quit your job. I've done videos on how to transition from working a regular job into being an entrepreneur because I've actually done it. And I tell them all the time, if you can, do both. Keep your regular job and do your side hustle. I literally tell people that all the time. You must have me confused with someone else, bro. I'm one of the few fucking influencers in the self-improvement space that tells people literally go to school, get a skill set, or get a blue-collar job and do the entrepreneur shit on the side. One of the few people, bro. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man. You must be new here, bro.
John Bryan reveals for the first time that Prince Andrew did, in fact, have sex with underage girls.
I mean, we knew that.
Other girls. I was so pissed about that. I was really pissed. I was really pissed because he lied to me about it.
Lied about
Epstein. Yeah. No, I knew he saw him, but he lied to me that he was such a close friend. I was so pissed. And then I did a big thing in the Daily Mail saying that I believed Andrew, and then I found out he was lying. I was so pissed. No, that he was f***ing underage girls.
Now, our newsroom has some concerns about where this investigation is headed and who may be implicated. But our only motivation in doing these stories is the public's right to know. And if this report and our subsequent reports shine a light into darkness and expose evil, then we are willing to take the risks. At the end of the day, child victims of Jeffrey Epstein need to be protected, and the people involved need to be held accountable by law enforcement immediately.
Yeah, this is why Pam Bondi looks so fucking bad right now, aka Pam Blondie, not doing what she's supposed to do.
Without accountability, our notion of freedom is just an illusion. We're going to be breaking our next stories exclusively at O'KeefeMediaGroup.com. You may see this Project Veritas sign behind me. Stay tuned for next week.
No, he does a great job of exposing people, this dude. He always gets like some fucking honeypot, whether it's like a girl or some dude to like meet these fucking people that like, you know, are involved in intelligence or in, you know, policy making, and them niggas be exposing. So, yeah. This is John Bryan. I don't even know who this nigga is. Who is this guy, bro? Let's look this guy up. What the fuck, bro? All right, whatever. All right. So, let's see here. What time? It's about to be 10 o'clock. We've been live now for about 5 hours. Let's see here. I'm debating if we should react to this now or I should just get off now. All right. Let me see what time we're doing after hours chat. It's already 10 o'clock. All right, let's start. Fuck it. The show goes on, niggas. Till I hear from these niggas what time we're going.
I'm not fucking leaving. The show goes on. This is my home.
All right, I just got one request then. We're at 3119. Let's get to 3200, chat. Let's get to 3200. That's my only request.
To the power of gold. National banks are racing to secure it. In 2024, looking into doing that too.
Hi, Charlie. Thank you so much for coming here. I think it's really good.
Oh, God. Here we fucking go, bro. Holy. We got one of these fucking deodorant dodgers on the mic. Oh, man.
Good that you come to campuses and talk to people who disagree with you. I also think it's like a testament, like you've like gotten a really big following, and it's a testament to the fact that capitalism works and merit-based societies work, that we can actually grow our influence. And yeah, so
man, here comes this H-1B visa nigga, bro.
I agree with you with a lot of things, but I do disagree with you with like 2 or 3 particular points. And I hope to like go touch on all of them. Firstly, it's about.
Hey, let me call out this guy right here. Bitch ass nigga said ready to go. Quit begging for likes, it's cringy as fuck. Hey retard, do you not realize that I'm fucking demonetized? You not realize that? I've been doing a 5-hour stream now. We're gonna do another one, Fresh and Fit. Fucking demonetized. You think any other YouTuber would be giving y'all this kind of content when they're demonetized? You fucking ungrateful piece of shit. You think so? Don't worry, I'll answer for you. The answer is a profound fucking no. So if I tell you, yo, just smash that like button and I play the video, let's say it's 3,200, that's not begging. That's me telling you to fucking support the fucking content so other people can find it like your dumb monkey ass did. Ready to go, whatever the fuck your name is. Your name is you should actually change your name to Ready to Suck, because you suck at everything else in life more than likely when you say stupid shit like that. You ungrateful fucking dumbass. Nigga said LMAO triggered. Nobody's triggered. I'm just calling you out now. And you don't like that. I'm calling your dumb monkey ass out, bro. Calling you out. Nigga said triggered. When in reality, I'm just embarrassing your dumb ass. And because of you, we stopped the show to embarrass your dumb ass because we're literally going to hit 3,200 right now. I didn't have to call your dumb ass out because I knew we were going to hit the number anyway, but now I'm calling your dumb ass out. So chat, cook this Ready to Go nigga in the chat, bro. And bully his ass. I'm not going to censor him, but you guys just roast him. Because niggas like that hurt the quality of the show every single time.
You stupid.
Morality and the fact that your claim that objective morality exists. I disagree with that. I think morality is relative for everyone or subjective, and it kind of like grows as with the culture and as the culture changes. So yeah, what are your thoughts about that, and how do you justify objective morality?
Do you believe in absolute truth?
What do you mean by absolute truth?
Absolute truth, like that there is truth absolute for all people.
Yes.
You do? Okay, that's objective morality.
That's objective facts. I won't say that's morality.
Okay, so do I have permission to ask you a provocative question?
Sure. I know what you're going to ask.
Okay, fine. I mean, was Hitler objectively wrong?
No.
Oh, let's go! Oh, shit, here we go. Hey, yo. I'll tell you this, the deodorant dodger did not dodge the fucking top H question. Let's go, baby. Oh, man. Niggas in the chat are still roasting Ready to Go. Yeah, man. Niggas call him Ready to Gawk. Because that's what this nigga is. He's in here fucking talking shit. Well, get free content, bitch ass nigga. You could be anywhere else, but you're in here. Dude, bro, why are you asking for like? Shut the fuck up. You go to work for free, stupid ass? Oh, exactly. I thought so. I'm not even asking y'all niggas to send me money. I'm just saying hit the like button. It's free. You know what I mean? I guarantee you're either a Jew or some black nigga that's poor. One of the two. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. That's Jewish behavior, bro. This nigga, well, why you gotta like the video? Oy vey. Fuck out of here, man. You fucking dreidel spinner.
So, I do...
Nigga thinks this podcast was promised to him 2,000 years ago. God told me 2,000 years ago that I could tune into this shit without having to like it. It was promised to me by God. Bitch ass nigga. I'm gonna fry you. The chat's gonna fucking fry you. Look, they call you Ready to Cook now. Nigga said, damn, I own you. You don't know nothing, nigga. They're cooking you in the chat right now. Nigga said, ready to get pegged.
So
was the Holocaust objectively evil?
I want to like make a distinction between like my personal views that I do feel that it is wrong, but I can't say that it.
Nigga went right into the Cookie Monster event. All right, let's go back from the beginning here. Hold on.
Okay, so do I have permission to ask you a provocative question?
Sure. I know what you're gonna ask.
Okay, fine. I mean, was Hitler objectively wrong?
No. So I do.
Look at this bitch. She's shocked. Oh my God! Look at all the normies in the back going crazy.
So
was the Holocaust objectively evil?
I want to like make a distinction between like my personal views that I do feel that it is wrong, but I can't say that it is like objectively wrong because I don't believe that objective morality exists. Like why can I ask you like why do you think objective morality exists and how do you like ground that objective morality in?
Oh shit. Okay.
Well, first, of course, we believe that the Lord of the heavens and the earth gave us that objective reality through revelation.
Okay.
But secondly, we believe it's written on the heart of every human. You know, in Nuremberg, it's very interesting. When they did the Nuremberg trials, and the Nazis basically said, well, in our country it was right, therefore it's right. Do you know that in Nuremberg they rejected that? They said, no, every human being knows that killing 6 million, you know, babies and...
Can Frank wait 10 minutes?
Huh?
Can Frank wait 10 minutes?
Yeah, why? You gotta have them...
Because Milo's waiting for the last girl downstairs.
Oh, shit. Okay. Do you think we'll even be able to start at 10:30 then?
10:40, bro.
10:40?
Yeah.
All right, Chris is here. All right, then get... Or Mo or one of these niggas can... Or Noble? None of them can take him down?
No, not here.
Not here? All right.
Bro, what? When is it again?
The Nazis basically said, well, in our country it was right, therefore it's right. Do you know that in Nuremberg they rejected that? They said, no, every human being knows that killing 6 million, you know, babies and kids is wrong. And so do you think there's anything built into us of a moral compass that prevents us from doing evil and we have to try to stifle it?
I think there are moral intuitions that everyone has, but again, like those moral intuitions can differ from person to person, right? Like I might say that, like I don't know, like doing something is wrong, but like someone else might say, oh, it's fine in this situation. So like, how do you distinguish? Like, so it's obviously subjective, right? Like everyone might have their own opinions on what is right and what is wrong. So how do you how do you make a framework that says that, like, these are the rules of what is right and what is wrong, and like how do you ground
The
that?
more important question is, do you believe in God? Which I guess you do not.
I'm agnostic.
This nigga probably worships cows, bro. Keep it 1,000 with you.
Like,
Oh, he's agnostic. Okay.
Okay, so that's where, okay, so if you don't believe in, this actually, what's your name? Sorry.
Abhinav.
Yeah, well, you're making
Abhinav.
a great argument. And your argument is totally correct, which is that if you don't believe in God, then you cannot say that the Holocaust was wrong. In order to believe that, in order to believe something is objective.
All right, Charlie Kirk, let's use your fucking logic. Was bombing of Dresden wrong? Because if we're going to use this logic of like killing innocent people, right? We're going to use that logic. Well, the Allies killed a bunch of innocent people too. The Bolsheviks did too. No one's hands are clean in World War II, man. Nobody's hands were clean. But we keep pushing this fucking propaganda. The Holocaust. Niggas are just so focusing on the mustache man, not knowing that Churchill and the Bolsheviks killed way more. With proof. Everyone wants to talk about the Holocaust, but no one wants to talk about the Holodomor. Let that sink in.
Welcome, punch!
So, anyway, chat. We're going to pick up here, because this is obviously a really good part of this. And we're going to break this down more, because I got some shit to say about Nuremberg as well. We're going to talk about Nuremberg. But this is a really good one. We're going to start off the next stream tomorrow off of this. All right, chat, because I gotta end the stream and get ready to go over to do after hours. But hey, man. It's like, you know, when you fucking, next episode of Dragon Ball Z, or the next episode of Myron Gaines X, we will cover this debate and break down the lines that Charlie Kirk is pushing on this deodorant dodger. So yeah, guys, we are going to definitely do that. Let me see if the event is made for Rumble yet. Oh shit. Oh yeah, we do got it made. Okay. So hold on one sec, chat. Oh, we're cooking on YouTube right now, man. That clip from the Pierce Morgan shit is going crazy. We're cooking, chat. It's good to see that people are waking up, man, to the bullshit. Okay. All right, give me 1 sec, ninjas. Holy shit, Columbia University protest, dozens arrested after library storming. Oh shit, man, they're going hard. We're going to cover this too, chat. Look, looks like
back here to
breaking news
from Fox.
Breaking news from an hour ago. We'll cover this tomorrow as well. We're going to have an action-packed show tomorrow, chat. We're going to definitely have an action-packed show tomorrow. A bunch of Columbia students got arrested, bro. I'm telling you, man, these anti-Semitism laws, they're going hard in the paint, man. Next is we're going to get rid of free speech. I'm telling y'all, bro. That's what we're going towards. That's why they try to pass that anti-Semitism bill for boycotting. Obviously, it got a lot of hate. But yeah. Hold on 1 sec. Guys, I'm figuring out how to raid myself. Choose a premiere or search for another channel's live stream to protect you when your live stream ends. You'll see a coverage that your views will be redirected. Choose a premiere or search. Okay, let me try this. Bruh. Oh. Did I already have it? Hold on a sec. Choose a premiere, search for another. Okay, under redirect. Oh, it's already here. I don't know how the hell that happened, but somebody already did that. All right. We lit, man. All right. All right, chat. I'm going to go ahead and jump off, guys. I love y'all, ninjas. I will be back tomorrow, 5 p.m. We're going to cover this debate, and we're also going to cover Columbia protest. We're going to cover the news. We'll finish up the Trump interview and any other breaking news, and we'll cover. We'll do updates on India, Pakistan, as you guys know. Okay, we'll go over the battle of the deodorant dodgers as well. That's what I call that war, the deodorant dodger war. So cool. Love you, ninjas. I will be back tomorrow, 5 p.m. Like the video. I'll catch you guys back here in about 30 minutes. We're gonna do Fresh and Fit after hours. All the girls walked in. So yeah, guys, it's gonna be redirected. So come on, a Fresh and Fit. I'll drop the link in here too, just in case. We're gonna have a good ass show. There's the link in case if you guys want to go make the hard link switch. Love you, ninjas. Catch you guys in a bit. Peace.